What's going on, Renee? How you doing? What's going on, folks? Give me a couple moments. I am going to share the live out. If you could do the same, I'd appreciate it. What's going on, Rockstar, my brother lover? Let's share this out, guys. Share it out to as many. Common. More likes to attract views, folks, if you could do that. Okay. What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for joining. Today, we are talking about Echo's AGP misinformation that he spread yesterday on Elijah's Live, basically talking about how Ray Blanchard, the sexologist who coined the term autogynephile, his theory being debunked, yet it is the only disorder that I have seen that has been confirmed, or the typology, excuse me, has been confirmed by an MRI. Interesting, isn't it? There's something to substantiate the theory, and yet there's nothing to debunk it. But although I have read, thank you very much, Christy, you're a queen. Everybody, W. Christy in the chat, W. Christy. I did see a study, I believe it was a German study, where they spoke about debunking Blanchard's theory. The major issue with that is that thank you so much. When you try and debunk a theory, you have to use the same metrics and measurements that the initial researcher used to come to their conclusion on the theory. And the reality is that this German study didn't do that. They didn't use the same metrics when measuring the androphiles versus the gynophiles. And so obviously the conclusion of their study was different from Blanchard's because they weren't using the same metrics and they weren't using the same measurements to measure the subjects, to define the difference between androphiles and gynophiles. Androphiles being primarily attracted to natal males, and gynophiles being attracted to features of natal females and different aspects. So I'm calling out Echo, they, them, for that claim. They also made another claim. Let me just go pull it up, because I like to speak factually, all right? And I think it's important that when we discuss this topic, that we speak factually. So let's see here. I believe he also said that autogonophilia was a fetish. All right, we're going to talk about that in just a second. Echo, if you're around the TikTok universe, please send a request and join the live. It should be, James. Buckle up, my friend. Buckle up. So I'll do this, and then I'll do this. And so when it comes to what's going on, Chaz, rar, 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 I rar for my tiny dinies. Let me just pull it up 1 second, guys. Let me just pull it up 1 second. Okay. Here we go. So, one of his claims is that Blanchard's theory has been debunked. We just covered that. He also said that AGP is a fetish, all right, and there is an actual fetishistic disorder, but it is not associated to AGP. AGP is paraphilic and is actually classified as a transvestic disorder. And so I've downloaded the DSM-5 so that we could read that all together. All right, here we go. So the difference between fetishistic disorder from the DSM, the diagnostic criteria is over a period of at least 6 months, recurrent and intense sexual arousal from either the use of non-living objects or a highly specific focus on non-genital body parts as manifested by fantasies, urges, or behaviors. B is the fantasies, sexual urges, or behaviors cause clinically significant distress, thank you for the money gun, or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. C, the fetish objects are not limited to articles of clothing used in cross-dressing, as in transvestic disorder, or devices specifically designed for the purpose of tactile genital stimulation. Specify body parts, non-living objects, and other. Specify in a controlled environment. This specifier is primarily applicable to individuals living in institutional or other settings where opportunities to engage in fetishistic behaviors are restricted. In full remission, there has been no distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other areas of functioning for at least 5 years while in an uncontrolled environment. That was for fetishistic disorder. Now we're going to read transvestic disorder. The diagnostic criteria, A, over a period of at least 6 months, recurrent and intense sexual arousal from cross-dressing or manifested by fantasies, urges, or behaviors. The fantasies, sexual urges, or behaviors cause clinically significant distress, impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. With fetishism, if sexually aroused by fabrics, materials, or garments. With autogynephilia, if sexually aroused by thoughts or images of self as a woman. So there is a difference. Specify if in a controlled environment. This specifier is primarily applicable to individuals living in institutional or other settings where opportunities to cross-dress are restricted. In full remission, there has been no distress or impairment in social occupation or other areas of functioning for at least 5 years while in an uncontrolled environment. So that covers the diagnostic aspect between fetishistic disorder and transvestic disorder, and AGP is classified under transvestic disorder. All right, he'll be here in 45. I'll be here in 45. So if anybody wants to come up and challenge any of the information that I've been publishing about autogynephilia, aka AGP, you're more than welcome to send a request. If you have any questions regarding the research that I've been doing over the course of the last several weeks, diving headfirst into Ray Blanchard's research, diving headfirst into Anne Lawrence's research, diving headfirst into the DSM-5 and the history behind it all, as well as looking at the claims that are speaking up against the typology theory that was developed by Blanchard. Thank you so much, Hale, excuse me, Sally. I see I was right. Echo gotta go. Well, here's the thing. I don't have anything personal against Echo, all right? I think that for certain things that he does, I'm an advocate for, all right? But I just didn't really think that he was being responsible with the comments that he made about my position regarding AGP. I think that his position is still a defensive one, or their position, excuse me, is a defensive one, in that they perhaps don't have a clear understanding of what it is and feel as though that I'm misrepresenting what autogynephilia is. Ultimately, I'm here to break the stigma, help individuals identify what it is and what tools are available for them so that they can treat it at a much younger age when they start to see the early warning signs of it. But I also think that it is part of the political issue that we've been discussing recently, where, the trans community has been ever so inclusive and embracing of anybody's innate sense of self, but more or less allowing these individuals to come in as a Trojan horse and access female spaces. And the reality is that there's a difference between the two transsexual males that are accessing women's spaces. And one of them is homosexual in nature, and the other one is heterosexual or non-sexual in nature, or bisexual in nature. That's actually on a spectrum. And so when I think about if women are threatened by a male whose primary attraction is to females, I would say that there still would be a level of threat, but not as much as a male who has physical urges and desires around the female aura, essence, body, persona, etc. These individuals, when affirmed by women or men in society, actually get aroused and stimulated. And by doing that, I believe we are, as a society, enabling a poor behavior, right? An unhealthy behavior, not a poor behavior, but an unhealthy one. And I say unhealthy because we all, to a certain extent, engage in sexual activity. Even in society, there are levels of attraction that we experience. But I would say that the vast majority of society has external sexual targets, ones where we are looking at certain elements of the, person, whether it be their secondary sexual characteristics, whether it be not hormonal, but what's that term? Pheromonal attraction. But these individuals, thank you so much. Thank you. I rah for my tiny tinies. But these individuals are very different in that they have internal sexual targets. So there is an arousal and a fantasy or a desire to fantasize about them as a woman. And so when they go out into public and they emulate certain things about women, such as the way that they dress, or mannerisms, or physiological features such as emulating PMS symptoms, or emulating pregnancy, or the desire to breastfeed a baby. These individuals being affirmed in society are actually being aroused by these ideas. And I feel as though that we need to help these individuals cultivate far healthier sexual targets and behaviors, and not ones that are internalized where they objectify women in society by glorifying or fantasizing about them wanting to have certain features or characteristics about the females that they're encountering in society, such as their bust size or their buttocks size or their hair or nails or particular features of their face, all right? These individuals are not appreciating females and the beautiful bodies that they've been given, but more or less fantasizing over having elements of those bodies implemented and incorporating that in the self-image of themselves as a woman. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was a little bit long-winded, but I think it was necessary to help individuals understand how we can distinguish the difference between the two. Now, one thing that I will say, in all fairness, is that Blanchard's theory, thank you so very much, I rar for my tiny dinies. One thing that I will say is that Blanchard's theory does lack peer-reviewed studies. It does lack peer review, but it has been criticized, and it has been criticized and published on the NIH website. And the NIH website, the study, actually, why? When we can just read it. We can just read it. Let's see. What's this one called? Okay. Blanchard's autogynephilia theory, a critique. This is PMID number 205-82803. I'm going to drink some water before I read this. Clear the throat. Rawr. I rawr for my tiny dinies. All right, guys. So this is the abstract of the study. Over the last 20 years, Ray Blanchard, PhD, with a variety of co-authors and collaborators, has proposed the theory that links the sexual orientation of male to female transsexuals with the presence or absence of autogynephilia, erotic arousal by the thought or image of himself as a woman. Blanchard's autogynephilia theory suggests that the association between sexual orientation and autogynephilia among male to female transsexuals is clinically important, and that the association is always or almost always present. Although the theory has been criticized by clinicians, researchers, and transsexuals themselves, it has not been critiqued in a peer-reviewed article previously. This article will attempt to fill that gap. Key studies on which the theory is based will be analyzed, and alternate interpretations of the data presented. I conclude that although autogynephilia exists, the theory is flawed. And so I do concede that there are elements of the study that are flawed. And this is because there simply wasn't enough subjects or a particular demographic of subjects to be able to see a more consistent result. So, in this particular instance, they were talking about the comparison between homosexual transsexuals versus non-homosexual transsexuals, and making the comparison with natal male homosexuals. Well, the reality is that they saw only 10 homosexual transsexual males, in which 9 of them had confirmed something, and the critique was there simply needed to be a much greater pool of subjects to observe the consistency of this observation. So I concede that there are elements that are lacking, that there perhaps are gaps, but the scientific and medical community collectively agree that autogynephilia exists, and that further studies into Blanchard's typology theory should be conducted. So why aren't they? Well, when listening to Ray Blanchard on a podcast, he himself has admitted that he created the word autogynephilia, or coined it, so that he could name the thing that he was observing over the last 30 years amongst his subjects. And that the literal translation of autogynephilia, its origins are Greek, and it means the love of oneself as a woman. And he did not intend for the term to be weaponized and to be used with such negative connotation. And he says he will never accept responsibility for the way that the word is being used. So, why are these trans activists targeting Dr. Blanchard? Why are they preventing scholars and researchers and medical professionals alike from continuing the research? Well, there is a doctor by the name of Anne Lawrence. Anne Lawrence is a transsexual female, male to female. And they themselves have furthered Ray Blanchard's studies and have come up with their own book called A Man Trapped in a Man's Body. And there are other doctors too, like J. Michael Bailey and Zucker, who are also expanding on this work. But there is a commonality amongst the audience's reaction to their work. And it is always the same in that they are labeled far right-wing extremists, transphobes, bigots. The science is labeled pseudoscience, although there is scientific evidence via MRI to confirm Blanchard studies, and has something to do with the smexual dimorphism of the brain and how male to female transsexuals' brains are more or less similar to those of homosexual males of the natal kind, those who were born male and who stayed male and were attracted to males. So that was something that was very interesting, because a lot of the other pseudoscience, and I call it pseudoscience, is because there was no scientific method to prove any of the claims that were being made about the hypothalamus, for example, and the lady brain, for example. There was no actual scientific method to prove those theories, but Ray Blanchard's typology theory for male to female transsexuals was confirmed by an MRI. We can read that. I would like to, if you guys want me to read that, put a W in the chat. If you want to hear me read, put it in the chat. Let's look up the study. W. Chloe. All right. MRI confirms Blanchard's typology. All right. Okay. It's not that long. It's not that long, folks. Here we go. 2 independent empirical articles have recently appeared in the literature that, taken together, bear out any hypothesis Blanchard postulated in the archives about brain development in transsexualism. The brains of both homosexual and heterosexual male to female transsexuals probably differ from the brains of typical heterosexual men, but in different ways. In heterosexual male to female transsexuals, the difference does involve sex dimorphic structures, and the nature of the difference is a shift in the female typical direction. If there is any neurosmexual group in heterosexual male to female transsexuals, the difference may not involve smexual dimorphic structures at all, and the nature of the structural differences is not necessarily among the male to female dimension. Blanchard's predicts follows from studies that have repeatedly shown that the homosexual male to female transsexuals are female shifted in multiple sexually dimorphic characteristics, whereas the heterosexual male to female transsexuals are not. For example, homosexual male to female transsexuals are sexually attracted to natal males, express greater interest in female typical activities, even in childhood, and are naturally effeminate in mannerisms. In contrast, heterosexual male to female transsexuals are indistinguishable from non-transsexual natal males on these variables. The heterosexual transsexuals are still distinct from typical males in other ways, however, such as by manifesting autogynephilia, the erotic interest or in sexual arousal in response to being or seeming female. The consistent detection of cross-sex features among homosexual male to female transsexuals, but not among heterosexual male to female transsexuals, led Blanchard to predict that the cross-sex pattern would also emerge at the level of brain autonomy and be limited to the homosexual male to female transsexuals. The prediction now appears to be the case, with Remedi et al. 2010 supporting the prediction for the homosexual transsexual and Savick and Averer 2010 for heterosexual transsexuals. The Remedi team used an MRI technique called diffusion tension imaging to compare homosexual male to female transsexuals with non-transsexual heterosexual control males and with non-transsexual heterosexual control females. They contrasted that male controls with the female controls to identify the sex dimorphic portions of the brain, and then contrasted the homosexual transsexuals with each of the control groups on the dimorphic brain regions so identified. The initial contrast identified 6 sex-dimorphic brain regions. The homosexual transsexual sample was intermediate in volume on all 6 brain structures, significantly different from the male controls of 5 of the 6, and significantly different from the female controls on all 6. This is, these male to female transsexuals were different from the control males, shifted towards the female direction on all parameters. Savick and Aver 2010 applied anatomic MRIs with an analogous research design, identifying the sex dimorphic portions of the brain and contrasting this time, heterosexual transsexual sample with each control sample on the sex dimorphic brain regions. Of the 8 brain regions that distinguished male from female brains, the heterosexual transsexual sample differed from the male controls on none. Of the 4 brain regions that distinguished them from heterosexual transsexuals from the male controls, sex dimorphism was present in none. As Savick and Aver themselves emphasized, contrary to the primary hypothesis, non-sex atypical features with signs of feminization were detected in the transsexual group. The present study does not support the dogma that male to female transsexuals have atypical sex dimorphism in the brain, although that statement should have been restricted to refer to heterosexual male to female transsexuals. Also meriting emphasis is that although these data disconfirmed that the heterosexual type has feminized brain pattern, the data nonetheless confirms the heterosexual transsexuals have a brain structure distinct from that of typical non-transsexual persons. Their gender identity is not a transient or empirical characteristic, but a likely innate and immutable characteristic emerging from their particular brain structure. Boom. So does anybody have anything to say? Does anybody want to come up? Does anybody want to challenge it? I'm willing to go down the road. You can call me out on whoever's live, which, by the way, I just got to say this, guys. If you're going up on Elijah's live, don't think for 1 second that anything that you're going to say or anything that will be said to you will ever be taken seriously outside of that panel. Nobody watching that takes what they do seriously. None of them, by the way. None of them. So, Echo, listen, I don't have anything against you personally. I don't know who you are as a person. I'm a fan of some of the things that you've done, but I just think associating with Elijah and what they do, and what you did last night on Elijah's live, I think that, it takes credibility away from you, my friend, all right? And I call you my friend because I do have respect for some of the things that you do. And again, I don't know everything there is to know about you, so that might change later on. But to say that I'm making correlations within the trans community and AGPs. That's false. I think that I've taken a very responsible approach and used appropriate examples like Sage, Mandora, which I know a lot of people will disagree, but the fact that Mandora says it all the time, that they stare at themselves profusely hours on end in the mirror, yeah, if you did any research, that's kind of typical AGP behavior. So I'm just saying, like, you might not be seeing it, but I'm just letting you know it's out there, right? Christy, who is the other 70-year-old transsexual male to female? I think it starts with a C. Oh, AGP isn't a real thing, Nova. Would you like to come up and discuss it? More than happy to break it down for you. Jolly Roger, AGP is an acronym for autogynephilia. Autogynephilia, Courtney. No, not Courtney. The 70-year-old. Charlene. Thank you. Charlene is another AGP. So you can call me transphobic and you can call me bigoted, but this is for educational purposes only. And this is to educate individuals that AGP is just a thing and people can learn about it and people can talk about it, and it's not transphobic to talk about things that are factual. And when an MRI confirms that Blanchard's typology, I mean, if it confirms it, I mean, that's a scientific method of proving a theory, right? So why is the trans community or trans activists trying to coin this as transphobic, trying to suppress it, not trying to dive further into the science? Because I'll tell you something. I was watching a podcast between Anne Lawrence and a doctor in New Zealand who is a doctor or the leading doctor at a gender clinic. And he's reporting his observations that 80% of the transsexual males who walk into their clinics are heterosexual and are displaying autogynephilic behavior. He also says that there are a lot of medical professionals who are not aware of some of the behaviors associated with AGP and are more or less treating these patients with gender affirming care. Some of these men who are going through SRS have actually cultivated an addiction to the fantasies and to the euphoria and arousal that when they have SRS surgery, they no longer have that as a result of them removing certain elements of their body that produce testosterone. And so after transition, what ends up happening is some of these individuals detransition because they no longer get the urges that they desired. So they actually have an addiction to it. Isn't that crazy? And what other doctors are saying is that these types of transsexual male to female heterosexual males should not be accessing gender affirming care or elements of gender affirming care. They should be exploring more psychotherapy forms of treatment. They should be implementing and introducing tools that reward good sexual behavior. So there are tools that allow them to identify when they're having a genuine sexual attraction to a female in society and not fantasizing over a particular characteristic or wanting or having or possessing that particular characteristic. And so there are ways in which these individuals can, for a lack of a better term, rewire their sexual targets in the sense that they no longer have to live with an internal sexual target. They can understand themselves a lot better, right? A lot better from a much younger age, right? Instead, the medical community are leaving children confused as to why they're doing, male children, by the way. This is only happening in natal males, not females, only natal males, right? So there are a whole bunch of boys out there, about 3% of males, who are experiencing AGP type behavior and are completely confused and do not know why. I'm sorry, that's my work phone in the background. And they have absolutely no idea as to why they're experiencing these feelings. They don't understand it. They feel immense shame for the things that they're doing, right? It's not of their own volition, guys, all right? I want to make that very, very clear. This is not something that they wished they had. All right, this is definitely something, if they could, wish they could change about themselves. And I think that the medical community is absolutely doing a disservice by not furthering this research, right? So that better forms of care or more appropriate forms of care can be introduced to individuals who have an internalized sexual target. What are your thoughts? I know you guys like hearing me talk, but if you guys want to come up while we're waiting for Echo to come out, wherever he is, it's, just Jude. I thought AGP auto meant self, like the individual getting off dressed as a woman. Just my thoughts. So it's definitely a part of it. So there are 4 different types of AGP type behavior. The first one is behavioral, and you know what? I like to bring up my sources so I can read directly from it and not paraphrase it, because we all know Elijah likes to paraphrase shit, but I don't like to do that. All right, so we're going to start off with the first one, which is, transvestic. Transvestic autogynephilia is arousal to the act or fantasy of wearing typical feminine clothing. So these individuals, in private may dress in feminine type clothing. They may also socialize themselves as well in feminized clothing, going to work or social functions or being in public. And they are aroused by the fact that people are looking at them. In some instances, if they're being affirmed, it is arousal. In other instances, if they're getting weird looks, it is also a form of arousal. Let me see, Nova, if you have enough. Yeah, you should just hit the guest request at the bottom. The next one is behavioral autogynephilia and is arousal to the act or fantasy of doing something regarded as feminine. And so these are individuals who mimic particular, give me 1 second, I'll be right with you, mimic particular mannerisms, like head tilting, leg crossing, mannerisms with the hands when speaking. There is an arousal aspect to them doing those things and portraying that. The next one is physiological, which I'm sure some of us have seen, where it's the arousal to fantasies of body function specific to people regarded as female. So those who have spoken about experiencing a menstrual cycle, those who have mimicked being pregnant, or making the claim that they were pregnant, or the desire to breastfeed. And last but not least is anatomical autogynephilia, which is sorry, I'm just going to put you on mute for a second, Nova. Which is arousal to the fantasy of having a natal woman's body or parts of one. So these are typically individuals who end up transitioning, or partial autogynephilics will do a top surgery but maintain the bottom. And those partial autogynephiles are typically referred to as she-males because they don't have the desire to have that bottom surgery. They still very much desire to maintain that maleness aspect of themselves. All right, let me unmute you, Nova. Thank you so much for joining. What can I do for you today?
So first things first, I really dislike the term she-male. It's a really fetishizing term for transgender women.
Mm-hmm. I understand. It's an accurate term. I'm not using it to be derogatory by any means necessary, but there is a distinguishing difference between the homosexual transsexual and the partial, or the male to female transsexual, heterosexual partial autogynephile, where they do still like to have sexual intercourse with males, but in a very different capacity, in that they are fantasizing and getting aroused at the fact that they are playing the role of a woman. So their attraction is not necessarily towards the male anatomy, but simply playing the role of the female in that interaction. But they also do enjoy maintaining that masculine role when they're in sexual interactions with females. They still very much do enjoy that, and so that it's just a term for, the fact that one aspect of them does prefer to experience that female experience, and the other aspect of them still prefers to maintain that masculine aspect of them.
Still don't like the term as it originated as a porn term. There's definitely more respectful, more medical terms you could use for it.
Oh, I'm open to suggestion if you've got them. I'm just reading from clinical studies that make that reference. So I
There's
didn't.
no way there are clinical studies that use the term shemale. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sure. Yeah, I can pull it up. Give me a second. All right. Are you ready for the PubMed, the PMed number?
Yep.
It
Oh,
is.
actually, I don't have my computer. I'm about to be picked up by a friend, so I'm just like
No worries.
chilling on here for a hot second.
I'll read it for you. So the PMID number is 8468711. The the she male phenomenon and the concept of partial autogynephilia is what the case report is called.
When was it published?
This was published in 93.
Yep, that checks out. It's pretty outdated terminology. That
Is
is
there?
30 years
Yes.
old.
Yeah. So like I said, I made the claim that I was just taking it from this particular study, which I
Okay,
confirmed it was
I guess that's
from.
fair. Yeah.
Right. So are there any other terms that I could use that would be more appropriate when describing these particular characteristics?
You could just describe the personal characteristics and then uh perhaps make a like an acronym out of it, like a PAGP, partial autogynephile, even though
Oh,
I kind of object to autogynephilia as a concept.
what
Um
is your objection?
so someone's identity isn't a fetish. I don't get off on being a woman. I simply am a trans woman.
Right.
Like,
It has nothing to do with your identity and everything to do with your sexual orientation. That's very clear in Blanchard's research.
AGP isn't. Let me look this up. But I really don't think AGP is in the DSM-5.
Oh, yeah, it is. I can bring it up if you like. It's a transvestic disorder over a period of, and these are the diagnostic criterias, by the way, Nova.
Okay.
It is over a period of at least 6 months, recurrent and intense sexual arousal from cross-dressing as manifested by fantasies, urges, or behaviors. The fantasies, sexual urges, or behaviors cause clinical significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. Specify if, with fetishism, is sexually aroused by fabrics, materials, or garments. With autogynephilia, if sexually aroused by thoughts or images of self as a woman. Specify if, in a controlled environment, this specifier is primarily applicable to individuals living in an institutional or other settings where opportunities to cross-dress are restricted. In full remission, there has been no distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other areas of functioning for at least 5 years while in an uncontrolled environment. So it certainly is in there. Not making this
Yeah.
stuff up.
So, however, note that it is only a disorder. It is only a diagnosable disorder if it is causing them distress. So, I'll use another example. Asexuality is
Mhm.
also in the DSM-5. However, it's not always a mental illness. Some people see asexuality as their identity, while other people are distressed by their lack of sexual desire. Just like in this way, some people are distressed by thinking about themselves as a woman and being aroused by it, while other people simply see themselves and want to be a woman without arousal.
Right, and AGP is not specific to trans individuals. It is specific to natal males and females as well. Hey, beautifully broken. I sent you a message on Discord. If you want to respond, that'd be cool. Sorry about that, Nova. Yeah, so it's not specific to trans individuals, right? There are natal males and natal females who, not natal females, excuse me, natal males who do experience this, but with the proper treatment, have experienced remission. So they no longer experience any distress. They no longer demonstrate any of the typical behaviors associated with autogynephilia. They were able, through the course of psychotherapy and therapy, develop healthier sexual targets that would allow them also to reward healthy sexual targets that they acknowledge in society. So I don't see this as being a bad thing. It's just something that happens, and we're giving it a name and bringing awareness to it. I'm also saying that there are holes in Blanchard's research, right? Rah, 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 I rah for my tiny tinies. And that we, as society, should be encouraging the medical and scientific communities to further research. But instead, the narrative that we're seeing from the doctors who are expanding on the research are being coined and labeled transphobic. One of the leading doctors that has furthered the research is Anne Lawrence, who is a transsexual male to female autogonophile themselves. So I'm just not seeing where like there's this resistance or reluctance to learn about something that is happening in about 3% of natal males, and that we should just, be researching a lot further. And listen, if his theory turns out, it's a working theory, right? If it turns out not to be true, that's fine. We can accept that. But there has been no evidence thus far. Even a German study tried to debunk it, in where they tried to replicate the study, but they didn't use the same metrics and measurements when measuring the androphiles versus the gynophiles. And so the result or the conclusion of that study would be vastly different than Blanchard's study, because they didn't use the same measuring mechanisms. So I don't know why people from the trans community are having such a reaction to this. It's just information.
The
Co-
reason why it is usually viewed as transphobic is because most people who talk about autogynephilia label a majority of trans people, or just every trans person, as an autogynephile. I have yet to meet someone who uses the word autogynephile who has not applied that term to me or any other trans person I know.
right. And
I have
so,
yet to meet a proponent of autogynephilia who acknowledges the existence of trans people.
Ooh,
sorry,
can I
you,
hop in for
yeah,
one
go,
second?
yeah, go right ahead. Just give me one
I
second.
don't ever talk. Yep, go ahead.
So, Phil my gooch, I'm calling out Echo because Echo made the claim that um, Ray Blanchard's typology has been debunked. AGP is a fetish, and there was one other thing, but I can't remember. If you watch the video on my page, it's there. But I'm calling him out for it. He said that I'm spreading misinformation, and that I'm correlating things that I shouldn't be correlating, and all the positive claims before. So I'm calling it out to have a conversation about it. All right, Colorful Dory. Sorry for that. Go right ahead.
Oh no, it's all good. So if you guys don't know me, I'm not a studies girl. I'm just going to talk about things in my own personal life if that's cool. I don't have anything to quote. But what I would say is I am curious why it's offensive to the trans community, because an autogynephile is not the same thing as a trans person. It's almost exactly the opposite. It's exactly the opposite. They don't ever intend to transition. They don't physically want to be a woman. It's a snugsy time thing for, when you're with consulting people, and it's generally a private thing.
Yeah, so that's why I
I
want to
know
have
those
this education, right? Because I think it's far more complex than that, right? We can't simply be going out into society and asking trans individuals if they're, heterosexual or homosexual, and then ultimately allude to whether or not that individual is an AGP. Just like gender dysphoria, guys, all right, it requires some form of evaluation, right? You got to monitor your patient. You have to monitor the exhibited behaviors to confirm if they're insistent, persistent, and insistent. One second, I will do that. Um, Sorry, one second, guys. Chloe, if you want to chime in, please go right ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to go against what she just said, because no one said autogynephiles are not trans. Like Blanchard made a point of saying neither of them are more trans than the other. It's just a different case.
See, I don't know. Maybe it's just my own personal opinion, but I think the desire to transition and autogynephilia are different. It's different.
No, because
If you're
they get the
transsexual, you want to
desire through the
transition.
autogynephilia. That's how they develop their desire and their dysphoria.
Yeah, it's commonly known as anatomical autogynephilia, where the person desires to have the functions, features, or body parts of a female. And so, as I alluded to before, there is a small percentage of male to female transsexuals who do go through SRS. Some of them who have, for a lack of a better term, cultivated an addiction around the euphoria, around the arousal. When they do transition, they end up detransitioning because they lose that arousal through the SRS. But there are some individuals who do go through SRS, and they're in remission, so they no longer have that distress. It doesn't impede their social life or their occupation, right? And so in those instances, it can be very beneficial because there is a particular dysphoria associated to it. I posted a video the other day and that is clear that these individuals who are talking about atrophy, right, not being able to achieve an erection or difficulty in doing so, were concerned and they did not want to lose it. Well, that's not typical of a homosexual transsexual. A homosexual transsexual is one that desires to be seen as a woman and be desired as a woman by men, by males.
I think that's one of the best bits, the fact that stops working.
Right, and so
Yeah, I actually
I posted a
disagree with
Reddit
you there.
I posted a Reddit forum as a video yesterday showing you how these individuals are speaking specifically about maintaining it, what type of testosterone cream that they can apply to maintain, their erection and so on and so forth. None of them were talking about the dysphoria associated to that body part and them wanting to alleviate it. They were also talking about the other body parts that they had acquired through their transition, such as, implants, right? And so this was a very typical behavior of partial AGP because there was a part of them that desired to have anatomical aspects of a female. But then there was a portion of them that did not desire to transition. They still wanted to embrace their masculine self as it related to that area of their body.
So here's the thing for me. I am a trans woman. I have been on hormones for 3 years, and I am now experiencing atrophy. I
Mm-hmm,
have the little blue pill to work on
mm-hmm,
that.
mm-hmm,
And the reason is I want to get bottom surgery.
mm-hmm.
However, it's not realistic for me for a very long time, so I still want to have sexual function while I wait for that.
Right.
Also, I gotta head out because my friend is here to pick me up. So have a
You
good one,
bet.
y'all.
Nova, if you want to reach out to me on one of my other accounts, I can't DM or receive DMs on this account, but if you just type in RawReal in the search, you'll find other accounts. I'll give you a link to my Discord profile. We can chat offline if you like, but thanks very much for joining. All right, Colorful. Floor is yours. You're the only one here, so.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I only have schmegsy time experience with people who have those sorts of desires. So, in my experience, it isn't necessarily to play with men. Some men like to dress up dainty and have nice times, but that's not the same thing as being trans.
No, I think that there is a correlation. I'm just not clear on what it is yet. I'm not bold enough to make the statement that um, all trans people or a vast majority of them, males, are experiencing AGP behaviors, but I'm not ruling it out either. I do think that there are a class of individuals who are confused about the different developmental stages of their development and what they're experiencing. I think that to a certain degree, the confusion is causing natal males and natal females to question whether or not they identify as male or female, or the social construct associated with it. Um, And I think that there are a vast majority of individuals who don't know that they are exhibiting autogynephilic behavior. Some of them don't know it, some of them know it, but are ashamed to say it because let's be realistic. It's not something that I think the vast majority of society is going to embrace, right? And we've already seen how certain groups will use the term to more or less either dehumanize a particular individual, which I'm not for, but I do think that there are dangers associated to appropriating AGPs in society. Um, in addition to the fact that most of these people also suffer from other comorbidities as well. And so it's just a melting pot of different things, and we don't know enough about it to understand how these things could manifest, what the risks are, what the dangers are, whether or not it can be traumatic to subjects who are in relationships with people suffering from autogynephilic behaviors. And furthermore, we don't know if it can manifest in any violent form, in addition to other comorbidities like DID or OCD or being on the spectrum, or PTSD for that matter. We know that a lot of autogonophiles um, typically come from male-dominant industries, whether that be predominantly academia or military, for example. I know that there are several individuals on this platform who have a military background and who have transitioned, and so there are elements about Blanchard's study that, not Blanchard, excuse me, Anne Lawrence, who digs deeper into males who served in the military and why they transitioned later on in life. So I think that there's a lot that can be learned, and it can help a group of individuals within society with a better understanding of what it is that they're going through. A lot of them don't understand what it is, and I do believe that a lot of them are associating it to being transgender, when it's I don't think it should be. I do remember seeing some literature saying that it was at one time classified in the DSM as a, a gender identity disorder. All right, but that's been updated, and now it's been seen as paraphilic, and it is transvestic. It is a transvestic disorder. So, I don't want all these people coming out of this live and going and pointing fingers at people and going, "You're AGP and you're AGP and you're AGP" off of one or two criteria. I think that we have to have a better understanding of it, but I also think that we can help identify what certain behaviors are. So when I speak about SAGE, for example, all right, and when we observe this particular subject, all right, well, this is an individual who's transitioning later on in life, is far less passable, because they didn't intervene around the time of puberty, right, where they introduce cross-sex hormones or puberty blockers, and then feminized themselves. They actually went through the masculine process, and are masculinized, excuse me, with their features. And so they're typically not passing. They typically maintain heterosexual, bisexual, or asexual relationships. They dress as their ideal woman versus the homosexual transsexual who dresses to attract males. The AGP transsexual
I agree with
typically,
that one.
you agree with that one?
I agree with that one. Again, I don't speak from science, only personal experience, and I have seen both sides of that. I've seen the men who dress in things that they think would attract men, and
Mm-hmm.
I've seen men who dress in things like, they dress like older ladies, like a classy lady in her 60s, because that's, what they think an ideal woman is. So I agree with that one.
Right. So when we look at Sage, how would you describe the way that they express themselves through their attire? What type of woman are they emulating?
Ooh, so I want to get Isabel's question. Says, why wouldn't their goal be to transition? Because their goal isn't transition at all, not even a little bit. These are very masculine men who live masculine lives, who, you know, work in military, they work in construction, and in their real life they're the boss, and they have to be in charge. And in their schmegsy times, they want to, you know, feel feminine, dress feminine. Perhaps there's an issue of control in there sometimes, maybe, I'm not going to say. But yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with transition. They don't want to be women, live their lives as women. It's a private schmegsy time thing that's a turn on. And I don't know why everybody's making it like it's a big, bad, dirty, nasty thing. We all have things at schmegsy time that we like, that get our
Uh,
engine
hold on,
going. So
hold on, colorful, because I think that what you're describing is a fetish, okay? And AGP is not a fetish. And so when we talk about fetish, this is an individual that needs to use a device or have a particular focus on something in order for them to achieve climax, okay? Climax, euphoria, and arousal are you know, similar in nature, but the AGP's experience is far different, and I'll explain. So, what a typical relationship that an AGP has with a female is not one of a romantic type or of an emotional type. It is more of a fantasizing type.
that's not true, really, though,
Well,
because those are I I don't know, I don't want to out myself, but I date those kinds of men. I have for years.
that's okay. That's okay.
So it's not a non-romantic relationship. It's not.
The thing is you as the partner may not be aware of it, right? In certain instances and subjects that I've spoken with, partners are typically not aware of it. And the way that they've expressed their interaction is that they were fantasizing about being their partner, all whilst being penetrated by their masculine self. And so they weren't actually engaging in a romantic act where they were looking to arouse their partner. They were fantasizing so that they could get themselves aroused, but they were fantasizing about being their partner in the act. They would know, they, in some cases, individuals would have a very difficult time maintaining an erection because of the dysphoria of them performing that male act. So, what they would actually need to do is fantasize about them being their partner, using them as a mechanism for self gratification. And that's very different, right? That's very different than, like, say, my relationship with my wife, in that our objective is to arouse one another, right? We're looking to share an experience where we can both peak. In this instance, I'm not saying that that person doesn't want their partner to be aroused. All I'm saying is that in order for them to be aroused, they need to fantasize. So you may be attracted to those men, and those men may have an attraction to you. I'm just not certain, because I haven't had a chat with them, whether or not their means of being aroused is using you as a mechanism, or aspects of you, fantasizing about certain aspects of you in order to be aroused. So, you know, they may like your hair and desire to have the same length or same color. And as part of the interaction, they may fantasize about having the same hairstyle or hair color as you in order for them to be aroused. If they were to maintain that masculine um, or that masculine role in that interaction, they may not be able to get aroused. You know, again, I can't speak to this intelligently because I don't know the relationships that you have with these men. But I'm just, you know, I'm just making an example
On
of.
the outside, it's the same as any other relationship. Live together, work together, provide for the house, exactly as the same as any
Oh
other
yeah,
relationship. That's a thing, that's a schmegsy time thing.
right. But that's right. I
It's
mean,
a fun time thing.
yeah, as long as it's not impeding on other areas, right? I don't think we can call it AGP, because AGP,
Well, that's the thing. Is
you know,
it
like
that,
it.
where's that line? Where is it between, it's not something clinical if it's not something that doesn't affect every part of your life. If it's not something that's destroying your relationships, your home lives, your work, that's not a clinical issue.
So I would say, like, for example, if the husband, if there is a man who is married to a woman, a male married to a female, and have been married for 30 years, but that man or that male has been cross-dressing in the closet for all those years, spending family resources on acquiring things to further their, you know, their experiences, maybe even cultivating relationships with male suitors to fantasize about them being in the female role because their female partner cannot make them feel that way. Um, I think that you know, there is harm if you don't know what you're going through and if your partner is not aware of what you're going through. But to your point, colorful, I mean, if it is a consensual relationship and if the household has a solid foundation, what you do in the confines of your bedroom is none of my business, right? But it's when we start to appropriate these types of behaviors in society that could lead to a far greater risk. I just think that we shouldn't be putting targets on people's back, but we should be making them aware that these things exist so that they can address them, right? I mean, I'll be honest. I suspect that there was a family member in my family who was AGP. Um, this was a distant uncle, and my earliest memories of this individual when we used to go over was that during summer barbecues, halfway through the barbecue, they would disappear, and someone would come back looking almost exactly like them, but dressed as a woman and claim to be the distant uncle's sister. And we could never get them, like as a child. I'm a child now. I'm like 6, 7, 8 years old. And I could never get them to be in the same room together. I always ask them, like, where's your brother? Where's your brother? Or I'd ask, where's your sister? Where's your sister? To try and get them in the same room. Now that I'm older and now that I think about it, that person was definitely exhibiting AGP type like behavior. They were getting some form of arousal by being around family members and joking and laughing and being seen as a woman. And it really struck me that this is something that's actually happening in normal households and that some people might not even be aware of it, right? That marriage did not last. It didn't end up well, and I don't even know whatever ended up happening to that distant uncle. But I'm going to make the claim that I'm pretty sure that there are other men out there with the understanding that this happens in about 3% of men globally, or in Western societies, that that's not the only story like that. There are other stories like that as well. And I believe that's because they've been dealing with this their entire lives. They feel absolutely ashamed to come out because it's not something that they themselves have emotionally processed. And for the most part, it's why these individuals don't seek out help. It's because they're ashamed to take the steps. So my incentive is to hopefully educate people so that there are individuals who realize what's going on with them and potentially take steps to addressing it, but also to help parents identify if their young sons are experiencing or exhibiting similar type behavior, so that they can catch that at a far earlier age and help them to develop much healthier sexual targets as they grow up. Mike, thank you for joining. What are your thoughts?
Hello, Raw.
How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about
Um, I,
yourself?
I, I didn't come here. I didn't come here to fight. I swear, I didn't come here to fight. I'm
No
just
one's fighting.
curious. Just curious. 'Cause I heard about you in these streets.
I know. Spill it. Spill it, my guy.
I just curious. Like, I don't necessarily like. What do you like? Do you have any other study besides like Ray, for the whole like autogynephilia thing?
Yeah, there's Ray Blanchard, there's Ann Lawrence, there's J. Michael Bailey, there's Zucker as well. There's a lot of information. If I could recommend a book, it's A Man Trapped in a Man's Body by Ann Lawrence. I've been doing a lot of research on the National Institute of Health website and all the studies and citations that have been made. There is a plethora of things to go through. So I'm learning and I'm sharing as I go along. And I won't make claims unless I can substantiate it.
Okay, that's all I want to know because I don't necessarily agree with Ray Blanchard and how he like necessarily conducted everything. I think some of his like findings were like quite outdated.
It absolutely is. I mean, you have to take into consideration that he started in I think it was the 70s, and he did it over the course of like 30 years. All right. So he has a multitude of subjects, but you have to remember that this demographic of individuals is very small. And that's one of the challenges within the scientific community is to come to a consensus of how to go about replicating the research with a big enough subject size of individuals, right? I think that that's one of the major roadblocks preventing the scientific community and moving forward is just that the demographic of individuals is so small.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
Yeah, and there are holes. Listen, don't get me wrong. Like I read Blanchard's studies, and I can
Yeah,
see.
I read them too. Like when he like I don't agree with necessarily that it's either trans women only exist in one or two extremes. Either they're like a extreme homosexual male or they're like a extreme like fetish gone like too far.
Yeah, I wouldn't say extremes. I would say spectrum, right? I would say that homosexual transsexuals are on a homosexual spectrum, whereas the autogynephilic transsexuals are more on a smexual spectrum, where it's heterosexual, asexual, pansexual, bisexual. They dabble in all kinds of different smexual activities.
But see,
So,
that's the issue right there. It's like you're attributing like transgender people to like a sexual orientation
how do you figure that?
because for you to say like oh they're either a sexual fetish like the whole like you attributed being transgender to like some sort of sexual eroticism.
Well, there has been some studies, and again, I said this earlier that I have to take a much closer look into where they're making correlations between sexual orientation and gender identity. But I want to be clear in that AGP is only something that's observed in natal males. So this would not be applicable to at least half of the transgender community who were natal females.
Hmm. Okay, I gotta look into that. I gotta look into that myself.
Mike, I'm a cool dude. The only
I'm
time I
like,
kind of
I don't got no smoke with you. It's just
no,
that
I appreciate you. I
some
appreciate
things you
you.
say around these streets be kind of questionable.
Listen, I know being here and saying these
Because I'm
things
like,
is
you're in Canada, right?
I am, yes, I am,
Yeah, I'm like
absolutely.
Canada's index for like LGBT people is like ranked fourth in the world.
I'm in the city that is at the forefront of the clinical surgeries. So, the city that I reside in is in Montreal, and we're spearheading all of the surgeries and treatments, and basically being the forefront of all gender clinics that will eventually establish themselves in Canada. So it's very aggressive here. A lot of people do come from all over the country as well as the world to some of these clinics, and I think there's only two of them, but they're the largest clinics, most popular clinics. I have family members that work in other types of clinics where they are seeing an uptake of patients who are, looking for more gender affirming type surgeries, whether it be like the jaw construction or rhinoplasty or breast augmentation or butt lifts and stuff like that. But they don't do the SRS. That's done at those gender assigning. Well, I don't know what they're called, the gender clinics. But look, at the end of the day, I know this is like a very controversial topic. I'm fascinated by the research and by the studies that are coming out. And I know that there's going to be a group of individuals who will either take things that I say out of context, that'll attack my character, my personal character, and at times I've also lost my shit on individuals who have made personal attacks, or they just didn't maintain the integrity of the discussion, and it became like a dogpiling session. So in those instances, yeah, I kind of lash out. I'm a human being. I've got emotions. So, but for the most part, I'm just coming on here to let people talk, share information and education, share ideas, challenge perspectives, and do debates sometimes. It's never personal with me. Like I don't make it a point to attack anybody personally because I don't know anybody on this app, right? Like we might know each other to a certain degree, but as soon as I close this phone, I'm off with my friends and family members, and we're kind of like all different people to a certain extent. So that's why I don't take issue with anybody personally. and I'm more happy to like challenge ideas than anything. And I know that my tone can sometimes come off as like a Mr. Know-it-all. I acknowledge that. But at the end of the day, I'm very open to, alternative ideas and opinions or challenges to the ideas. That's what the whole purpose of this is. It's not to fight, but to have respectful decorum. Doesn't always end up that way, though, Mike. I try my very, very best.
No, I think there are some cases where you just like they just in general like don't like you. Just
That's
in
for
general.
sure. Yeah, no, that's for sure. And I'll just clarify. I don't want anybody going out and harming anybody. I'm not putting a bounty on trans women's heads. I do not promote violence or condone violence towards any members in society. And I really just want everybody to live a happy life. Pretty much it.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
Cool. Was there anything else that you wanted to
No,
chime in
that's it.
on?
You answered my question.
All right, Mike. I appreciate you joining, and please feel free to follow and keep joining.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate you. All right, guys. Where's Echo? I'd like to have a nice conversation with Echo. I think it's been more than 45 minutes. So if anybody can share the live, tap the screen, I'd appreciate it because I'd like to enjoy my Friday evening. And guys, there's 162 people in here. Let's get tapping. W. Christie for her interview this evening was with Sal Garver, I believe the name is. I'm butchering it for sure. It's at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. W. Christie for that. I am super excited. I don't think Echo is scared. I do think that Echo, though, maybe feels like they put their foot in their mouth when they opened up their mouth and talked about me yesterday, because I don't think that they suspected that I was listening. And then when I went into the live to challenge their positive claims about the things that I were saying, they didn't respond to my comments, but kept responding to other people. So I believe that maybe, they're doing some reflection and maybe realizing that they mischaracterized the things that they said about me, or maybe just didn't think too much about their statements regarding what I talk about. So Bella, they just basically said that Ray Blanchard's theory has been debunked. They said that AGP is a fetish. And they said that you have to be diagnosed with AGP. They said that the information that I'm spreading is inaccurate, and I'm irresponsibly correlating things to individuals within the trans community. So those are just the things that I'd like to talk about. I've already discussed and debunked all of the claims that Echo has made, but I'd love for Echo to have an opportunity. Oh yes, Echo, come on up, man. Let's have a conversation about yesterday. Send an invite. Yeah, of course. I have no problem sending it to you. Do you want to come up and have a conversation about the positive claims you made? Well, you got two other accounts. You got the Banished, and I can't remember what your other account is. Do you want to hop on any one of those? I mean, I'll wait. I'm not here to chastise you, Echo. We're just going to have a decent conversation. Okay, well, I guess it won't be today, but I take issue with some of the things that you said on Elijah's Live, which, by the way, I also want to say, Echo, that I do have some respect for the things that you've done on this platform. I do have respect for you in that degree. I don't know who you are as a person, so I don't take issue with you as a person. But I do take issue with some of the things that you said yesterday. If you feel as though that you didn't intend, or your intention was not to have the impact that you had, that's fine. We all make mistakes. I'm willing to accept that. But I'd also like to preface that I don't think an individual such as yourself should be on Elijah's platform. I don't think that what they're doing is good for the community on either side, from either community. But listen, that's just my opinion. You know the people that I roll with, and the people that I hang with, and people take issue with the people that I roll with. I don't care, so I don't mind if you don't care. I'm just saying, like, I respect what you do to a certain degree on this app, and I would hate to see your reputation be tarnished by individuals who are, egotistical, heavily opinionated, heavily misinformed, And their only purpose is, I have absolutely no idea. I guess they want to be the social justice warriors on TikTok, but they're not doing a good job. I don't think many people in the community have respect for them and what they're doing, or the way that they're going about it. I would host a live if any of them would be willing to have a respectful conversation where we don't talk about each other personally, but we talk about the ideas. Now we can talk about AGP sometime and descend it together. Yeah, I would love that, Echo. I appreciate you. So some of the things, Echo, that I did cover today, Ray Blanchard's theory has not been debunked. There was, I believe, a German study that tried to debunk it. Where they failed was that they did not adopt the exact method of measuring the androphiliacs versus the gynophiliacs. So when we're trying to debunk a study, we have to adopt all forms of measurements and metrics that the initial researcher had to determine whether or not the theory is replicable or not. And obviously the result of that study was very different and vastly different than Blanchard's, simply because they didn't use the same measuring methods that Blanchard did when measuring for androphilic subjects. Another thing is that in 2011, an MRI confirmed Blanchard's typology, in that the homosexual, transsexual, male to female's brain anatomy was similar to that of a natal female heterosexual's brain, through sexual dimorphic changes, and that the heterosexual, transsexual, male to female had the brain composition similar to that of natal males. Which was also different from natal males who were homosexual. But the hole in that is that there weren't enough subjects in that particular study. All right. And so I do concede that we would need to have a much greater pool size of individuals before we could say definitively that we see consistency in that. Man of Forged, how are you, my friend?
How are you doing?
I'm doing excellent. I'm doing excellent. Let me just finish these last 2 points for Echo, and then I'm gonna get right to you. So, the other thing, Echo, is that AGP is not a fetish. A fetishistic disorder is classified in the DSM, but autogynephilia is a transvestic disorder and is associated with paraphilia. And there are diagnostic measures of diagnosing for transvestic disorder. So I just wanted to clarify those points with you, and I'm more than happy to engage with you on Discord to discuss that further. Maniforged, how are you, my friend? I hope you're not broke, and I hope the crypto markets are treating you good.
Oh my God, let's not even go there. In fact, you know what? I want to speak to you about something.
Yes, sir.
The opportunity of on Discord, but it's just a couple of things. Like, I just want to point out. I apologize for the background noise. I'm currently having. I'm currently traveling at the minute. I just want to point out a couple of things. The fact that you've taken your time and you're presenting information, not misrepresenting. You're actually presenting information from the academic sources yourself. You've taken the time to do this stuff. But I mean, Echo is part of a community that says that there are males that can give birth, right? Echo's part of a community that believes that certain people have like floating ovaries, as an example. We're not sure where those ovaries are, and that these people are intersex. Right? And you just don't know about intersex, or so I find it quite interesting that they have the goal to jump on a panel with people like Elijah, who it's not like as though they don't know they're problematic. It's not like as if we don't know how problematic Elijah is, and it's going to come back and bite them. It's going to come back to bite them, right? Every single one of them. It's absolutely fine. Like this. In fact, the more of them that band together around people like Elijah, the more we know that there is no way that we would actually be able to move with these people.
I mean, my very first interactions with Elijah weren't that bad. Like I can't knock the guy in the beginning. When I saw him on Envy's panel, he did have somewhat of a middle ground approach. But I think that he's just been caught up in the whirlwind of shit that's happening on TikTok.
Wait. Sorry, I missed that. I got a call. So he's saying that Echo is kind of like a middle ground approach.
No. I was saying Elijah.
Oh,
When I first
oh,
encountered Elijah, it was on Envy's live, and for the most part, they were getting along, and they did have disagreements, but they were cordial nonetheless, and he seemed very even keel. But now with all the drama and malarkey that's been going on TikTok, and the back and forth and the matching of energies,
yeah.
it just seems like they have also taken a very radical approach to things, and
It's
they're more or less
Elijah.
interested in being social justice warriors than advocates for the community or whatever we're trying to do, right?
I mean, I don't think Elijah. Look, Elijah is he's like a chameleon that sheds skin.
Mm,
Every time he gets kicked out of a group, so he will pretend to be whatever the group is, and then once they recognize that he is not what the group is, he just sheds his crusty ass skin and then goes somewhere else. Like that's literally what he does. And like it's interesting. Like I said, what will end up happening is he will cause them problems. He will be problematic to all of the people in there, and he'll get kicked
hmm
out of there too. And in that time, it's not like as though he wasn't. All these people that are associating with him now weren't given fair warning. They were all given fair warning. If you associate with Elijah, you're gonna have problems. The fact that you're associating with him is already a problem. Continue to do so, and I'm going to start considering all of them to be like Elijah, and I have
hmm
the least amount. Like it's not possible. I mean, maybe he can do something else that would make me respect him even less. But he has like the lowest levels of respect possible. Like just about. I mean, I probably give him the same respect as I would give an amoeba or a bacteria that's trying to give me some sort of disease. So I think you've given fair warning, Shane, and I think you're a very, very diplomatic, cordial, very kind-hearted person, and a lot of these people don't deserve the grace that you give them and the generosity that you give them. It is what it is.
You're making me blush, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I mean, listen, I try and put my best foot forward. I try and give everybody the benefit of the doubt, but there are certain individuals that you just got to stay away from, preserve your energy, and focus on those who are willing to have the discussion and willing to have the conversation. That's all I'm here to do. I'm not here to cultivate enemies. I'm not here to cause a civil war and a divide. I'm actually here to try and have meaningful conversations and find a resolution somehow. Martha, how are you, my darling?
Yum, 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 yum. All
Yum,
right.
yum, 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 yum. I miss you dearly, my love. How are you? I heard your voice on a live last night. I'm like, oh, Martha, my Martha.
Aw. Yeah.
Everything's good?
No. Everything's not good. But TikTok is my wonderful distraction. So here I am, and I saw that you're doing a live, and I cannot resist if you're doing a live. There's no resisting that.
Well, Martha, I have to give credit where credit is due because you definitely put the majority of us onto AGP. Although I will admit, it wasn't clear what it was. I'm starting to understand it far greater now, but I definitely see the concern, right? And where it concerns me is the potential of comorbidities, the fact that individuals like that are being affirmed or potentially affirmed in public, and what the implications of that means. And if an individual, is potentially addicted to the euphoria, and there is some fetishism behind it, or more paraphilic type behavior like voyeurism behind it, that could be very problematic for society, especially as it relates to women's spaces. So why don't you talk about that, because you're the subject matter expert, in my opinion, when it comes to that talking point.
Well, I mean, I haven't been like researching it that long. You might have done a deeper dive than me at this point, but I've always said that most of the men who are pretending to be women are AGP. I used to let gay men off the hook and be like, well, if they're gay, then they're not.
Hmm
But they're not the same thing as like the AGP that we're talking about. Like gay men who are doing this for a fetish, they're still fetishizing women, but they're doing it because they like to see themselves as women because it feels attractive for other men. right? Like they like to feel attractive to other men in that way. They've internalized it. It's a whole different reason, I guess, for being an AGP, but it's still the fetishization of everything female. It's still, wearing women as a costume, using women, objectifying women, dehumanizing them. It's just not in the same way that the ones who are doing it because they're attracted to women, therefore they're going to be more predatory towards women. Like, I kind of doubt the gay AGPs are like going into our spaces and jaying off or stealing the menstrual pads, or you know what I mean, like that. I don't think they're doing that kind of stuff. I don't think they're going to go in and voyeur and indecently expose themselves to women and children. So in some sense, I would say that the gay men are not as dangerous, and they're not, and maybe it's not even AGP, but it's just something similar. Like, it's so the
I'm
ones who
learning. I'm learning the difference to be, you know, and what I'm seeing on the Reddits, because I'm doing a lot of also reading on subreddits where people are more openly talking about it, and it just seems to me, all right, and I know people will disagree, but it seems to me that the male to female homosexual transsexuals are the ones who align closer with the definition of having gender dysphoria,
yeah.
knowing that they're a female. And when I listen to or when I read some of the subreddits about AGPs, it's always the desire or wanting to be and never I am, right? So like we hear people say, well, I am just a woman. I didn't choose to be one, I just am. And that was always a typical response that I saw amongst the homosexual transsexuals. But the heterosexual transsexuals, those were the ones that had the desire, the urge, the yearning to be a woman. And that is what I found distinguishably different between the two.
Oh, I think there's lots of distinguishably different things. Like I say, the predation factor is going to be quite different, because they're not going to want to predate against women. It's almost like they've internalized misogyny in the same way that women have, but they're objectifying women for themselves as if they're women. But and I would say pretty much every single heterosexual man doing this would be an AGP. Like, I don't think that any of the men who are heterosexual are like suffering gender dysphoria or anything. So, I mean, maybe like there could be a handful, but honestly, if they're heterosexual, I honestly think they're an AGP, like right off the bat. And then yeah, as for the gay men, like it's still as problematic, because for women, we can't have men thinking that we are a thing to use as a costume, as something to treat their dysphoria, or as something to attract other men with, or as whatever. Like, we are human beings. We have an anatomy that is ours because we're human. Our anatomy is not a man's costume. My sex is not a man's costume. My Yeah, so it's very problematic for women and girls in a society and in a world that already dehumanizes and objectifies women, like institutionally and generally, for us to embrace men and boys objectifying us in this way, because it's dangerous. It's more dehumanizing. We don't need more dehumanization. We need less. And it's causing us to have our boundaries and our rights eroded even further. And yeah, it's completely unacceptable. But so this live, like, you're calling out somebody.
Yeah, so Lee wanted me to elaborate for those who are just joining. So Echo was on a live yesterday on Elijah's live, making comments about the information that I'm publishing regarding AGP. He made a positive claim that Blanchard's typology was debunked,
Oh my God.
that AGP is a fetish, and you need to be diagnosed with AGP. There's an MRI study in 2011 that proves, so it's a scientific method by the means of an MRI scan that proves Blanchard's typology as it relates to sexual dimorphism in the brain and the difference between male to female homosexual transsexuals and male to female heterosexual transsexuals. As it relates to AGP being a fetish, It is classified in the DSM-5R as a transvestic disorder. It is a paraphilia commonly associated with P3DO, voyeurism, exhibitionism, and other things as well. And you cannot be diagnosed with AGP. You can only be diagnosed with a transvestic disorder. So
Yeah.
those were the positive claims that Echo had made, and I was just hosting a live to call it out. I don't mind people giving me constructive criticism, right, or challenging some of the material. It actually encourages me to continue to do more research and learning, and that's the whole purpose of this exercise, right? So I don't mind having honest conversations, just so long as that they're genuine, and we can challenge our ideas in a respectful manner. I just wasn't appreciative of the platform that Echo had voiced this opinion on, nor the choice of words that he used, although I don't have anything against Echo personally, and I don't mind that they challenge the idea either. Adam, my friend, how are the meat sandwiches going? For those of you who don't know, Adam is the founder, president, CEO, COO, CTO of the Mail Removal Division. Adam, what are your thoughts on the subject at hand?
Yeah, appreciate that. My audio is bad. I'll try to speak up. But yeah, Echo tagged me in a video with me with he called out a P3DO, and he is good about that. I'll give him props for that.
Yep.
But however, I think he should come up. I don't see why he's not going to come up and address that. I'm curious to know what his response would be.
He was banned. He's banned on all three of his accounts right now, I believe, is what he mentioned. But he's willing to have a further discourse about it on Discord, so I'm more than happy to have that conversation.
Okay, fair enough.
Awesome. But yeah, do you have any grievances you want to air out about your experience with Echo?
I mean, I don't have anything against him personally, but obviously we disagree.
Right.
So he thinks that the T people belong in the or have a right to the female spaces, which we don't agree with. So
Excellent. Well, thank you, Adam, for joining. I appreciate you. I've been getting a lot of heat because of you, but I don't mind, my
what
friend. We're on the same side.
for what?
Oh no, nothing. People just being people. You know how it goes.
Oh well,
People.
like I said, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No, you're good.
Okay, well, yeah, like I said, I don't expect anybody to defend me or speak up for me. Like, don't even worry about that. Just let people drag me, and then I'll just get around to kicking their butt. So I don't expect anybody to speak for me. I'll
With
just
your
just
words, though, right? You're gonna kick their butt
of
with your
course,
words,
yeah,
though,
yeah,
right?
figuratively, right. Oh yeah, gotta make sure of that. Yeah.
I appreciate you, Adam. I appreciate you. Christy, I'll get to you in just one second. But Amanda, you've been patiently waiting. Thank you so much for joining. How are you doing today?
I'm okay. I was just gonna say, I just wanted to say, because Martha was saying, like she's the question about like why maybe they're gay AGPs or what their whole thing was, and I would wonder if maybe it was that they were ashamed of it and that they chose that because they felt like if they changed into a woman, it wasn't seen the same way.
Mm-hmm.
That would be really what I was. That would be really what I was saying and what my thoughts were on it. Do I know that for a fact? I don't know that for a fact. That's just an opinion. But Martha, I also wanted to say I miss you,
Okay.
Yes, Martha, you're dearly missed. You're dearly missed. If there's
and I
anything that
could
we
have,
can do, you reach
I
out to us offline, okay?
100%,
Yeah.
and I definitely could have used you last night. Just saying.
What happened? Well, sorry, tell me.
Oh, oh no, Uzman came up into Fringe's panel and one of his friends, and it was wild. It was a wild debate. I'll just say that.
Oh, damn. Yeah, you gotta get aggressive with me. If there's a wild debate that I need to be there, you need to just be like, get
I,
in
I, I
it
did
now.
I did send it to every one of your accounts.
Oh, did you? Shit, I didn't see that. Oh.
Awesome. Christy, thank you so much for joining. Again, everybody, W. Christy in the chat for her interview this evening at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Christy, do you want to do a shameless plug before you address the topic?
What did you say? Do I want to do what before I do
A shameless plug.
it? Yeah, it's 9 p.m. Eastern time. I'll be
interviewing the wonderful, gorgeous, amazing Sal Grover, the creator of the Giggle app for women and girls networking that was infiltrated by an individual that was born male that was not allowed to join, who sued her, and her legal fees, I believe, cost up around 400 USD. And she's coming up tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time to talk about what happened. And I will be co-hosting with the most gorgeous, lovely Envy as well. So hope to see everybody there. Yeah, Sal Grover, she's going to be amazing. I'm fangirling over it. But as far as AGP goes, really quick, the more that I read about it, we used to call them like T-vestites, right? Like back in the day, that's what they were called. And they were shamed. They were shamed. They were looked at and they were like, given dirty looks, and they were pushed out and not accepted. And now the odd thing is now we renamed them, and now they're openly practicing their lovely desire to have a female body in public. Did you see the lawyer that's in Washington
Yes.
State with the gigantic breastplate that they wear in a
Yep.
courtroom? First of all, it's inappropriate for anybody to dress like that as an attorney in court, let alone a man wearing a humongous size XXX breastplate with their nips,
Rar, rar, rar. I rar for my tiny tinies. Go ahead, sorry.
their nips look like they're walking outside in the middle of the winter.
Yeah.
So I think what we're doing is we're rebranding things. We're rebranding things so they don't sound as bad, like the word map, right? We use
Rar,
map
rar,
instead of
rar. I
P3.
rar for my tiny tinies. Yep,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Oh,
No,
we're out.
my
Thanks.
bad.
Sorry, I'm roller skating right now. So
Amazing.
Yeah. So we're rebranding things to make it sound not as bad, right? Like to say somebody's a map is what the hell is that? Shame.
Yeah.
You have disorder. What's going on with you today?
Oh no, I roar for my tiny tinies. It's the new thing that I do. I roar for my tiny
I'm only kidding.
tinies.
So like everything is being renamed so we could accept it in society. Like maps is the new fun word for P3. I'll never use the word map. I'm always going to call them P3s. I'm actually going to use the full word. I am only using P3s because I don't want to be rude and get your lives taken down. But everything is rebranded to sounds nicer than what it is. So oh, I'm sorry, I got an echo. Is that me?
No, wait, Burnt
No,
Butter
it's
just.
me. I'm sorry. Somebody told me to put my mic on.
I put it on mute and then you unmuted, but that's okay. That's my bad. Go ahead, Christy.
That's it. It's being rebranded so the TVS sites are now called AGPs, and they're allowed to go in society and be attorneys wearing chest plates. So that's, I think, where we need to do. I think we just need to bring back shaming. I think we need to look at people and give them an eye roll and not accept them into certain spaces they don't belong in. And from what I've read, people men specifically that have some sort of weird desire to have a female body are some of the most dangerous men, especially when they're able to practice it out in public in front of us, and we just have to sit down and shut up and let them come in because they're women, right?
Yeah, that's what I perceive to be part of the problem as well, right? Is that now these individuals may be accessing treatments that are not appropriate for them, in their condition, and they are assimilating themselves into a transgender community who is obviously rejecting the fact that, individuals might be trying to identify them as AGP, right?
And I think they need to be shamed and shunned. Brown, burnt, whatever.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know I was unmuted. Somebody keeps
No.
unmuting me.
I got you.
Christy remembers it was me. Okay, wait. Let's see what this topic is.
I was calling out Echo, who is a content creator, for spreading misinformation about the information that I was offering about AGP. And so the positive claims that were made were that Blanchard's typology theory was debunked, which it was actually confirmed by an MRI study back in 2011. Made the claim that AGP is a fetish when it is classified as a transvestic disorder, and AGP cannot be diagnosed. You can only be diagnosed with a transvestic disorder. So I was just wanting him to come up and have that discussion, so we could address those claims.
Okay.
going
I'm not
on, Sam?
surprised we're on like another gender issue, but the way I see AGPs, aren't they kind of like, I don't know if you guys remember swingers, like those married couples that would kind of like trade partners and like fool around with each other? Is that like the same thing?
No,
Is that kind of in the same vein as
No,
AGP?
not even close,
no,
dog.
no,
Oh, okay.
It's
no.
not even close to the same.
Christy, show us, show us, show us.
Yeah, so Christy will probably do a slideshow of individuals that are typical autogynephilic, and I'll start reading what
Use
some
some
of the
French
typical
words.
traits are. But in the meantime, I'll just ask you to mute yourself because there's a little bit of background noise.
Okay.
So, all right. So, autogynephiles are much older when they sought to transition. They are typically attracted to women, not successful as passing as women, dressed how their ideal women would dress, and they were high-powered male industries, for example, academia, technology, and military. Homosexual transsexuals, a lot younger when they sought transition, attracted to men, much more successful at passing as women due to being naturally effeminate, dressed to attract men, and essentially gay men who felt internalized slash externalized homophobia and felt dysphoric from a young age. So those are some of the distinguishers or descriptors and differences between the two. Although autogynephiles do engage in other forms of sexual orientation, such as bisexualism, pansexualism, along with heterosexualism and some forms of homosexualism as well. So when we're talking about a transvestic disorder or a paraphilia is sexually arousing fantasies, urges, or behaviors that are recurrent, intense, and cause significant distress or interfere with important areas of function. So that I hope helps to clarify what that is. There are 4 types of autogynephilia. AGPs fit into one or more of the following categories: transvestic AGP, which is erotic arousal associated with the act or fantasy of wearing women's clothing; behavioral AGP, which is arousal associated with the act or fantasy of engaging in female typical behavior; anatomic AGP is arousal associated with the fantasy or reality of having female anatomic features; and physiological is arousal associated with the fantasy or simulation of being pregnant, menstruating, or lactating. When it comes to transvestic, he may steal undergarments from a known female to wear himself, masturbate onto, or to sniff. He may be aroused at the sight of himself wearing women's clothing, including heels, bras, underpants, dresses, or skirts, stockings. This can be looking into the mirror, viewing photos of himself, or exhibitionally posting these images on social media. If he is closeted, he may wear women's underwear and derive pleasure from orchestrated situations where his fetish is revealed to someone close to him, who then becomes part of the fantasy. Behavioral, he experiences sexual arousal being feminine. Example, putting on makeup, painting nails, shaving legs, brushing hair, or going um, clothes shopping with girls, attending girls' sleepovers, perhaps even sitting on a toilet seat to urinate. Access to female only spaces provides the ultimate validation of womanhood, and with that comes erotic pleasure. He may describe gender euphoria when acting like a bimbo or like a slut. This may attract attention from men in the form of mild sexual harassment. Example, catcalls on the street, which most women would abhor. But for these men, it is sexually gratifying and welcome validation. Number 3, anatomical. He may have fantasies of having soft, feminine skin, womanly curves, and or being penetrated in his non-existent vajayjay. He may wear oversized fake breasts or seek access to hormones and cosmetic surgeries to feminize his body for the purpose of sexual arousal, aka gender euphoria. Example of these are breast implants, Brazilian butt lift, butt implants, facial feminization surgery, Penile removal, creation of a neovagina, gender affirming treatment. He may exhibitionally post lewd photos of his body online, equally aroused by viewers' validation or disgust. And number four is physiological. He may enjoy having a period, side effects of HRT, which is false, and may create false evidence of a period. He may steal tampons from bins or female housemates out of smexual interest. He may become jealous of a female partner or friend if they are pregnant and accuse them of being insensitive when they share information about their own experience of pregnancy. Insensitive when they are sharing information about their own experience of pregnancy. He may simulate pregnancy with a fake bump and generate fake contractions using abdominal muscle simulation. He may find it arousing to breastfeed babies, and if he has none, may ask a mother to access her baby for gender affirmation. So, did that clarify?
Yeah, it did. But I wanted to know why were trans women included? Trans women attracted to men included in that? They're not attracted to their own body. They're attracted to men, so they just look more feminine to try and attract men. Like I thought AGP meant they look more like a woman because
They
they like
enjoy
women
their
so much and
body.
they want.
They are attracted to their body, but it's different. Like it's like they like it the way it feels to be a woman because they know that men are looking at them that way. Like it's just a different type of attraction to their own body, but it's the same like dehumanization and objectification of women. Like we're a costume.
That
Like
still
we're
counts.
something to use.
That still counts as an AGP though.
No, that's androphilic. So females experience this when they may go lingerie shopping and they come home and they try the garments on in the mirror and they are aroused by the sight of themselves. How this
Okay.
varies between androphilic and gynophilic is that gynophilic is intense, insistent, at urges and desires, right? So we don't typically see females running to Victoria's Secret and then running home to gratify themselves, right? This may be circumstantial, where they're getting ready to be romantic with their partner, and the thought of being romantic with their partner alludes to a self gratification moment or experience, but it's by no means classified as the same, in my opinion.
Okay. What
It's
about
not the same,
so being part of
definitely.
the being part of the LGBT community, BT community, I come across a lot of trans men that are like trans men attracted to men. So they start out as straight women and then they turn into men, gay men, essentially, or gay, whatever. But they a lot of times they're like down to everything. They're just like it's boy underwear. They just want to be one of the guys and this and that. Even like they don't have the parts, but they prefer to top guys. You know what I mean?
Women
So
never do this for a fetish. It's not something like it's totally different. The reason why men and women pretend they're the opposite sex is for totally different reasons. You might as well not even speak about them in the same sentence because
wait, so you're
women
saying being a trans woman is completely different from being a trans man?
Yes,
absolutely, absolutely.
1000%.
You might as well just be
This
So
like
why are
talking
these
about.
trans men going after gay men? Shouldn't they be going after straight men like how other gay men do?
Well, they're not going after. They're attracted to. That's very different than being attracted to yourself and for a fetish. Like it's not the
Yeah.
same.
So androphilia is when you have like an external smexual target where you appreciate the qualities or certain characteristics of the opposite sex, whereas autogonophilia is more of an arousal of a presentation of themselves in their mind as a woman, or characteristics or features or behaviors associated to women. Oftentimes when they engage in like heterosexual relationships, it's not always an emotional or an intimate interaction for both partners. For one partner, it can absolutely be a means of self gratification. So they use their partner as a mechanism and fantasize about being their partner, all whilst being penetrated by their masculine self. So that is an internal smexual target because the arousal comes from the idea of them being female. right? And in order for them to achieve arousal and climax, they must remove themselves from that sexual experience and insert a fantasy of them being that female in order for them to achieve arousal. So that's the difference. One's target is internal, the other target is external. One's internal and the appreciation of women features and the desire to have those features, whereas mine is an external one. I like heavier sized women's chest, and so that is an external target that I have. When I was seeking a partner, those were some of the characteristics that I would look for.
And can I just say, like, I'm this is just a my own personal opinion, but I would say there's a lot of girls that are transitioning, and I would say it's not because they want to be men, it's because they are fearful of being women.
Yeah. They're trying to flee the sex-based oppression. But I think something that's really
That's
important to say about this AGP thing that hasn't been mentioned yet is that if you study fetishes and you study paraphilias, they're dangerous behaviors. It's not like, oh, whatever floats your boat, do it. They're dangerous. Paraphilias cluster with other paraphilias, and if you look at what other paraphilias are, some of them involve animals, some of them involve children. They almost always involve boundary crossing, voyeurism. They infringe on other people. And the dangerous thing about this paraphilia in particular is that gender ideology has made it permissible now for all these men to practice their fetish full time and in our spaces. They now have permission to boundary cross. And because a paraphilia is like an addiction, or it creates a driving force. It creates like it proceed. What's the word I'm trying to say? It goes forward. It doesn't stay still. So it's like it's not going to be enough to cross our boundaries because now there's
Hi,
permission
raw
to do
for
it.
my tiny tinies. Go ahead. Sorry.
They're not going to get the same titillation or the same arousal from pushing the boundaries, from being called she, her, from people treating them like women. There's gonna need to be more and more, and so we're being very dangerous about this with gender ideology, because we're saying, oh, these men can go ahead and do this anywhere in society that they like, and the boundaries aren't being pushed anymore. It's gonna lose the appeal, and they're gonna need to go further.
So the approach that I tend to take with this, Martha, is that when we think about paraphilias, all right, these are usually I raw for my tiny tinies. These are usually acts that do not accomplish consent, right? So when we think about voyeurism, you're, peeking on somebody without their consent. When we talk about exhibitionism, you're exposing yourself to somebody without consent. And when we talk about, P3DOs, this is another form of consent because the victim themselves doesn't have the ability to consent, or they can be forced, right? And then when it comes to autogynephilia, where like you were mentioning, is that their interactions with women or people in society, when it comes to affirming them, I don't think women are okay with the idea of offering a compliment knowing that it could stimulate arousal or allude to an erotic act, right? That's where I perceive it to be very controversial, in that we shouldn't be affirming this type of behavior in society and in public, all right? Because it's tantamount to, saying, well, it's okay for boys to go into the public washroom and and gratify themselves, because we know that boys of that age, are experiencing those urges, and they should have the ability to relieve themselves in public. No, that's not what we should be. That's not the precedent that we should be setting in society, right? And I think people need to be made aware that, these words and these compliments that are being used are potentially having a stimulating effect or an arousal to that person, right? And that is outside of your consent, because I don't think that your intent was to arouse that person. The impact aroused them, but your intent was probably just to be cordial, polite, accepting, inclusive, or whatever you want to call it. I don't think you're giving yourself permission or giving permission for somebody else to be aroused by your compliment or words. And who knows, rar, who knows where
Women
that
are
could.
always fawning over these men because they're always being like, "Oh, you're so beautiful," and "Oh, come in the bathroom, you can do whatever you want." You know, like this is they don't understand. Once we spread the word, and you're helping do this about autogynephilia and how prevalent it is and how dangerous it is. This is why, like when the Wee Spot incident happened, and the guy's walking around erect, and he's doing this around children, he's doing this around women. Again, paraphilias cluster with other paraphilias. They're just getting everything. Like their whole, it's like a sexual addiction. So it is predatory. It's predatory on women and children especially, and anything that can cross boundaries really. So it's not going to be contained within the love of oneself. It's going to spill over, especially now that the ideology has given them full permission to violate all women's boundaries. And like that, you know, the Tickle versus Giggle lawsuit is again an autogynephile who wants to go and have access to everything women are saying and doing because it turns him on to know about these things. He wants to know about what women are saying. He wants to hear or be in the chat rooms and know about the personal intimate things about women because it turns him on. It's a violation, and
Not only that, but I
it's
mean,
dangerous.
these individuals could be potentially getting off at comments of disgust as well, right? Like, I've seen
They
this in
love it.
Sage when Christy has addressed Sage head on and was quite aggressive, rar rar rar, I rar for my tiny dinies, where Christy was going at it with Sage, and you could just see the look on Sage's face, like the emotion that person was experiencing seemed uncontrollable to them. Although they
I would say
were,
Sage is a narcissist.
well, Sage is many things, right?
Yeah,
But
many
Sage is
things.
also in denial, right? I truly believe that Sage feels as though that they are a trans woman, right? And when we look at
Well, he's
some of
been
the,
convinced by the
yeah,
ideology.
right. But when we take the typology, Blanchard's typology, right? We know that Sage's bed is facing his wall cabinet, which is all mirrored. We also know that he posts content on OF, right? Some of us have seen
We
that
know that
content as
way too
well.
well.
Yeah. So one of the behaviors that they're actively demonstrating, even on their TikTok lives, is staring at themselves in the mirror and then watching their behavior afterwards. You can tell how emphatic they are and how euphoric they're feeling presenting the way that they're presenting, right? But in some cases, I also think that Sage likes to be shamed.
Oh yeah.
I also feel like he wants that attention, right? They also talk about their feelings about being on HRT, right? And the boom that they get from that experience, the euphoric feelings associated to it, right? There's no doubt in my mind that anybody who is suffering from gender dysphoria and is actually going through the steps of transition, that introducing HRT can be a form of distress relief. All right, meaning it's relieving the distress or the
Go jump in
symptoms
the
that
shower.
you're experiencing. Okay,
Yeah, but
but
you might want to get warmed up.
this is having an opposite effect though on Sage. Sage is becoming
Oh,
euphoric
you
at the
happen to wear a
effects.
Nike Tech today. Yeah,
Martha, I'm just
go
going to
go.
mute you. I'm just going to mute Martha for a second, just because they're speaking with somebody in the background. So the outcome is vastly different from males who transition to be females and who use HRT and feel a form of relief of distress, right? The symptoms of depression, anxiety, and distress. Those symptoms are being alleviated by HRT. But with the individuals like Sage, they're experiencing a euphoric feeling, right? So are they treating a gender dysphoria, or are they rewarding AGP type like behaviors? And
100%.
that's what I feel like is inappropriate. I feel like it's inappropriate for someone to access a therapeutic treatment or a medical treatment for the purpose of achieving a euphoric feeling, when the medication and therapy itself is meant to relieve feelings or symptoms of dysphoria.
Well, and
What
if
do you
you've
have?
looked at, oh, sorry, if you looked
No,
at their
go ahead.
profile before they transitioned or before they decided on this transition, they definitely still supported this whole community and were very much almost, you could see it, like they were almost, I don't know, I've looked back on a lot of their videos because I again, I was very disturbed by it. That's why I brought it up to the attention. But like, the point is like they were very much still like trying to be involved and trying to be important and trying to be a part of something that they weren't. And then all of a sudden they decided they were going to make this transition. And when I think there was like a video and it was really like, yeah, it was really,
Yeah, so here's my
that's bad.
assessment of Sage. I think Sage suffered some form of SA when they were a teenager by a male. They transitioned later on in life. They are not passing by any means necessary. The ideal woman that I think they're dressing as is a much younger form of female, provocative or promiscuous type of female, which leads me to believe that based on the content on their OF account that they have published, that that's exactly the type of female that they fantasize themselves being. They are open about maintaining both heterosexual or bisexual sexual encounters. When it comes to homosexual encounters, I suspect that Sage is emphasizing on the role of being a younger female, one that is perhaps being taken advantage of or being forced on. This is not uncommon on some of the threads that I've been reading in the Autogonophile subreddit, where they talk about fantasizing about being abused or aggressed on. That is their fantasy and their desire, right?
Apparently it's like 60% of females or something have some sort of fantasy like that.
60% of females have a fantasy of being aggressed or abused.
But again,
That's what
that's a whole different
was being
thing. Like,
said. No,
that's more
I'm not saying
because of
it's the
the
same thing. What I'm saying
yeah,
is
no, I
like
know it's, but
I don't
it's
understand that at all, to be
I
honest.
can help you understand it. It's because like the polarity has shifted so much, and women, like men are very feminized, and like the idea of like I guess being like the aggression is very male and very dominant, and there's just it's kind of just messed up, but it's like women just like that aggressive dominant energy because the polarity is so shifted, and women are way too in their masculine and men are way too in their feminine. And I think it has a lot to do with that, and just getting, and then maybe some stuff set in, like people's sexual templates were set at that, maybe they were exposed to corn, on and on. There's like a lot of reasons for it, but
Oh yeah, I mean,
not
like
AGP.
with Sage, you know, I feel strongly that they have engaged in sissy or viewed sissy corn. All right, I think that they, to the best of their ability, tried to emulate that more in a private setting than they do in a public setting. I think in a public setting they try and emulate a little bit of an older type of female. But if we take another character from TikTok, Mindora, you know, this person is open about, you know, appreciating or spending hours in front of the mirror. For those of you who have gone to their X account or Twitter account and seen the type of pornography that they have posted, also very much in line with AGP type like behavior with wanting to share imagery of their body parts. We've also seen this on lives where they are, I don't know if they're aroused by the fact that people confront them about not being a woman, and then they directly allude to grabbing their chest and going, does a man have these? It just comes off as, you know, they are very emphatic about having those body parts, right? And it just makes me question, you know, what they actually do with those body parts when they're alone, right? And whether or not they are exhibiting typical AGP type like behavior. One of the things that's shocking to me is that when Adora did come out on this app, they claimed to be, Mindora, excuse me, claims to be asexual. And they had also admitted that they had engaged in asexual type like behavior. And that they had this, you know, misogyny towards women. Now I just find it very odd that they've come out as a lesbian, you know, and we all know that the biological reality is that Mandora cannot be a lesbian, and that is a heterosexual relation that they are seeking, right? So that is also very in line with AGP type like behavior, seeking out female suitors. And might I just add, I think it would be extremely traumatic to allow individuals or AGP type like individuals, or any transsexual individuals on a lesbian dating site. I think that the females would be subjecting themselves to a form of trauma. They would be more or less shamed into feeling transphobic, for rejecting the biological preference that they have and the smexual orientation that they have. So I think, this case, the tickle v giggle v tickle, is absolutely crucial, because it will set a precedent as to what society will allow, what type of trauma society will allow women to subject themselves to. What are your thoughts, Martha? Or Amanda? Or burnt butter?
Sorry, what did you just say? Asking something?
Um,
I don't think people want to hear me repeat it, so I'll make
Oh,
I would
another
sorry. I
point. But
was just talking to my
no, you're
daughter.
good.
Like,
You're good. You're good.
no,
Go
I
ahead,
would
butter,
just
and then I'll let Amanda go after.
I kind of get like their issue because I saw a TikTok recently about a gay guy talking about, sorry, I'm gonna like bring it back to LGBT community. But he was just like, you're not ugly, you're just attracted, you're just trying to make yourself look like what you're attracted to. Because there's like the complete opposite in the gay community where guys are just not masculine enough for each other, no matter how hard they try. Like they can be super hyper masculine and they'll, another guy will be like, no, you still are too gay for me. And it's funny because we're all like always acting like super more like the ideal level of masculinity,
Hmm.
almost to like whatever the opposite of bimbo is for women, I guess a himbo for men. We're all trying to be himbos, but we can never achieve that. And to because that's what we want too. We want a himbo for ourselves.
Hmm.
It's kind of it's kind of weird. You ever notice like how people when they date, they usually date somebody that looks like them?
Oh
Like
my God, I've heard this
couples
so many
couples be
times.
looking
Yes.
couples be looking like brother and sister. If it's a gay relationship, they'll look like brothers. Um, you know what I mean? Like it happens a lot. Don't you guys notice?
Yeah, I think that there is a degree where couples are attracted to the likability of the way that they look alike.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Never really experienced it myself, but I have seen it for sure.
Look at it. Look at every married couple. Like if you look at them, like at their wedding photos or like any like just going walking down the street, like if you didn't see like a little trigger that says okay they're a couple, you could say that they're siblings.
To a
Like if
certain
they're
degree,
hanging
yeah.
out.
of just being like attuned with each other and like entrained with each other's like energy and like maybe how they hold their bodies, maybe how they're, you know what I mean? Like I've seen that too, but I don't know if it's actually like their looks are the same. And it's also like when they have kids too, and they combine each other into a human, it can also look more like that for some reason. But I don't honestly know if they do look the same like all the time. It's just more like maybe they start to look similar because they start to like maybe entrain and align with each other in a way that makes them kind of like appear. But you could
But I
be
mean,
right.
generally, if you think about your type, like you're most likely going to be attracted to your own race, like probably like similar hair color, similar eye color, similar features, like going down like the people you've dated, like Martha and whoever else. Like I'm pretty sure because me personally, I don't know why, like I'm attracted to people that look like me quite often, and I can't help it. It just happens.
Sorry, guys. I want to introduce Summer and Rockstar. I just got to help my wife with something. Summer, you're going to go first because ladies always first, and then my brother lover will speak.
Hi Roy, how are you? Um,
I am fantastic. How about yourself?
Great. It's 6:20 in the morning. Just woke up. Um, yeah, it's an interesting conversation. I think we really need to educate more and more people about these AGPs within the community because it's going to help them a lot to understand the differences and why we
Oh God, I'm so tired. I just woke up. Um, give me a second.
Yeah, give me a moment as well, guys.
I want to reiterate what you're saying, Summer. Like, the more that I educate, like every time I send people the video, "What is a woman? Wrong answers only," and they watch it, there's no going back. Like, you can't unsee it, right? Like, you and that's the thing about Sage is like he's managed to groom all these young girls because they're conflating like the ideology with the fetish, and they think, oh, these men are cool, ultra safe, they're wonderful, you know, they're marginalized, we have to protect them, it's a civil rights movement, we're such amazing people if we're friends with these men. Meanwhile, these pervs are sitting there grooming like 17 to 19-year-old girls and trying to meet up with them and rubbing their D on their live. I was there, like literally on the live with him while he stood up, pulled his pants right up to the roof, and rubbed his D and B's right there in the camera. And it's just like, you know, girls are like, this is fine because their natural intuition or their natural safeguarding or their by the ideology preaching that this is a wonderful thing, this is stunning and brave, and oh my God. And you see all these poor wives. You see these poor wives with these AGP husbands who they're like, oh, my husband, he's so brave. He's been living with this his entire life. And now he's ready to come out. And then she has to put up with his fetish, like, and the kids have to call him mom. And like, it's just so despicable and so disgusting. So the more and now, yeah, and these men are now like being able to take infants and use them in their fetish. And like, you know, Raw, as you know, 3 world-class Canadian hospitals have helped that one guy, that one AGP who's HIV positive to abuse an infant, right? Like they've all participated in helping him abuse that infant.
It's
This is our
ridiculous.
institutions. Our institutions are backing these fetishes and are letting infants be abused in these fetishes. It's absolutely the most fucked up thing ever. So when we spread those videos like what is a woman, wrong answers only, and the men and women can see what these men are doing, you can sense it. You don't even have to like read Blanchard. You don't have to know what an AGP is. You just have to watch that video and you get a sense. You can understand what you're seeing is not some marginalized, wonderful, brave man. The dude's a perv. You can see all these dudes are pervs. You can see all of this is absolutely disgusting
Rawr.
and so
Rawr for my
disrespectful to
tiny
women and
tinies.
girls and so freaking dangerous and so harmful and so Buffalo Bill and all of that. Like, you know, you can see it and there's no unseeing it. So we have to keep spreading the word.
Well, and I think there are going to be instances, Martha, where they can't see it. And so, for those of you who are interested in finding out a little bit more about what this looks like, rawr, rawr, I rawr for my tiny tinies. There are several subreddits that you can go to, and I'll read them out to you. So, one of them is Translator, Later, all one word. Another one is Trans Passing. Another one is MTF, male to female. Another one is My Partner is Trans. And you can find some stories about divorce in the divorce subreddit. And so I've been in Translator, I've been in autogynephilia, I've been in male to female, and my partner is trans. And Martha's right. There are a lot of women who are basically trying to affirm their husbands and what they're doing, and they're trying to be supportive and embracive and inclusive. But you can tell um, by the words that they're typing um, that they are dealing with something, right? And they're doing everything that they can to try and save their marriage. But this is causing them some form of anxiety or depression or stress in their relationship and within their family. Um, Understanding that individuals who are in their 50s and 60s, who are transitioning, or even in their 40s, for example, who are still in the workforce, there is that family household or that household that relies on both of those incomes to sustain the household and the family members in that household. And the reality is that some of these women are talking about the financial implications of their husbands transitioning, or by rewarding these behaviors, and how some of them are losing their jobs, how some of the wives are resorting to going out and getting second jobs, and how sometimes the funds for the household are being used to buy, specific types of lingerie or clothing or prosthetics, or all kinds of things, right? And so I think it's important to, if you have time, to go down some of these Reddits and read some of these experiences, right? Because for the most part, they're doing it in somewhat of an anonymous form. There's no profile picture to associate a real life human being with. It's very hard to be able to associate your, Reddit account with, who your personal identifying information is over the internet. Um, I would say, sure, it is anecdotal, but this is absolutely the information that you should be looking at, because there are no doctors, there are no researchers that are bringing this information to your attention other than the ones that I've mentioned earlier, such as Ray Blanchard, who is active in some of these subreddits, such as Anne Lawrence, who is a male to female transsexual autogonophile. And then there's J. Michael Bailey, and then I forget Zucker. I forget what Zucker's first. Mike Zucker, I think, is his name. So there are doctors who are actively involved in seeking out these subjects and having conversations with them. I myself am trying to connect with those individuals to get a better understanding. And the one thing that I can tell you is that there is an extreme amount of skepticism when approaching this group of individuals who have found some comfort in opening up about their AGP experiences online, regardless whether they are anonymous when communicating with me. There is still the reluctance to be open and vulnerable about their experience, because they ultimately feel as though that it will be used against them. And I simply want to better understand how this all meticulates and how it manifests, and the different ways that it impacts the areas of their life, whether it be work related or social, or from a romantic and family standpoint.
No,
I
but
think
Ra,
it's
it's not anecdotal. Like I really get frustrated with the idea that people think, oh, this is just a few, this is no, the overwhelming majority of men who are doing this, it is because of a fetish. If they're heterosexual, I'd say every single one of them. Again, 2 to 4% of them. This is what Blanchard says, and so I'd say way more because of corn. But 2 to 4% of the male population has autogynephilia, whereas less than 1% of both male and females are so-called trans. So it's not anecdotal. This is more and more and more we're seeing, and because the ideology entitles and enables them to come out in the world, these women who are their wives, they're being labeled like bigots or transphobe. They're being put in a position with their friends, with their communities, that if they don't accept their husband's deviant, fetishistic, perverted behavior, because they're being sold the bill of like, oh, this is he's trans, this is something amazing, this is something that he's been dealing with his whole life, and he's the one that we need to focus on, and he's the one who we need to make sure he's getting what he wants. He needs to go get his implants, and these women are in a position where if they say, oh my god, I can't believe you betrayed me, you're disgusting, you're a pervert, you're corn sick, you prioritize your fetish over your family, over me as your wife. No, she can't say any of those things. She can't let out the pain. She can't talk to others. She has to accept what he's doing and embrace it. And it's so abusive and so sickening. And these women need support. They need help. They need us to be like, hey, and the kids too. Like, there's trans widows. Go listen to trans widows' stories. You will be horrified at the husband's behaviors. And
Mhm.
then go and then listen to some of the trans widows' children, which I guess it could be like trans orphans or something you could call them, where they have to deal with their father being inappropriate and being really gross and disgusting and prioritizing his fetish in the household. and then the ideology backs them all the way. So it's like it's not anecdotal. It is very
Well,
common.
I'll also tell you what's not anecdotal. So, in an interview that I saw with Anne Lawrence interviewing a doctor or the head doctor at a gender clinic in New Zealand, was that he was reporting his observation of approximately 80% of the male to female transsexuals who were coming in for affirming care were displaying autogynephilic behavior. And so he can observe that, right? And that's great and all, but unless there are researchers who are willing to take that data, study it, scrutinize it, all right, and do some actual studies on what they're observing, who is going to tell you all of this information if not the individuals who are going to Reddit and sharing their real life experiences? And furthermore, I don't think that a therapist or a gender affirming doctor could tell you, as a partner in a relationship with someone who is displaying autogynephilia, how that's going to impact your life. So, what better way then to take the personal experiences of those who are going to the internet, who are reaching out for some sort of advice, guidance, or support, and sharing their personal experience? Because suffice it to say, okay, yeah, it can be anecdotal, but those are real women and those are real women's experiences that they're sharing that doctors are not going to tell you about. So, unless we're validating or we're actively going out and collecting all the data that these gender affirming clinics are collecting, all right, and the doctor's observations of the different patterns and behaviors across all the subjects walking in and out of their door, all right, we're going to have to continue having these conversations and relying on sources like Reddit, where people are actively coming out and speaking about these experiences.
Yeah, this is it's not like it's just not something that they focus on like a lot in society, and now that the ideology is pretending it doesn't even exist. But another thing to keep in mind is that a lot of these men who are AGP, they don't know they're AGP. They don't understand that the ideology has made them think they're trans, and so they have all this entitlement and emboldenment, but they don't know, like they just think it's a part of their sexuality, and they don't know that they're a raging AGP, a lot of them. I've spoken with many, many, many AGPs who have no clue what an AGP even is. So, this is something that we're not just educating the public about, but the AGPs themselves. And maybe they'll choose to get help once they know what they're doing. Probably not, though, because when you're engaged in something that's driving you, you don't really see the world around you. You don't really hear anything. You only hear and see what plays into the fetish. So you block out anything that will pop the fantasy. So
Wait, Martha.
yeah.
Sometimes I'm with a dude and like he'll want me like to cross dress a little bit for him. Does that mean I'm an AGP too?
If
But I
not in
don't
the
like it. I don't like it. I do it for
like
them
not in the
because they want
sense
that.
that
No.
yeah, like not in the sense that you're turned on by yourself as a woman.
So they're an AGP.
No, it sounds like they just like women.
Yeah, they do. Most of them are bisexual, leaning towards women. But one thing I want to say about the wives that accept their husbands and whatever they do, you guys ever heard of like the good wife or the good husband, where like they're in a relationship and they know their partner's like it's infidelity, but they're just like, no, I have to stay with them because of the kids. I have to stay with them because they're a gazillionaire. There's like a famous TikTok where it's like, would you stay with a man that beats you every week but gives you 500,000? And then all the responses are just like women with like black and blue faces and just be like, I'm going now. It's like you're gonna stay for the money. You're gonna like be quiet, like no matter what. Like if your partner's crazy and stuff, if you're in like a bad like relationship, and then something's wrong, whether it be
Are you
they're
laughing at
trans, they're
battered women? Sorry, I just had to react to that a little bit.
I'm
Yeah, that's
laughing
what I
at.
was thinking.
I was like, kind of
No,
like,
it's
like,
it's a joke
they're
because
all
that
beaten
scenario would
up.
never.
They're all
It's a
beaten
joke
up,
because
and
that
they're
never
like,
would happen.
they're going out anyway. It's kind of like,
No, I could laugh at
there's some.
battered men too, about women beating men, because women beat men too. But I
Oh,
said
okay,
I
but
didn't specify.
women don't unalive men by the hundreds every single day of the week. So maybe have some respect. This is kind of
Okay,
what I
but
mean about the
you got to
gay
go by case by
misogyny. Like,
case. You gotta go like
gay
case by
miso-
It's
case. You
not the
can't
gay
just do
same.
it
men
from
are
for
often
everything.
very misogynistic, like this man here, where it's like they just don't care
You're
about women.
misandronistic. You hate
Sure,
men.
that's whatever, that's fine. Misandry doesn't result in men being unalived every single day of the
Yes,
week
it
like women.
does.
No, it
Yes,
really
it
doesn't.
does. Yes, it
Okay, how
does.
so? How so? How do
By other
women
men.
unalive men every single day of the week?
By other men.
We were
So
A
talking
woman
about
can
they
just
have
tell
men.
a man like, "Oh, he
unalive
threatened me,"
women.
and then blah blah blah, and then everybody goes after that man. That's
All
Oh,
right, I
okay.
think we can.
That's
We'll
a
It's
pin
big
not
this.
the
We'll
problem.
pin
same.
this
Okay.
discussion for like another day. But what I did want to address, Butter, was like when it comes to thinking of whether or not someone is autogynephilic, you have to kind of ask the question: is their smexual target internalized or is it externalized? And I know that that's going to be something that's very, very hard to distinguish. But you can ask questions about the things that they're attracted to and try and
Oh,
come to, your own opinion of what you believe it to be. But again, we're not doctors, right? We're not therapists and we're not psychotherapists, and we really shouldn't be going out and trying to, psychoanalyze anybody, right? At the end of the day, it's just about bringing and raising awareness that this does exist. All right, it is a phenomenon that is understudied and that needs more study. And if more research, if more people invest in the research, there may be different forms of care that are more appropriate for the things that people are experiencing when it comes to AGP, right? I'm sure that some of the people who are 50 or 60 years old now, who are transitioning or realizing that they've had this for their entire life, if had given the opportunity and resources to change that, they would have. But they're too far gone in their life now. They've been living with it, and teaching an old dog new tricks is something that's very, very challenging. Not impossible, but the success rate is far less, as opposed to teaching a new dog, teaching a young dog new tricks. So, the incentive is to destigmatize this. All right, it's not like I think that AGPs are, of their volition going out there and trying to, of their volition violate the spaces. I do think that there are some who are suffering from extreme forms of distress,
But Rod,
addictive
you want to
personalities.
destigmatize it?
Yeah, I want to destigmatize it in the sense that, um, you know, we
Oh
want
no.
mothers who are identifying these behaviors in their young children not to have a negative reaction that caters to the shame that makes those children closeted and takes them down the path that every other person who suffered with AGP has gone down. What we really want them to do is acknowledge that, okay, you're suffering from something that can be treated, and make sure that you get the appropriate treatment to do so, so that you train those smexual targets to be external and don't reward the behaviors when you internalize those smexual targets.
I'd say for
That
younger men that could be a possibility, but society in general has to stigmatize this behavior in men. We have to be able to respond to antisocial, dangerous behaviors in society with a disgust response, with a shame response, with a rejection response instead of an embracing, because it's kind of the same as the P3 thing where they're trying to destigmatize that.
Yes.
So people
Right.
can
So, like, I agree. Like, so that's what I was saying before. I don't think that we should be affirming these types of behaviors within society. Right. So, what I mean specifically is that we shouldn't be allowing AGPs into female spaces, understanding the potential of consent being violated and a lewd act being committed, although it is not a physical form. Or it may not allude to a physical form. It is simply inappropriate for society to be catering to that or to be affirming that type of behavior. I it's like I would never say practicing P3DOism, if done healthy, is acceptable. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that society today doesn't know the difference between the two, and they are affirming everybody that comes into the circle, including these individuals who are now feeling comfortable enough to pursue doing these acts in public, where it was mostly a closeted, shameful activity. You are now, as society, the way that we're going, making them feel comfortable enough to come out and practice their unhealthy behaviors within society. So that's what I'm trying to say, is like we should not be affirming in society. But for those who are unaware that they're experiencing it, they would extremely benefit from knowing this information and having resources that can help them, um, you know, achieve remission so that it no longer impacts those functioning areas of their life.
Yeah, I agree with
And
that kind of thing, but definitely
Bro, can I
to
jump in
use.
at some point?
So
yeah, for sure. Just let Martha finish her point, and then I'll get right to you, my man.
I was just gonna say that like we just got to be careful with using words like destigmatize, just because it can mean very general things. I know you were more specific, but it's just as soon as I hear any kind of destigmatizing things that are really harmful in society, I just get my back gets up. So, but I didn't suggest that you wanted to normalize like P3 or anything. I wasn't thinking that at all.
No, but I mean, like, because again, I don't know what I don't know. Okay, and so if somebody is demonstrating or exhibiting AGP type like behavior in society, and let's throw in PTSD into the mix, where we know that a potential outcome of untreated PTSD could be violent acts against other people. All right. And so, what if we put those two together and the personality and personality traits and the sexual desire and behavior? And what does that look like? Well, I don't know. Could that pose an even bigger threat? Could that manifest? Could, excuse me, could the AGP behaviors, in addition to PTSD, manifest in a far more harmful type of behavior like P3DO or exhibitionism or voyeurism, right? For the most part, the way that the science explains it or the studies explain it is not one of a violent nature, right? So I know that we associate this with perhaps individuals who go to the extreme and, sexually assault women in washrooms. Um, I don't think that this is common amongst all people who are exhibiting AGP type like behavior. Do I think that it's possible in combination with other comorbidities? I think that it is reasonable to assume that that is a possibility. And it is reasonable to assume, with our understanding of mental health, that the vast majority of these individuals are suffering from a comorbidity as well. So there is a risk factor, in my
They
opinion.
cluster and get driven. That's the thing. Like you got to remember is they cluster with other ones usually. And I would say like as soon as you engage in porn, for instance, you have now started on a paraphilic path because voyeurism is a paraphilia. So it's like these things progress and they cluster and you can almost guarantee that they're going to do that. And that's why it's important to realize that it's not like, well, there can be non-offending people and there can be people who, aren't as bad and whatever. You just have to understand that the paraphilias themselves are dangerous behaviors and dangerous drives to start getting into. And so as soon as you see it demonstrated, we need to be like, okay, this man is dangerous. And we need to teach our children that. And so that's why we can't be normalizing this for children, like with the drag queen story hour and stuff. We're like, oh, it's so normal to be interacting with cross-dressing men. No, it isn't.
I'm
It's not
sorry. My
normal.
wife told me the other day, she showed me that last year in British Columbia, there was a drag queen day camp for children,
Not surprised.
ages
Only
7 to 11.
unacceptable.
Ages 7 to 11. Ages 7 to 11. Why? Anyways, I digress.
Sorry, go ahead,
Rockstar,
Roxanne.
yeah. How are you, brother lover?
Oh, hey guys. I'm doing great. My bromance.
I love it.
Just a couple things. Martha, love you. Haven't seen you on in a while. Glad to see you back here. Um, I wanted to just kind of talk. Like, I find the pattern of the incel males slash AGP that take this turn to wanting to be women simply because they aren't having success in a relationship, and it's very troubling because their idea is that they're going to become a lesbian and it's going to be an easier lifestyle for them to become a woman, which is so baffling to me that it just is so strange. And the anger and hostility and misogyny that comes out of these people is disgusting. Like, I've been in panels lately where it'll be a couple women, a couple guys, and a couple AGP slash incel males, and when they get mad they just attack the women. They won't attack the men on the panel. And, that's very troublesome, which kind of backs the point, and I wanted to bring it up about the misogyny and how that anger that men have unalive women at such a higher rate than anything women do towards men. And that's what this problem is, and that's why we're fighting for this safety issue for female spaces. And it's just, if I find that it's just getting worse and it's starting to, increase, and they're starting to push that barrier further and further. And, if we don't start to push back and continue to, draw that line in the sand just to say, this is not acceptable and it cannot happen. Because, as a male, for me, I believe one of my big characteristics is to protect women and children. Not that they can't take care of themselves, but as a man, we are there to be a protector, right? A provider. It's all the, nuclear family ideas and things like that. So I will continue to do that. But I just find it so weird that these incel men that maybe have never dated in their life think that by turning into a woman, they're going to then have success with women. And, it's just baffling for me. But, I stand with you guys.
Working. Look
So
at Tara. Look at that Tara guy. Or maybe he's
100%.
or maybe he's seeing other men who are pretending to be women, but like again with the stage being able to groom those 17 to 19-year-olds because they have an in. They're like, oh, if you're a lesbian, oh, if you're a good LGBTQ person, blah blah blah. They have an in. They have a powerful in.
Yeah, and that's exactly it, right? They're just trying to they want to manipulate that younger generation, right? You don't see them manipulating the, 30 plus category, right? It's always the 18 and below, it seems to be, unfortunately, in a lot of these situations that we found that, we just continue to have to fight against that. And, you know, the misogyny is so real and it's just so baffling. I've never heard women be called the C word so many times because they get so rattled by being pushed back against women or from women, not by women. But
No, it's
it,
the gay men that call me
Yeah,
that
gay,
the
I was about to
most.
say that gay men do it all the time, but it's
Yeah,
not like
they
in a
they,
harmful
they
way.
call me the B word and the cunt word way more
But I mean,
than the
if that's what you're exhibiting,
heterosexual
then why not?
AGPs. What's that?
What gives you the right to call a woman the C word?
Mm-hmm.
What
Well,
could a
there's
It
woman
doesn't mean
do that
anything.
could
You guys are
make you
putting too
want
much
I
power
to
in
know
the
call
because
word.
her?
you
That's like
don't.
putting a lot of power in the N word.
It
It
means
doesn't. It's
nothing to
not.
you because you're
Yeah,
not a woman.
exactly. The gay men, I find there's a certain type of misogyny that gay men have that's again different than straight men's
You see, you're
misogyny.
homophobic too.
Yeah, sure, you can call me whatever you
How
want,
come when you
but
mentioned that, like correcting boys' behaviors, whether they're gonna be,
what?
I was gonna say, what if they called you a name? What if they called you
Anyway, I'm
word
just trying
word?
to make a point about how gay men have a certain type of misogyny that like is it's more rooted in the fact that they don't have any use for women and they don't have any understanding for women. They're not around women in the way of like they don't have like respect for women. And it's different than like not all gay men, of course. There's wonderful gay men out there, but there's a type of
you never
misogyny that
bring up
is
little girls acting like tomboys and correcting their behavior.
yeah, women and girls are not the problem in society. Men and boys are. This is why we have rampant problems with men and boys in society, harming and hurting and unaliving and
And
doing horrible things to women and
that's
children.
why
It's
men have
kind
the
of a
highest
problem.
unaliving rate of any demographic because of
Butter, how can
society
you
attacking
honestly
them.
think that it's okay for a man to sit there and call a woman a B and a C word and you brush it off as if it doesn't matter?
Women
Yeah.
call men a lot of worse things too, so I don't
I'm
know why.
asking you that
Stop
question about
pretending it's the
misogyny.
same thing, though. Literally, hundreds of women every single day of the week are unalived violently by men. And
Like I would
children. Women
just
and children are the most harmed demographic in the entire world by men. And like people like you who are like, oh, it's just as bad. Women are just as bad. You're
You
so out
think
of
the same
touch.
people unaliving them is the one saying calling them those things? They're two different things. It's verbal abuse and physical,
No, but
but
you need
okay.
to have more respect for women. Just because you're gay doesn't mean that you can have a contempt for women.
and like
Okay,
the
and just
approach
because you're a
that
woman doesn't mean you have to hate men.
no, but hold on. The approach that I like to take when thinking about women, all right, is thinking that of my mother or my grandmother or my sister, all right, and the amount of respect that I would want bestowed onto them. All right. So when I'm being posed these questions, I like to think about putting myself in the shoes of, well, if this was happening to my mother, if someone was calling my mother a see you next Tuesday or the B word, or infringing on their privacy, for example, how would you feel about those situations? would you try and defend it and say, well, no, those are just words? Or would you be like, well, no, that's inappropriate because I have respect for that woman. I know that that woman, I play close to my chest, but that should be applicable for all women in society. You should be thinking that of all women because they are somebody's mother or somebody's sister or daughter, right? And
Real,
so,
that's actually really interesting because I grew up in a household where it was the opposite, like, type of abuse. My mom was constantly abusing my dad. Like, she would constantly abuse my dad, like verbally, physically. Like, he never laid a hand on her, but like, she was always the one, the aggressor. So maybe
mhm.
that's why I think the way I think.
Possibly, and
Makes
I'm not
sense.
saying that that doesn't exist, right? But for the most part, I mean, when we do think about our mothers, typically we think about good experiences, and that's not to say that there aren't some, mothers that do a terrible job at being mothers. But we typically do associate the image of a mother as a nurturing, empathetic, caring, compassionate, loving individual, and so anybody conveying disrespect to them in society would be held with some sort of angst, right? Because you hold that person to such a degree in your life. Right? And I'm not saying that that's your personal experience, and I'm sorry that you had to witness that, by the way. I'm just saying, like, that's the mindset that I take. And keep in mind, the relationship with my mother had a lot of turmoil, and so I did have a lot of resentment for half my life with issues that I had between the relationship between my mother and I. But regardless, I always hold her to that degree. And when I think about women and how women should be treated in society, I want them to receive the same respect that I hold my mother to.
And here's the other thing too. So if I'm out at a bar, let's say, and I see a guy talking to his girlfriend and he's using the B and the C word to her, I will step in and be like, don't talk to her like that. Because you
Hmm.
know what? That's degrading and he's just trying to intimidate in that moment. Two
Hmm.
guys sitting there call each other those words, it doesn't bother me. Because you know what? It's not a sense of just standing there and trying to have this authority and this power over a woman and making her feel little and that she's not good enough because that's where that's
He's not
coming
gonna
from.
stop calling her whatever just because you said something. That's
No, but if
hilarious.
I'm there and it's happening around me, you can guarantee I will say something.
So what
And
if
you
he
know
doesn't
what? I will
do
try to build
anything?
that
You're gonna hit
person
him?
up and tell them that they don't need to take that.
She
You know, it's
probably does
about,
the same to him
Women
at
don't
home.
need more
but that doesn't, what are you
dehumanization.
Still
talking
doesn't
about?
give him the right to do that.
Can you
Yeah,
stop
like we should,
defending that behavior,
We should
Bert?
hold
Like,
ourselves
yeah,
to a higher
what
standard.
Rockstar is saying is
correct.
correct.
If
Any
they're in a
man who sees a
relationship, though,
woman
then I'm
being
sure it's
treated
fine.
like
Like she
that should stand up.
Well, I
It
think,
doesn't matter if they're in a relationship. No
mhm,
man should treat a woman that way, and vice versa. But if another
yeah.
man witnesses it, you would expect them
yeah,
to
and
say
vice
something.
versa. He wouldn't
And
have
maybe
said
don't
something if she was
laugh at
cussing
women who
him.
are beat up by men.
But
Yeah,
oftentimes, I
Suggestion.
also hear the argument that, freedom of speech is not freedom of consequence. And so I have to concede to a certain degree in that, oftentimes individuals don't mind their mouth, right? They don't use like language with one another because they ultimately walk around feeling as though that respect is earned. And you don't have to give respect until it is earned. Well, I feel as though that if I go out and give respect, it's a way of me commanding the form of respect that I want in return, right? And if someone chooses not to give or convey that respect in return, I also have a choice then to walk away from that individual and not subject myself to that. And I think individuals need to know that they have the decision making power to remove themselves from toxic situations and environments and people, all right, that are not ultimately contributing to the betterment of themselves. So at the end of the day, if you're going to go out in society, and regardless, like there are a lot of people on this app that call me a whole bunch of names, and yeah, I've called them names too. But I would say, for the most part, I try my very, very best not to throw a personal attack. All right. And I just choose to like challenge the idea and try and be more respectful because that's how I would like to be treated in return. I understand, though, all right, Butter, that uh, I can't expect or control anybody's speech directed towards me. I can only control my actions and reactions to those words. So you can sit there and call me every name in the book. It would behoove me to turn the other cheek and walk away, and not cater to the toxicity that is being thrown my way. All right. And take a higher path and choose to interact with individuals who want to treat others with respect without having to earn that respect up front. if that makes
Like
sense.
how Martha just attacked me for being gay. I was talking about women in general, and she was just like, "Oh yeah, typical gay man being misogynistic."
Well, she was
I
just
just
making
it's
a
a
general
I'm trying to
statement,
point out because
right?
like this whole discussion with AGP and like how the homosexual version of it is harmful as well. Just it does pale in comparison, but like same with gay men with their misogyny, like because the whole thing got brought up by saying the CUNT word, and then you're like trying to minimize that because you're
I know.
gay. So that's kind of where it all sort of
Bro,
stemmed from. It
we're not
is
part of our
relevant.
community. We're worse to each other. Like it's just our general behavior. Like you can't just be like, "Oh, we're attacking women." We attack men, women, like anybody. Like
Well, I
it's
know,
not
but
like a
Burnt,
thing. You're taking it the wrong way.
hold on, Burnt. Like this is my problem though. Gay men often have a type of misogyny and like out of touch the way you are with how women the plight of women in the world, and this is why things like drag queens are acceptable in your community when you guys should be horrified. You guys should be like, do not make disgusting vile caricatures of women and celebrate them as fun and entertaining. Just like have more respect for women, but you guys don't because you're so out of touch with women and how dehumanized and objectified women are in the world and how that leads to us being unalived and raped at rates that are astronomical, and children as well. But you guys think it's all great fun and you can just make vile caricatures that make blackface look kind, and you guys think that that's an art and it's great. So I'm just trying to point out that there is, like, in the gay community as well, you know, whether you're a homosexual, AGP or whatever, or just a gay person, there is a type of misogyny that hurts women, not equally as the heterosexual, I'd say, but in very impactful ways that are worth talking about.
Sorry, so what do drag queens have to do with it?
Absolutely despicable caricatures of women. They're the most, it would be like, the drag queens make blackface look kind, right? They're so unbelievably insulting and degrading and misogynistic that it boggles the mind that we put up with it in our society, especially when women are still oppressed by men, that men have the audacity to dress up in vile, sexist, stereotypical caricatures.
Like, come on. You gotta
It's like
respect
they're
the
wearing it
drag
as a
community.
costume. It's really
Bro, you do know the drag community does that not to mock women, but because how we're growing up, we were put down for our femininity, and we couldn't do a certain thing, so we exaggerate it. It's not to exaggerate women; it's to be
Okay,
like,
but
yeah,
that
you don't want me to
whatever.
be a
Like
woman. I'm going to
I
be
don't
more
care
so
whatever
than.
excuses you guys come up with. You are using our anatomy and
Yes.
our stereotypes and our plight as women as your joke, and you can just cut that the fuck right out, please, because it's so insulting and so
I'm not a
Okay,
fan of
it's
sexist.
drag
not
queens
insulting
personally, but I'm
actually.
just
I
saying
It
I
have
don't
a
think
lot
she
of
actually
gets
drag
to
queens
being a
is, just
woman.
friends.
because you're
Keep
so
it
out of touch that
friendly.
you don't
Let's
care
not
about women and
overtalk.
girls. I do care about women and girls, and we don't need more dehumanization and objectification, and we don't need to be condoning men who are doing this. Are you
Hey,
going to
hey,
Time
watch
out.
sis.
someone doing blackface and be
Time
like,
out.
it's fine, who cares if you're doing blackface? No, we're not going to tolerate that in our society, right? Because we want a better world for black people. Well, we want a better world for women and girls, so we're not going to
Just
stand here
talking,
and be a good
please.
sport about it.
All right, hold on. I just wanted Martha to finish. So I'll just make a kind request, please. We can talk and speak about the ideas. Let's try not to make our speech so illustrated. I know that these topics can be sensitive in nature, so let's do our best to use like language and keep the live going. I appreciate each and every one of you who have gifted, who have followed, who have liked the live, and who have shared it out. Please feel free to do so. Rawr, rawr, rawr. I rawr for my tiny dinies. That's going to get old at some point, so take advantage now. And I want to thank each and every one of the panelists who are engaging in the conversation. I think it is important to have these conversations. Rawr, rawr, rawr. I rawr for my tiny dinies. And I think it's important to push through the ideas, all right, so that we can all get a better understanding of each other's positions and better prepare us for our arguments as we continue to have these discussions. I don't want to attack anybody. This is not on a personal level. This is all on a general level. So when Martha says there is some misogyny within gay men, please try and understand better. It is not a comment that is directed specifically at you. Rah, 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 I rah for my tiny dinies. But more or less, Martha making a general statement about her observation within that community. You are more than welcome to challenge it, and you are more than welcome to rebuttal. The only thing I'm going to request, Do not overtalk. Do not interrupt while one is speaking. I understand we make multiple statements or multiple points in a statement. I would advise that if you have trouble keeping up, rar, 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 I rar for my tiny tinies, that you take a pen and paper or a notepad and jot them down so that you can remember what points you want to address when it's your turn to speak. I just kindly appreciate that you practice that because it will prevent you from interrupting one in the middle of their speech, and it will allow you to address every single point that they made when you do provide your response. All right, it's a healthy practice. And rar, 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 I rar for my tiny dinies. So,
Rock, can I just say one thing?
you may, please.
Just
Thank you.
because I see you got 200 people in here, and I know that you're a supporter as well. Everybody in here, just be aware that tonight at 8 o'clock, Christy will have a live with Sal Grover.
Yes.
So it's going to be an incredible opportunity to hear that story firsthand. I'm sure a lot of you know Christy, you know how great she is, and how fair and by the book. Like, she'll just have a conversation that I think is very, very good and meaningful. So that's tonight at 8 o'clock on Christy's live. So check it out, guys. Sorry, Raw.
Really, thank you, Rockstar, for that. Yes, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the lovely, beautiful Queen Envy will also be co-hosting. So I am super, super, super emphatic. Christy, I actually went golfing earlier this week so that I didn't go golfing today, so that my wife and I could sit there and appreciate your live this evening. So thank you for hosting that. It's going to be really, really fun to watch. All right. Pink Razor, I'm going to start off with you. Thank you for joining and being part of the conversation.
Welcome. Thanks for having me.
Oh, my pleasure. What points did you want to address and to whom?
So I just wanted to know like what that stands for. What does AGP stand for?
It's an acronym for autogynephilia. Autogynephilia is a Greek word in origin, and it means love for oneself as a woman or female. No, as a woman, excuse
Okay.
me.
Okay.
It is typical amongst male to female transsexuals, those who demonstrate or practice the sexual orientations of heterosexual, pansexual, bisexual, asexualism. They typically transition much later on in life. They're far passable as women.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just noticed everybody's calling me out in the comments, and it's like, I made that mistake like 7 years ago, and I already asked for forgiveness and already apologized to everybody. So I really hate when people bring up like the past. The past isn't the past. Like, I'm not the same.
Girl,
as
don't
I was 7 years
apologize. Just
ago.
ignore the comments.
Yeah, so I'm just engaging with you in the conversation. I'm not controlling the comments. I have moderators that do that, and so if you just want to address what's being said in this conversation, that's fine.
Okay. Can I let somebody else go actually? Because like I just want to like make my debate when I hear other people's opinions.
Pink Razor, you're not the one that like puts threats in the comments towards Christy?
I mean, we have
Just yes or
had.
no?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you.
And I apologize to her. And, I'm sorry. Like, I call when people are transphobic and homophobic and a bigot, basically, I don't know. I just have a problem with
Not
those kind of
buying
people.
into this ideology is not transphobic. Like, just I know that Christians believe what they believe, but me not buying into their religion doesn't make me like Christian phobic or like a bad person. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, no, I don't think you are.
you may want to believe in an ideology that causes nothing but harm to everybody in society, including the people you claim to like and want to help. But I think that it's an incredibly harmful ideology that hurts everybody. And so, like, calling people transphobic or trying to shame them for not buying into like basically a destructive cult is really harmful. Like, you might want to rethink your stance.
For somebody who won't accept the fact that I'm a lesbian and trying to tell me that I'm heterosexual, like I'm gonna have a problem with that. I've been a lesbian
If
my
you're
whole life.
dating a man, then that, like, again, you're erasing what it means to be a lesbian.
Trans
Do
woman.
you understand that hurts lesbians? That hurts people who are
How
same-sex
does that
attracted.
hurt lesbians? I've never heard a lesbian complain about my
Okay, let me
lesbian
tell you how it
relationship.
hurts them. It hurts them the
One
same
at a
way that it
time,
hurts
please.
women.
Just
So
one at a time. That's all I ask. Okay,
okay,
one
yeah.
at a time.
So it hurts women to be erased as a sex class, right? Like we have to have the definition of woman mean women. Now, the same with lesbians and gays, they have to have what they are mean what they are and not something else sometimes if people say so. You know what I mean? So it's very straightforward. What a woman is a adult human female. We can have rights under there, we can have spaces under there, we can have all sorts of things like our language that we can fight our sex-based violence and oppression with. We can be powerful about that when we have our language, when we have our rights, when we have our single sex provisions, and it's all under the umbrella of woman. But as soon as you make it woman now mean our oppressors as well, that scraps everything for us. And then same with the LGB. If you take the definition of what it means to be LGB and make it mean its opposite as well, sometimes if it suits certain people, that hurts them. It hurts their rights that they've managed to carve out, their spaces that they've managed to carve out. The gender ideology is so convoluted and it means so many different things. It can mean like a fetishistic person. It can mean like a 14-year-old girl who hates her body and has an eating disorder who's caught up in a social contagion. But same-sex attraction is straightforward, just the same way that adult human female is straightforward. We can
Wait,
have
Martha,
rights under these
that means if
things.
I'm involved with a trans man, that means I'm bisexual instead of gay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Correct.
Because that's a
Okay,
woman.
hold on. I want
What
to
I
clarify
mean,
something. Hold on. I want to clarify something. Okay. Yes, there is a truth to what we are saying, and I'm agreeing with Martha's response. But I'm also going to say this, that when Pink Razor and her partner are out in society, not knowing what Pink Razor's partner looks like, but if, as they've described, are deemed passable, then society will perceive that as a lesbian relationship because they simply don't have the knowledge, the biological composition, the understanding of the biological composition of those two subjects.
Yeah,
And
but that doesn't
therefore,
matter.
it doesn't, because when we do speak intelligently honest, when we know all the information, we call it what it is for sake of coherency and accuracy, not in a means to take away from your identity, Pink Razor specifically, or burnt butter. All right. It is not in a means to say, to try and get you to change or alter your identity. It is a reality that you will have to accept, or at least at some point in your life, process, right? But again, if you want to live off the basis that society views your relationship as a lesbian relationship and you're content with that, at the end of the day, you put your head on your pillow, right? We don't lay it
But
down
she
for
can't be erasing the LGB in the process, though, because she's up on
you.
panels and she's speaking out for the ideology, which causes the erasure of what the LGB is, which causes the erasure of the LGB's rights and spaces and things that they fought hard for. Some of them were unalived in order to create those rights and those spaces for themselves and their views in society. The ideology is also dragging them through the mud and making them look like fetishists and perverts and P3s and people who want to target children and all of this shit. Like, so they're being dragged down by this entire ideology. And when people who are so-called lesbians now say that it includes men, that is very problematic, and it hurts lesbians the most because there's, look up the cotton ceiling, look up the pressure that's happening to young girls who are just trying to be good LGBTQ cult members. They just want to do what's right, and they're being told that men are now included in the category of lesbian because we're pretending men are women, and it's fucking insane, and we have to put a stop to it, especially because it erases women and it erases the LGB.
I
We
find
Okay.
cannot have
Just one
males
it
second.
entering.
erases somebody.
1 second. Rockstar, I got to step away to make a quick phone call. Can you keep things in check?
I will do what I can, my friend.
It erases their rights, and they're like, under law, we need things to mean things specifically and clearly. Okay, this is what I mean. I don't mean it erases the person and now they're gone, we can't see them. It means it erases what it means to be a woman, what it means to be LGB, and when you do that, you erase people's rights and people's protections and people's spaces. And it also causes oppression, because you need to be able to clearly define who you're talking about, who's oppressed, who's this,
But
who's
what
that,
laws are there
who are these
targeting
rights for?
lesbians specifically? What laws are for lesbians specifically or gay men specifically? There's no laws like that.
Okay, so did you guys not fight for any rights? Was anything fought for?
The only one I could think of is gay marriage, and
Yes. That was like 3 decades ago.
Right.
So that's the only thing that gay and lesbians fought for?
I mean, yeah, really. I mean, equal rights, not to be
girl? I
discriminated
can't think of
against.
anything else. Maybe adopting children, is that a thing? Like gay
Yes,
couple?
that is. They actually did fight for a long time for that too.
Yeah, like I can't think of many things that gay people get that.
Well, I would include provisions for gay and lesbian people. So there's like different, like, I don't know if this is true, that this is true for women, but I would assume there are things that are assigned in society to help people who like gain more equality. So maybe grants, scholarships, opportunities, spaces that are designed for these people to thrive. So if a lesbian group would like to have a lesbian only dating site or a lesbian only dating event or a lesbian space, that could be something they would be allowed to do and exclude males. But if we're pretending that males
aren't those
can be
private
women,
organizations? That's not governmental. Like that's
but the right
private
to
stuff.
have them.
I was gonna say that Pride also is like open for everybody. Like it's not just for lesbians. It's not just for gays. Like it's literally
Right,
for
I'm not saying that it is.
everyone.
I'm not saying Pride is, but I'm talking about things specific to law, specific to language, and even if it's private, you know, are you allowed to do it? Just like, you know, again, we've got the Sal Grover thing, where she's got a private company that she's not allowed to exclude males in because it's discriminatory against the men who are pretending to be women, because we're in law, we're literally pretending that men are women, and if we don't go along with that, then we're being discriminatory under law. And so I guess like gay and lesbian also probably fought for the right to not be discriminated against in society in general.
Girl, there's one big one that gay men can't do. We can't donate blood to this day in this country.
That is true. That is
we can't donate blood. I don't know if it's specifically for the ones who have same sex or if the ones that don't. But gay men are not allowed to donate blood in the country to this day because of the HIV pandemic.
In the U.S.
Yeah.
Well, that's weird. I don't know why that would be.
And in Canada too.
It's true. They're saying it's not true. It's true. It's absolutely true. Look it up.
But why would they do that when the
they ask you so many detailed questions about your partner and like about your sexual intercourse? They ask you if you know, they ask you your sexuality, like they ask you all of that, and they do prick your finger and they test it and everything, and like I don't know, like you have to answer all those questions honestly. You can't lie.
Well, that's weird. They test everybody's blood before you donate.
They test everybody's blood, but gay men, it doesn't matter if they test it or not. If they know
we should look into that a bit further, because
if they say that they're gay, they basically can't donate.
So Pink Razor, I have a question for you. So if the definition of lesbian typically would be what? Woman and woman, right? Female, female?
Yes.
Okay.
Including trans women.
Again, they're not women.
So if somebody is a lesbian and they went on a lesbian dating site, what do you think they are expecting to find on that app?
A lesbian.
Which would be what?
Which would be a woman.
Right. Which would be like an adult human female, right? The definition?
Not exactly. Not all women are female.
Oh my god. Again, so harmful.
It's not horrible. My girlfriend is 100% a woman. She's had top and bottom surgery, and nobody would ever know that she was biologically born a male.
But that doesn't mean that he's not a man. Like, again, it's so misogynistic.
Though. It does.
It's so misogynistic to say
when
that a man can go get implants.
When is she ever gonna have to prove? When is she ever gonna have to use that other than like for medical purposes, which is between her and her doctor? That is literally between her and her doctor. Like nobody else ever asks what you were biologically born as.
Pink Razor, I don't care what that man is doing in his life. Okay, what I care about is pretending.
Do you respect people's pronouns? Do you respect people's pronouns?
I will never, ever, under any circumstances, use wrong sex pronouns, especially for men, because again, the erasure of female language and using our language that we need. We're using this language in a very legitimate way to fight sex-based oppression, to actually be real about our reality as women and girls. I will never, under any circumstances, use female language to describe a male, ever. It's
Okay,
not something
so
I'm
can you
ever
just
willing to do.
admit that you're a bigot then?
Why is that bigoted? That's protecting women
Because
and
you
girls'
aren't
language.
respecting other people's
I don't care
identity.
what that man is doing. Again, Pink Razor, he can do whatever he wants with his
Can you
body. He can
stop
go get
saying
surgery.
he? Like, how disrespectful
No,
is?
I will
How hard is it to
never,
say
ever,
he?
ever play
How
pretend.
hard is it?
One at a
Pink, I will
time.
never
To
play
hey, though.
pretend for your boyfriend. I will never play pretend for him.
Oh, okay,
You
yeah.
can play pretend for him.
But
You
if
can
you,
do
but
that.
like, do you
Again,
not
if
see the
you're a
problem? If
Christian,
you walk into a gay space and start calling people by their biological DNA, you're gonna get like, you're not allowed there. Like, we don't want you there.
whatever, I don't care. I'm not, Pink, I'm not going to pretend that your boyfriend is your girlfriend. That's
Here we
something
go.
you want
Here
to
we go.
do.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
your religion. That's your
It's not my
idiocy. But
religion.
I am not willing to do that. And this is where it becomes a problem, because you try to chastise people in society and say, if you're not playing pretend for these people, you're a bad person. Well, I think you're a bad
It's
person
not
for pretending
pretend.
for these
It's
people.
reality.
No, it is not reality. Men
She lives
are
her
not
life
women.
as a woman. She goes to the women's gym. She's the women's
Pink,
restroom. She's
that
the
is
woman's
so,
everything.
that's so misogynistic
disgusting.
She
that
shops
you
in women's
encourage that
department. She
man.
wears women hygiene products.
Yeah,
She
men do
literally
that.
is 100% a woman. I don't understand
Men
it.
do things like that. It's called a fetish. We don't care. They can go ahead and fetishize
No,
everything
that
female
would
all
be
they
something
want.
completely different.
But
I
we
know
don't
men
have
that
to
dress in
pretend that they are
lingerie.
actually a woman
They're not
because
even
they're
gay.
pretending. Okay, whatever. I don't care what he's doing.
Okay,
That's
but
not my concern. What my concern is whether in law and language that we are pretending that that man is a woman. Just as you said, he goes into the female change room, into the washroom. This is where the violation of boundaries come in, right?
oh, why?
Again,
Because you think that she's checking out people in the change room? Like,
no, I think because
no, she's
he's a man
100%.
and he can respect women's boundaries and privacy. It doesn't matter what he's doing or if his behavior is perfectly wonderful. I don't care if he's Mother Teresa. He can stay out to respect the boundary and the privacy of women and girls. Okay?
So you feel
because
like he should use the men's washroom and be
I don't care
targeted
what he
and
does,
assaulted?
Pink. He can go to the moon for all I care, as long as he stays the fuck out of spaces, right? I don't care what he does, as long as whatever he's doing doesn't infringe upon women and girls' boundaries. He can fly at her, and as long as I don't have to pretend that he's a woman, he can go ahead and get all the surgeries and whatever. But the moment he crosses that boundary, he walks through that female space's door, he goes into that female gym, because what he's done to his body, he feels entitled to now violate boundaries. That's when it's a big no. It's a hard no. And again, you can play pretend with him. You guys can have your own little fetishy world where you're pretending people are the opposite sex. I don't care what you do. What I care is what happens in language and law and how that affects women and girls.
So that's where the implication is.
Oh.
Pink Razor. It's when we're having these discussions around language and law, academia, and at the end of the day, we want to be able to express and use accurate and precise forms of language to be able to communicate. And when we are met with a rhetoric that speaking precisely and accurately is a form of a phobia, I take offense to it, because we all should be able to speak openly and honestly to a degree, especially so if we're speaking in this type of forum, right? Where it is to have decorum, where it is to challenge ideas, right? I understand that Martha's use of language will come off as offensive to you. Martha's use of language, by her framework, is accurate, all right? And therefore is not coming from a place of hatred, and is not coming from a place of having an aversion towards addressing your partner. It is simply her form of using precise and accurate language. And I mentioned it before, we're not targeting a specific individual, but we're challenging an idea. So yes, society more or less has caved to a form of accepting a false reality where males can do things to be seen as and treated as women in society. All right. But I'm not going to compel Martha to communicate or anybody else to communicate in any other form than in an accurate and coherent way. It will always be in the form of diplomacy, right? And I don't want us attacking any particular individual, but simply the idea itself, all right? Maybe if Nate wants to provide an alternative perspective, all right, I'll allow him to do that as well. But again, Pink, it's not an attack towards you. It is an attack on the idea of what is happening.
Can I make one more
I
comment? Can I make one more comment? I just wanted to know, like, if you had a problem with trans men using the women's bathroom, because pretty soon we should be getting urinals in the women's washroom for those people since they
Oh
have
my god.
next to the
Yeah.
pee.
So
why
I
would
Okay.
don't
trans men
know.
need urinals?
Yeah, I don't know why
Give up their penis.
certain individuals will
Females don't use
allude
urinals.
to, if we're not accepting you. Martha's not saying, um, Martha's not saying go use the men's washroom. Martha's saying, I
No.
don't care which washroom you use, don't use this one. All right.
Yeah.
And
I
it
can
is
explain
on.
to Pink why what like this is a common TRA talking point where they say, "Oh, well, if you don't want men in your spaces, what about the women pretending to be men? They look like men. Do you want them in their spaces?" No, here's the bottom line. If you're going to pursue a synthetic sex identity and you're going to make yourself a problem in society, you don't make that other people's problem. So women who are pursuing a synthetic sex identity and they have a beard and they look like men, no, they should not go in the women's bathroom and the change room. That will scare women and girls. And these women know that. They're not trying to come into our spaces. They also should not go into men and boys' space because they're women. And men and boys should also have the decency, or not the decency, should have the respect to have basic privacy and dignity away from women and girls as well. So if you're going to pursue a synthetic sex identity, stay out of the spaces that don't belong to you anymore because you've done this to yourself. Now you're a problem. So use single occupancy, use unisex, use your house, use whatever. Don't make your what you've done to yourself other people's boundary violation, right? Like have basic respect. Stop being a narcissist.
So, like, my position has always been consistent. I don't have a double standard in my position in that you should regulate yourself in society. And there are more third spaces that are being designed that are providing more provisions for individuals within the trans community. There are more spaces that are being used as a multi-purpose space that individuals can use for more personal safety and security. I don't understand the argument, all right? And maybe somebody wants to challenge it, and I'm fine. But if there are more and more of these single units, multi-purpose, all gender type spaces that are becoming more and more available, why would a person choose to continue to use what I deem to be a female only space when that space does not provide the provisions nor the security that single unit space can provide? So, where is the sense of requirement to continue to use the female space? Help me to understand that better. Why is there a requirement, right? Like, why do you need to, if that third space already exists? I'll give you a perfect example. Melody Wisehout, aka Nicholas Zapita, is a 50 some odd year old male, all right, who is a transgender woman, all right, who is participating in a swim meet that was open to all groups, all right. But this individual specifically competed against 13 and 14-year olds. All right. I have the receipts to back this up. So anybody who wants to challenge it, please feel free to come knocking on my door. But I will say this, the facility itself has male changing rooms, female changing rooms, and um, gender neutral changing rooms. This individual made the decision to change in the female space with children in range age of 8 to 12-year olds, where an 8-year old reported to their parent that they had seen genitalia. Not that that was a means of exhibitionism, but just by a consequence of that individual not safeguarding themselves from the children, all right, did that child see from a particular angle something that they didn't recognize amongst the rest of their peers. And so I just asked the question, if the facility was designed with a third space, why or what is the requirement to continue to use the female space?
Okay, so I have a question about like a public pool, right? Have a woman's side and a men's side, and you do realize that people like walk around naked, right? They walk around from the shower to their change room, and like nobody had a problem with that.
That's
I mean,
among their own sex, though. It's
Right.
not around
no, not
males.
necessarily. Sometimes there's boys, sometimes there's young boys in those change rooms, and sometimes there's young boys in those
Yes,
rooms.
because they have to be with their parents
Yeah.
because you don't want them
Right. We
alone
protect them.
in a
That's
men's
your point
restroom.
anyway.
But my point is that it doesn't stop women from walking around naked in those rooms, in those change rooms.
Yeah, I
Especially at
walk
a
around
public pool.
naked in my change room at my pool. I go from the shower, which is communal, to the communal changing area. Then I put on my clothes after I'm in the pool. And I don't expect a male to be in there with me because
No, but what would you say
they're
if you saw
pretending to be
kids
a
running
woman.
around? Like, are you still gonna walk around naked, or are you gonna cover up, like just out of common courtesy?
I mean, I've never really come into that situation. I don't know. Like, I think if you're just using the space properly, there's been no problem. Like, again, what we're not talking about that. We're talking
Yeah,
about
because it
men.
happens everywhere. Even at gyms, I
Okay,
see
but
that there's
this is
boys
a
in the
stupid
female
whataboutism.
spaces.
We're literally talking about men pretending to be women going into women's spaces. That's what
But
we're not
I know,
talking
but
about
also,
children.
but what
We're not
about the
talking
women
about
walking
anything.
around in those spaces that are
Well,
completely
here's what
uncovered?
I'll say about
What
that.
about the
Hold
moon? Who
on.
cares? We're not talking about that. We're talking about men pretending to be women, violating boundaries. That's what we're
I
talking
want to
about.
address the point though, Martha. Hold on. So when you're saying, well, when a mother brings their young male child into a female locker room, there is a risk of exposure. And
Absolutely.
well, here's what I'll say to that. Mothers have motherly instincts, and mothers will protect their children from seeing things. Mothers will also speak out and say, "Excuse me, my child is here. I apologize. Would you mind covering up?" I know this because I was brought up with a single mother. And so, yes, these things do happen. And we're not
I
going to
know.
start a fight
Okay.
over it, but we're going to say, hey, do you mind? I have my child with me. So these circumstances happen, but let's not forget that we still walk around with a degree of respect when we are in society. And I'm just asking, like, we maintain that in our way of thinking, right? Because we can make everything an argument, but we also know at our core that we're not going to start a fuss over the fact that a mother brought their, male child into the locker room because, they're a single parent or whatever their
But what
circumstances.
if it was flipped? What if there was a young girl in a male change room with the father and the single father?
The
She's
I
going
father
to
don't think
see
that
also,
would ever
guys walk
happen.
around. She's going to
the,
see men
No.
walk around with
I don't
being
think any
naked.
man would do that. I've never heard of that happening. And there's family change rooms, by the
Actually,
way.
I've
And
never heard of
there's,
it. I don't know, but
but
I
again,
just
like,
was thinking in
again,
I
reverse.
honestly think that would not happen.
there may be circumstances where that does happen, but again, the father will take every or every opportunity to, make sure that they're safeguarding their children. All right. But
Yes.
to Martha's point, my statement was, or my question was, now that we are seeing more and more third spaces, what is the requirement to continue to use, in my terms, by my framework, the female only spaces if those third spaces exist?
I'm so happy that there's a third option, and I really hope that it spreads and mostly everywhere changes to I don't even know what it would be. What
Well, I
would
mean,
the gender neutral or gender?
wouldn't you want the gender neutral spaces to have provisions that cater to both the,
Raw, she
demographic?
didn't answer your first question.
I know.
Didn't answer the
Sorry.
first one. No, no,
Answer
no.
that.
I'm just saying that she's not answering anything. She's just yapping. Just can you answer his first question? Because you're not really answering
What
anything.
is the requirement to continue to use the female space versus the third space?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think I'm pretty sure that every trans person, if they would see that there's a third option, they would take the third option. I don't see that being
That's
a
pretty
problem.
naive to say
Definitely
because,
not.
yeah,
Especially the men
they
who
still
absolutely
use the
love the fact
women's.
that they can go in the women's. They love that shit, especially the AGPs, which again, most of them are.
I love how the comments are even saying if it's available, they'll use it. It's not true. They don't want to use the third space. They want to use our space.
And we've already heard the members on this platform, openly saying that they're going to continue to use it regardless. And there are others who are saying, if the third space is available, I'm going to use it. And if there isn't a third space, they'll continue to use the female washroom.
And that dude at Planet Fitness, wasn't there a third option at Planet Fitness too? But he just had to use the female space.
Actually, there's only a men's and women's space, and it's trans friendly. It's a trans friendly establishment. So the person that was in in those chambers,
Trans friendly.
that is the person that is the problem. Are the other women taking photos of other women in the bathroom?
Are you serious right
Yeah,
now?
that's creepy. That is creepy.
You
to
think
me.
that a woman with that photo you saw of that man, that didn't alarm you at all? You're like, that's fine.
No, it was at a Planet Fitness. It's part of the agreement. It's a trans friendly community. They have pride flags
but when
all
you
over the
saw the
gym.
photo of that man in that space and you saw him there, you honestly, like, with being totally genuine here, you thought that that was fine, and you thought that the woman taking a photo of that man was the problem. You thought him
Yes.
being there is fine, and the woman taking the photo is the problem.
You
Yes.
can't be
Okay,
serious.
so time out.
Then
I
you
want to
were
take
just
this.
like,
I want to take this
I
head
don't
on
even
for
know.
a
You're a
second,
lost
Martha.
cause at this point. Then,
But by my framework, Pink Razor, after everything that I've spoken about regarding autogynephilia, all right, would you, looking at that photo of that person in that locker room, would you consider them to be a homosexual transsexual, or would you consider them to be a heterosexual transsexual? An AGP.
I believe that I believe that it was a drag queen, to be honest, and they are allowed to use the men or women's space in that specific establishment. That specific gym is.
What? He was not, even if he was a drag queen, he was nowhere near attired in such a manner.
But
It
the
was
point
just
is
a
that he
man.
didn't change nude in front of the child that
He
they're saying.
shouldn't have been.
He
You don't
did.
think you're listening? He shouldn't have been in there in the first place. He's a man.
Would you agree or disagree that that individual shows characteristics of AGP type behavior?
No.
To be fair, Rory, I don't even think that's necessary to say that he shouldn't enter the space. Autogynephile or not, he should not have been in there. Him being autogynephilic is like irrelevant. Respectfully,
Well, the
I'm
argument
saying
that
it's
I'm
not.
trying to make, Nate, is that Martha's argument is that we should be we shouldn't be destigmatizing this. We should be shaming this. We should be, being alarmed by this behavior, right? So
We shouldn't be shaming. Wait, hold on. Shaming what? Trans people or males entering female spaces?
autogynephiles who are entering female spaces.
Okay, understood. I agree with that.
And that being seen as paraphilic in nature and understanding what else is associated with paraphilic nature, that the woman taking the picture is not coming from a place of perversion, but is coming from a place of defense, alert, and awareism. So when
she's trying to document a transgression.
Right. When we see, for example, a P3DO who is perhaps exhibiting themselves in public at a park, and someone takes a photograph of evidence of that, we wouldn't blame or shame the person who took a picture of that, because ultimately that person is committing an offense. All right. They are breaching a level of consent. And so, in comparison to the Planet Fitness situation, it would be reasonable to suspect that that person is committing a non-consensual offense, regardless of whether or not it is physical or violent in nature. We should not be shaming the person who is making people aware and alerting people of the fact that this is happening in public. Would you agree or disagree?
Are you asking me or are you asking Razor?
Whoever wants to take the question.
I would agree. I would agree that that's very dangerous. That's very dangerous.
Disagree.
And in the future, it will stop other women and girls from doing such things to protect themselves.
Well, and going to the gym. Well, the whole point, Razor, of having single sex provisions is to, well, not the whole point, but one of the big points of having these single sex provisions is to provide more accommodation for women and girls to participate more in society. That's like what we're trying to do here. We've got inequalities we're trying to like close the gap with. We're trying to help women go to the gym. We want the nice elderly woman to go to Planet Fitness and go get changed and go in, and it's a matter of life or death for elderly people to stay fit. You go 1 week without fitness and your body just goes downhill so fast. So like we want to encourage young girls to go into sports and go into fitness and do things out in the world. There's a bathroom there for her if she's out with her job or out meeting a friend. We want women to leave the house. We want women to feel safer and have accommodation for that. So we really do our women and girls in a society a huge injustice when we just say, you know what, men want to do this. Men want to pretend that they're women. They want to dress like women. They want to access female spaces. So screw you, women. We're just going to accommodate these men, and you guys can just do whatever. Like we don't care. Like it's not okay.
Can I ask Pink Razor? Oh, sorry. I was going to ask Pink Razor, do you believe in any type of female protections?
Yes.
Which ones?
I mean, all of them.
That's not true, because you don't believe that females should be protected in locker rooms and gyms and have their own separate space.
I think, they were protected up until people started taking photos and videos of people changing and using the restrooms.
Hold on. The photos have nothing to do with the female protection. There was a male in the locker room, which you believe is acceptable. So you do not believe in female protections, at least specifically around locker rooms and gyms. From males.
Where's the protection on the children that are in those spaces when people are taking photos of them and videos of them without consent?
Where were photos of children in the locker rooms being taken? And
well,
why
everybody keeps mentioning children because everybody keeps mentioning children, saying, "Oh, there was a child in the space."
You're deflecting from my question, though. So, are you saying that there should or should not be female protections in the locker rooms in the gyms from males entering?
Okay, but you're using female and male, and it's women and men.
No, it's females. I'm being very specific with my language so you don't get confused. You do not believe that there should be protections for females in locker rooms, at least specifically, I'm guessing this will go to other areas, in locker rooms and gyms. Is that correct?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I honestly don't know, because I'm like, not only am I with a trans woman, but I'm also a part of the community and know a lot of individuals that go to gyms, they go to pageants, they do like all these kind of things. And they've never had anybody like, say that they weren't able to enter the space or had a problem with them using this space. Like, I don't know if you know who Uma Thurman is, but that's what my girlfriend looks like. And it's like, you would never know. Like, she gets identified as her all the time by accident. Like, people will be like, "Are you Uma Thurman?" And then she's like, no.
It just seems like it's making you uncomfortable to say out loud that you do not believe that females should have exclusive spaces for privacy, dignity, safety, etc., at least when we're talking about the specific example of Planet Fitness. You don't believe in those safety precautions or those rights to those spaces for females only, correct?
Because it's not true. It says women and men's, and it actually is. It's a trans-friendly community. Like, what part of that don't you understand?
So, but again, just why will you not just
people
say out
don't
loud,
have a problem with somebody using the women's or the men's?
Those female protections. Say that, and then we can move forward with a different line of questioning. But just admit that you do not believe in female-only protections.
Okay, I don't agree.
Okay, so any dude can roll into the locker rooms and gyms. Cool, got your stance. Anyone else want to ask any questions?
I was just going to say, I'm sorry, I'm really sick right now. So, beautiful. Did you want to talk first, babe? I'm sorry.
No, you can talk first. I can talk after.
Are you sure? I don't mind.
So I've talked to Pink Razor before, and Pink Razor, we were in a live with her for many, many hours. And at the end, she sort of came to a place where she was like, okay, I get it. And then the next day I seen her in a live basically going right back and saying that she doesn't believe in it. And so in her opinion, males that identify as women are women and females. Like they deserve to have every right that we have.
Yeah, there's no hope for this person. She definitely, and how can there be? Like, if she's seeing a trans identified male, there's no way she's ever going to be like, oh, I'm not going to pretend that this isn't a woman, you know? Like, it's not like we're going to convince her. Like, maybe in the future,
How
when
about you
she's not
try
with that.
getting with one before you judge? Like, literally, don't judge a book by its cover. Like, you literally
No,
don't know what that
I
person's
don't
like.
care what this man, how much he looks like a woman. That doesn't matter. Like, I'm not gonna like, I'm just saying maybe when you get some distance from the community, from this man, you might actually be like, oh shit. But whatever. At this point, you're not gonna see it. But anyway, go ahead, Coco.
Oh no! Oh, sorry, my dog. I was gonna say this is kind of where I sit in the middle, right? Because I feel like there's one side with the social justice warriors, and you guys know I don't agree with them, and the gender critical women, or gender criticals in general, which I would lean more in agreement to them. Sorry, I'm super sick. I sound like Kermit. And I think trans women like myself kind of fall like in the middle, where it's like I get where both sides are coming from. And there's one side that's saying exclude all males, which would include me, right? Which I think is a tad bit radical, just in my opinion. And then there's one side saying that all trans identified individuals should be allowed in the women's restroom. I think that's really radical and problematic as well. So I think like trans people need to come together and have like honest conversations and try to take a hold of like the community, right? So I think that's like a huge issue. Sorry, my dog's barking all of a sudden. Sorry, hold on.
Sorry, what do you identify as? I missed it.
Oh, I'm just a transsexual woman.
And you don't find saying that you're transsexual is offensive?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like I identify as a woman, but like the objectiveness to it is that I don't think I am like biologically.
Why would
Because
that
I
be
was going to say,
offensive,
like,
though?
transsexual is like a slur, so I don't
Why?
understand.
Hold on. Why is that a slur, though?
Yeah. Why do you feel like that's a slur?
Because it is a slur.
No, that's not an answer. Why do you believe it's a slur?
It's not why I believe it's a slur. It is a slur.
How is it a slur?
Yeah, what makes it a slur?
Or what makes you
The
believe
fact that
a
it's
slur?
insulting to somebody, that makes it a slur.
How is it insulting, though?
Oh, okay, but what I might find insulting, somebody else may not. So you
Like
can't.
transsexual, to me, it explains that Coco has gone through the surgeries,
Yeah,
was born male, went through surgeries to appear as a woman.
Okay.
Like, what do you call that, Pancrase? Or what's that? Or trans
A
medicalist,
trans
like you
woman.
guys used
I
to?
just say trans woman. Like, a trans
It
woman is a
doesn't
trans
bother
woman.
me either. The reason why I use transsexual is because we're having a very difficult time obviously identifying who's trans and who isn't, right? So now we're having words being called him used, to identify us. And that's, it's because we don't know who's trans or who isn't because of this umbrella. So to kind of reclaim the word transsexual, it kind of gives us the power back for trans women who are, quote unquote trans medicalists, who have gone through it responsibly to their best ability. So that's just where I come from personally. I kind of sit in the middle where it's like gender criticals, I think for the most part slightly respect me, and then like social justice warriors slightly respect me too. So I see both sides. So I kind of fit in like this awkward middle, you know what I mean? So it's really weird for me, but
I think it's important to delineate Coco from someone who just identifies as a dude tomorrow identifies as a woman. Like, I think I just don't understand how transsexual would possibly be considered a slur. Is it offensive to those individuals who haven't gone through surgery? Is that what you're trying to say?
Maybe.
Guys, take the poll, please. Top
I
left of
think
the
it's like,
huge.
is it not like if they shorten it like TRANNY, like that would be the slur? I don't know if I've never heard of transsexual being a slur. Maybe
Press no by
transvestite?
accident.
Like maybe transvestite would be I don't know.
Yes, that also is offensive. And we also don't, what's the other word?
I'm telling you, Pancrase, as a transsexual woman myself, that's not offensive.
No, like you don't use hermaphrodite, you don't use
Well, that wouldn't apply to me. I'm a male.
Anyway, there's just a whole bunch of ways. You guys always seem to use them.
Oh no,
Well, I
it's
personally
I
don't
wasn't
use
trying to, like,
transsexual. I
Again,
just think it's confusing.
correct and accurate
language, right? It's not in the means of, insulting anybody. I just did a quick poll, and 95.10% say that it's not offensive, and 4.8% said it was. So there was 2 people in the poll out of 41. So 39 people voted no, it's not offensive. 42 people out of 41 said it was. So
Do you think cis is a slur?
I can do that one.
I'm
Kind
curious
of.
if she thinks it's a slur.
Kind of. I mean, I don't prefer to use it, and
But
I'm
it
a woman and a female. But if other people want to use it, that's their gender identity. That's up to them.
okay, so then I would say that's the exact same thing. If other people want to use it, then it's really you can't say that it's really a slur. That's just that would be being basically
You got 1
yes,
minute,
that would.
guys. Take the poll and
Yeah, like
continue
I
passing.
don't think it's a slur.
Hold
It
on, time
has
out.
been used. Oh,
Guys,
sorry.
I got an age restriction, so I need you to keep tapping the live. Get us past 50K to protect the live. Put emojis in the comments. Put W panel. Gift the panel, please. Gift the panel. All right. Show your support to keep the live going. You don't have to gift me. Gift them, please. And please take the panel. You have 22 seconds left. Go ahead, Martha.
I don't necessarily think cis is a slur, although I've heard it used as a slur. Like I've heard people like spit it, at people. But it definitely is a problematic term. Like it causes again the dehumanization and objectification of women because it breaks our word into 2 different sections where one is for us and the other is if men want to be in that category too. It allows that to happen. It's an ideological cult speak term that allows women to be shoved over in law and in language and in society and make room for the men to be there too. And that hurts women and girls specifically. It's caused almost 1,000 women and girls to lose out on scholarships and opportunities and medals and awards and places, and has discouraged probably thousands of more women in sports from even participating. It has caused us to have our boundaries eroded and our rights and our spaces stripped from us because men have decided that they would like to be women too. So cis is pretty harmful, really, really harmful word. Is it a slur? No, but it's a very, very hurtful, harmful word to us. It causes more oppression.
Rar for my tiny tinies.
I came up here to ask her a question.
Oh, did she leave?
That's like yeah, I don't.
Now we can start fighting with Coco.
All right.
I think we've already gone our rounds, but we can do whatever you guys want to
Well,
do.
you're the only one that we can fight with.
I
Otherwise,
just
we're just
wanted to
gonna
like
end this.
I just wanted to highlight with her because we weren't getting anywhere and I think it was very important to ensure that we got like her to admit she does not believe in female protections, period. And that's where a lot of these individuals, like, it makes them uncomfy to say that out loud, but it's a factual statement and it needs to be said because the fact that they believe that even though her partner or whatever might pass, you're making that allowance and therefore you're allowing males into our space. I don't know. It's
Well,
frustrating. It
she's
goes round and round without them actually
emboldening.
saying it out loud.
She's telling that man, you have every right to go and cross other women's boundaries because I believe in this stupid religion. And it's just like, this is the problem. But she's never going to see the light, right? Unless she distances herself from this whole ideology and maybe gets away from that man. She won't see what we're saying. Like she can't. Like she might see it, but then she won't be able to internalize it because it will compromise everything she's doing in her life, right? So in order to protect her relationship and her like her proximity to the cult or the community, as some people call it, she's not going to be able to do anything with what we're saying to her, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much the exact experience I had with her. She kind of like got to a point where she was like, okay, I agree. And like she was like it was, not that she was fully there, but she was kind of there. And then it's like the next day I seen her, I think it was in Envy's live or something, once again arguing right back. So I feel like most of this is for attention. rather than actually having understanding and realizing like there are things that are happening. I mean, there are people saying that women are harmful. There are people saying that men aren't harmful and that we did like, so I mean, we have to really be understanding that she just isn't going to understand. And again, like I just can't understand people that are um, arguing against women's best interests is what I see sometimes. And
Beautifully. Have you seen, did I show you when I did Martha Does Twitter, like the parade of women in Africa who were speaking for FGM and like trying to like get it back and protect it and like women,
FGM, what is that? Can you remind me?
female genital mutilation. I don't know if I'm allowed to
Oh
say it,
my
but
fucking God. Do you want to
like
know
one of the
what?
worst things that can possibly happen to women and girls, but it's so entrenched in like their culture and like the male, again, the fawning, because when the males are the most powerful, it women can see that and feel it and they want to fawn for whatever the men want to do in order to stay safe. And you know,
It's
like this is a
dangerous.
lot of women doing this. Like women have always spoken out
Well,
against their interests and they're doing
can't,
so now. We've got the whole new feminism pretending that S work is work and surrogacy is great and all the things that exploit and harm women in society is empowerment and amazing. And like
and
women
Canada's
are
really
at the
bad for that
forefront.
too. Canada's
Yeah.
like literally like the people in Canada. It's wild to me, the women that say that. And
So
I've
I'm
been had
used
it
to it now. I'm just like,
I
women do this.
and I've had it used against me because I said any woman speaking against women's best interests, I will now call non-woman. And so this person, I don't know why, but they keep seeing me in lives and they're like, "Oh, you're not speaking for women. You don't your opinion doesn't even matter because you're calling other women non-women." I'm just saying that I don't want them to have the platform as to what's best for women when they're speaking against our best interests.
Yeah, all we can do is make the world safer for women so they don't have to fawn. They don't have to fawn, they don't have to freeze, and they don't have to flee. We have to have more and more women fighters. And more importantly, and I hate to say this as a feminist, but more importantly, we need more men to fight for us because men are the ones that are listened to the most and that will make the world safer for women. They'll be more powerful at making the world safer for women than women will because there's not as many women who will fight because again, the survival is going to be more fawn, flee, or freeze, but men are way more fighters and it's men's sort of archetypal masculine job to protect and provide safety and accommodation for women to be able to thrive in the world. So I think that if men step up quite a bit and stop simping for these fucking men in dresses and stop prioritizing them over women and children and get that protective instinct back, that's really going to make a difference because women are only going to be able to fight as many as we can fight. Like the amount of women who are willing to fight just aren't as many as who are going to freeze and fawn and flee.
And I would say too, like even in so people are talking about that bear thing. Again, you want to know what? If I when I really think about it, my initial statement was that I would rather be the bear, but I actually would say that it's even worse than that. I would actually rather be with the man, and I would rather fawn to see if I can get my way out of there. Does that make sense? Like, so like
Yeah,
it's more
it's
of a
true.
like like that would be my best obvious option, right? So like again, you see women would I mean I don't know about all women, but a lot of women would probably go on that statement. Do you know what I mean? That they would fawn for that situation so that they could get out of it, hopefully.
So I
Yeah,
do want to
that's a
slide
good
this
point.
back to the initial question, if that's all right for a second. And Coco, I don't know if you mind answering the question that I posed to Pink before, which was, and I understand that you're also writing with different circles, and I'm fine with that. It kind of feels like a high school thing. For me at least, I sometimes ran with one crew and other crews at the same time simultaneously, but. The question is like, what do you perceive the ultimate requirement to be if a third space is available, right? So if more third spaces or single unit spaces are becoming available, why do you feel as though that there are a number of male to female transsexuals who are still pushing the message that they don't care, they're going to continue to use the female space as they always have? What is your perception of what that ultimate requirement is that that third space does not provide?
I mean, I've always supported third spaces. I'm just saying that I know on TikTok it's like great to advocate for these things, right? But like these are people with mental disorders, and like we do have to take compassion in what we're talking about, and these are human beings. I personally don't see anything in my lifetime realistically restricting any trans woman from using the women's restroom. Might be wrong. Um, but I just try to find a healthy middle ground because I'm at a really awkward place. But I would just say be responsible, be respectful of what where you're going into, and um, try to use the restroom that would make the most sense in a social setting. I know in here that's not really a popular thing to say, but
Well, because there's no middle ground when it comes to women's boundaries, right? Like you can't say to men, well, only respect women's boundaries to a certain degree. Just sometimes. If you have plastic surgery or you're good at makeup or you have a mental disorder, then you don't have to respect their boundaries. We'll find a middle ground there. It's like no, there's literally no middle ground. Men
well,
need
I
to
think for
respect
like
women's boundaries. Period.
like
End of
you guys,
story.
there's no middle ground. But
Well,
like
yeah,
a lot
because
of
women's
people,
like again, it's like consent. It's like there's no
mhm.
middle ground on that. Like it's like there's certain things there are middle ground on in the world, and even with the gender ideology, there's a certain amount of accommodation we can find middle ground on. But as far as it comes to female boundaries, where we're in states of undress, where we're going to the bathroom, where we're incarcerated, where we're sleeping, where we're fleeing male violence, and any space we'd like to have for ourselves as female only, be that a grape group that we're talking about our grapes, be that a menopause group or a anything personal to the female sex, we should be allowed to have that. But with legislation right now, we're absolutely not allowed to have that, and that is completely and utterly unacceptable. And so there's no middle ground on like, oh, how can we make that unacceptable or acceptable in some way? We know that that will never, under any circumstances, be acceptable, and we need to fight until that our boundaries are firm and never crossed by men, regardless of what they're doing with their bodies.
Okay. I mean, I've always advocated for trans people to be respectful and responsible of the space that they're entering in. It's unrealistic for me to like think that outside of TikTok we're gonna hold people to like certain standards. I think you guys have your movement going on, and I support you guys from a distance. And um, I have to focus on like me being a transsexual and kind of preserving what I have. You're fighting for trans women not to be appropriating you and safe places for you guys, and I can respect that. I have to work on people appropriating trans women as well. So we're kind of at different odds on this platform, and it's not that I don't respect you guys.
Yeah, I think that's
I'm just at a
totally
different place.
valid. Like
Yeah.
if you were fighting, like if you're fighting the trans trenders and the AGPs,
Yeah.
and but you're not, like you've got lives going on that are like against gender critical women. It's like focus on the men who are appropriating
Well, I hold both.
you.
Well, I
But
hold both for the fight,
if you're
Martha.
fighting us, like you're basically like you're fighting against all women and girls. Like that's ridiculous. Like
I,
I don't see the point of that.
I fight against both sides, like social justice warriors, and like I fight against the radicalism of like gender criticals, whether they're women or
But
not.
what kind of radicalism would you fight against? Like how is holding women's boundaries firmly a radicalist perspective?
Well, I don't deem it appropriate to call a trans woman a Tim. I've never called you guys cis, and that's always been kind of a respect factor. I felt a big letdown with that.
But Coco, we've had this talk though, like honestly, I would use any term that is accurate. It's not, it's the whole point is to not give female language over to males, right? If I'm fighting an ideology that's erasing and eroding women's rights and boundaries, I can't be giving language that we need to fight our sex based violence and oppression over to males at all. So the trans identified male term is what radical feminists came up with to try to be accurate about who we're talking about. Now, now there's a problem with that, but I kind of understand because it is kind of confusing. It's like, are you talking about a trans? Are you talking about a man? Are you talking about a woman? Because there's trans man and trans woman, and so if you say trans identified male, it can sound like you're talking about a trans man. So like that, I'm finding kind of useless. But as for it being offensive, it's like we're literally just trying to find terms to speak about men pretending to be women. I'm just gonna start saying men pretending to be women so that we know exactly who we're talking about because I cannot differentiate. I can't differentiate between you and an AGP and a transgender and a transmaxer, because I don't know everybody. I don't know why they're pretending to be a woman. I have no clue. It might be a disorder. It might be a fetish. It might be because they're maxing. Who knows? It's not my job to figure out why every single man is doing this and then find an appropriate term to use for him, right? I need to just use a term for all the men who are pretending to be women because then I can speak about it in a way that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't agree with all the like how you're putting things, because I don't think that like trans women um are pretending to be anything. I mean, there are some that are appropriating women. I think that's a huge issue. Um,
Well,
but
because
like,
it's not possible to change sex, all
well,
you
of
can do is
course.
either mimic or pretend, right? That's
Well,
what I mean by pretend.
But I think you guys kind of know like where I stand on a lot of these topics. I would side with you guys when it comes to certain beliefs and stuff, and I've been very vocal about that as well. My viewpoints haven't changed. I don't think trans women should be able to go in any women's space other than the restroom. And I think as long as they're respectful and responsible, that's just where I stand. I know it's not popular on this side to say that, but
Well,
I've
because
said
it's
that.
another man deciding where we're allowed to have privacy and boundaries. And it's just like, no, sir, you don't get to decide where I get to have privacy and dignity with my daughter and my grandmother and my mother, where we're pulling our pants down. You don't get to decide that for us because you have a disorder or you have a fetish or you have something going on with you. You are a male. You can respect the boundary. I don't know why you feel so entitled that you get to decide where we're allowed
Well,
to
I
have
don't make the
privacy and
rules,
where
Martha.
we're
I
not.
just follow them. Like I don't. It would be socially inappropriate for me to use the men's restroom.
But
Like we've
Coco,
seen.
you can do the right thing when no one's looking, right? That's the whole thing about being a good
I'm
person
not
in
getting kicked out
society.
of an establishment because Martha on TikTok feels like it's socially and morally inappropriate for a trans woman to use the women's restroom. I'm not
So
putting
you
myself.
don't
I'm not
I'm
putting
just trying to
myself in
convince
that
you.
predicament, Martha. I'm sorry.
Okay, but I'm trying to convince you person to
I know
person
you
here.
are, and I'm like
I'm trying
halfway
to
there with you, but I just.
like I'm not saying that I'm going to like dictate what you do. I'm just trying to illustrate that when you violate the boundary and you've decided that we no longer get privacy there because of your life situation, I'm just trying to convince you that that's a bad thing to do, that's the wrong thing to do. And even if society and law is letting women and girls down in this capacity, you should be against that as a good person. And I actually do think you are a good person. So that's why I'm bothering even talking to you about it. Like Pink Razor, she's not in a spot to even hear things, but like I've talked to you many times and I think you actually do have a pretty solid moral compass. But I think that you are kind of like you're involved with people, you're involved with an ideology a little bit, you've got your own self-interests, right? And they're kind of blinding you to what's right.
I would also say it's about making sure that we're being consistent with language so that we're not favoring, because it could, again, if we're saying one thing about one person, like because we feel safe with that person, and then another thing about another person, that's not in our best interest, because people will say that, and that's where you could be called, a transphobe, or that's where you could be, like have stuck on you that it's hate speech or these types of things. If you're consistent with your language and consistent with your views, it also is very important, right? So I would say like it's not, I mean, I know I stand with Martha, but at the same time I understand that we have to be consistent because it is in our best interest, and I think women have to speak up for their best interest, because not speaking up in our best interest is definitely not going to be helping us.
Just a quick timeout, guys. I still have that restriction, so if you can keep tapping like crazy, I hate to ask, even if you're not enjoying it, just tap on the screen for me, please, until we get to like 75K. Daly, you wanted to chime in on this, so thanks for joining me. So I'm gonna let you go first, and then I'm gonna bring Marco into the conversation. Go ahead, Daly.
Hi, Raw. Thank you for letting me up. I
You're
just wanted to
welcome. I
speak to the
allowed you.
topic of certain people allowing themselves, I think they've got a right to walk into women's restrooms. If women say no, right, what right does a man have to walk in to our restroom? What right do you have? And how can you claim that you're not pretending to be a woman every time you walk in a women's restroom? Seriously, I'm fed up with this.
Are you asking trans women that you think are pretending to be a woman, because I don't pretend you don't even know a lot of our viewpoints. Like, we're not monolithic.
Why
And I
do
think
you, Coco? You don't even know me, so don't even start on me. All
but why
right?
are you
Don't
insinuating that?
start on
Okay,
me.
well, I don't
Hold
know
on.
you.
Let's not get hostile. All right.
No, I'm just saying, like, not all trans people think
I
like
know.
this. Like, we're not
I just
monolithic or something.
requested
Like,
to
what the fuck?
escalate, so I'm trying to de-escalate. Keep things cool. Keep tapping the live until we can get to 75K, please. Again, we're not challenging the people. We're challenging the idea. So if you want to challenge the idea, you're more than welcome to do so. But let's not
I'm
take it to...
challenging the idea that if somebody walks into a women's restroom, they're not pretending to be a woman. How is that not pretending to be a woman if you're walking in to a women's restroom dressed as a woman?
I don't
Can
know.
somebody
I
all
explain
don't,
that
there
to me?
all
I don't
there
know what
is
dressing like a woman
pretending.
looks like. Can you explain that to me?
I'm not even going to go down that road because
I'm
that is
asking you,
just
what does, because I don't dress
it's
like a woman. I just
pathetic
dress like
because
me.
all women look different. All
Right,
right, but you either
absolutely.
are a woman or you're not. So let's not go
Sure.
down that road.
Sure. I mean, we can if you want.
I mean, the whole point is
I'm
that
sure we would agree with each other. So don't make
the whole
Well,
point is
generalizations
that
of
you
all trans
females and
people.
males are two different things, right, Coco?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right. So what space
Don't try
do
to
males
challenge me.
have in women's places
Don't
then?
please don't try to mischaracterize what I've said. I've always stood with women on this. I don't think trans women are women. I've always said that. So please don't go there with me. Like, I've
Well,
built my
you
whole
walk into
platform on
women's
that. Please
spaces,
don't.
Coco.
I
You
don't go to
walk into
trans.
women's spaces. Don't try that with me.
It has one
If you
person.
walk into women's spaces, you're invading our boundaries. End of
I haven't been
story.
stopped yet. So
There
I'm
is
telling you to
nothing
stop.
else to discuss.
Okay, great. Then you can go. You can come all the way to Texas and go billboards and signs telling me to leave the women's restroom. I haven't had that issue yet in 11
It's
years.
coming. It's coming. Don't worry,
What
Coco.
mean?
It's
What
going to be
mean?
reversed. Watch.
I don't think so.
Yeah, pretty soon we're
Really?
gonna trick
You'll
our
see.
fingers to use the bathroom.
we shouldn't
You're not
have
used
to
to women
enforce
standing
our
up. That's the
boundaries.
thing. Women
Oh
have
no,
kept
I've
silent
actually
about
fought
this,
with
and
women.
we've
We
allowed
should
all
just
this to
respect them in
happen.
the first place.
I've actually fought with women actually. So try not to mischaracterize what I've said. I think this is a bit radical to just assume that there's going to be a law that's going to restrict trans women to use the restroom. That's not going to work out. I'm just telling you the reality.
Really? Why are they reversing it in England then?
I don't live in
Or you
England.
could just do the right thing and to begin
Well,
with
that
and
you know,
respect the
like
boundaries to begin with.
places
I
follow
don't live
suit, don't
there.
they? More
I
and more
just
countries are following suit.
I think America is a pretty normal country.
So's England.
I never said it wasn't. Like, you're hot and bothered with me just because I'm saying that I think the middle ground is to be respectful and responsible of the space. You said, well, you're not being respectful, you're not being responsible because you're not a woman. I'm saying, okay, well, that trans women have been using the women's restroom for decades. And all of a
Right,
sudden
but
it's a
women are
problem
now
because of
saying no,
TikTok.
Coco.
And that's never
Women
been
are now
okay.
saying no. So where are you respecting women's
Well,
No.
actually, they said
boundaries?
yes. That's why we
Right,
were
so
able to go
I
in there.
try to
Because if they
explain
said
it
no, we
like
wouldn't be
this.
going there.
If I can take a second and try to explain it like this, and I've said it before, you know, I do believe that there was a standard in place where transsexual males, male to females, were able to access female spaces, and as a result of the,
It
you
was
know,
never okay though.
whether it was okay or not, there was still a standard to a certain degree where it was allowed. Whether it was right or wrong is a different question. Um, but the standard was there, and for the most part, it was being respected. And I feel, and again, this is my personal opinion, so you're more than happy to challenge it, but I feel that when the topic itself became politicized, and considering our current environment and their lack of knowledge around, you know, certain individuals accessing these spaces and what their intentions are, women have now revoked that standard. And they're speaking verbally about it, and they're saying no, right? And Coco, I've spoken with you about this before. It's about making the conscientious decision to lead by example and use a third space. You know, and if you want to implicate yourself in a solution and preserve women's spaces, and fight along them by doing so, by, you know, again, intervening through communication when someone who does not look as though that it's an appropriate thing to do, like entering a female space, you intervene and go, hey, you know, why don't you use this facility? It's more appropriate for us. I mean, you don't have to do that, but if you want to implicate yourself in doing that, you're more than welcome to, because I think that that would help restore a certain trust between women and the transsexual community.
I've also made it very public and very clear that you shouldn't expect that if you do that, that women will extend that standard again. But if you wanted to take a step in the direction of earning their trust, that might be something you can do. But ultimately, um, I don't think that transsexuals really understand that when women extended the standard, that they did have the ability to revoke it at any moment's notice. And I don't think that they need to justify themselves, although I feel as though they are justified. But in that form of agreement, I don't think that they would need to justify themselves, because it is their space. They should have ultimate agency over that space, and they should be able to request the provisions for that space and the privacy and dignity and safety that each individual that will access it, requires. And as a society, we should be delivering that and respecting that. And I know Coco agrees with certain things that I say, and there are other things where they've taken a different position, and I'm fine with that. And I think all that everybody is trying to say is that if you want to lead by example, make the conscientious choice and use the third facility when it's available to you. People have been working on tools for the community to use to be able to locate spaces in their area where it could particularly be more challenging for them to find those spaces. You can use it on the internet in the means of a website called refugee-restrooms.com. And any transsexual individual who prefers to use single unit spaces for privacy, for safety and security, as well as provisions, can go onto that website and look for facilities that are appropriate for them. So,
I think it's
again,
I think it's very easy to stand and say that you support women, but they're just words, all right? Actions is what really will support women, all right? And if you're standing saying something different and acting another alternative to what you're saying, to me, that is a snaky move.
I think it's really crazy that you can disagree with one thing and be completely dropped from women when I've sat there and built my whole entire platform defending women and children and preserving transsexuals. Like, I think that is
I don't
really
feel like
insane,
I've dropped
which
you.
is why
Honestly, I don't think I
I
have.
don't. I'm
And
not
you,
talking Martha, but you have seen a lot of gender criticals drop me. Like, they drop me left
I
and
don't
right.
think
Just
we have. Who?
I feel
Who's
that way.
dropped
That's
you?
just how I feel. Like, I'm
Do
just
you
saying
think
this
there
out.
should be a
You're the
panic
one.
button in the washrooms, like a panic button in case something actually does happen and they could press the alarm, like on a campus, like how they have those alarms? Like, do you think they should have that?
Sure, why not?
The only thing I disagree is the bathroom. Like, heaven forbid, I agree with everything else but the bathroom. Like, Jesus,
And
take the
that's
wheel.
fine, but like my problem is you're
I've
holding
always said
lives,
that.
like dissing me
I
and stuff, and
don't.
then
Do you see
saying I've
Martha?
dropped you. Well,
Martha, I said
people
I
are
like
telling
you.
me.
I
I
said
know,
I
but
like
people are
you.
telling me that you're holding all these lives and like, oh, they're talking about you bad again, Martha. And I don't even go in. I don't know what you're saying, but I'm just, to me, it's like you're saying you've been dropped by us, but I feel like you've dropped us, and you're holding all these lives like against us. And I'm not like, let's hold lives against gender critical,
These people.
conservative transsexuals. You know what I mean? Like it's like you've
Martha, all I've
targeted.
ever said about you, I said I respect you and I like you. The only thing I've ever said is I think you're radical, and that's all. Like, that's all I've said. I think Martha is, like, to me, on the radical side, which is fine. You're allowed to have those viewpoints. I've never discredited you on that. I've had to
Okay,
walk
well, I'm
away from.
telling you, I haven't dropped you. That's why I'm
That's
talking to
okay.
you right
I
now.
respect you for that.
I'm fine with you. Like a lot of your viewpoints are very helpful, but there's some like I do feel like there's a lot of audacity in saying that like we get privacy here, but we don't there because you've decided, and it's just a little bit like I'd like to convince you otherwise if I can.
Oh, I think she got a
And
call.
I think that's Martha's point. Is Martha will she's not never going to give up trying to
Sorry, my
convince you.
battery thing. Yeah, that's my battery thing went, but I was just saying like I'm going to try to convince you. If I can't, that doesn't mean I hate you and I've dropped everything you've ever said and everything you've ever done is now meaningless. It's just that I'm going to keep trying to convince you, and as long as you're around, and I'm going to keep arguing with you, and that doesn't, you know.
I
And as
got
for
you.
the trans identified male or whatever thing, like I'm open to saying other words, but it needs to like actually be, it needs to mean like everybody, and I can't just be like, well, this is this person, this is that
Right.
person, because we're fighting an ideology here, and
Yeah,
you know.
I
Anyway,
understand. I
that's
understand.
where I'm at.
We
I'm
also
not,
know that there's two different types of trans people. Like there's people that have fully transitioned and there's people that are just like presenting.
Well,
Like
there's many different types.
yeah,
Many, many.
there's many types.
That's why we're called Tims now, because they don't know how to distinguish who's actually trans and like all that stuff. So
And how are we supposed to differentiate? Yeah, like it's not
no.
it's and I
Yeah,
mean
I don't
I
agree
don't
with
use
the
that.
word, but
Lift
I
up
don't
their
use that
skirts.
I
Even
haven't used that term.
differentiate.
I just say like we can't differentiate, so we have to make sure that like it's a hard, I don't know, it's a hard thing for everybody. I think it's just wild how quickly it just became so radical and like accepted everywhere. Like in Canada, again, for anybody that doesn't know, in Canada, you do not have to change anything. You do not have to shave your beard. You do not have to take a hormone. You do not have to do anything to claim you are a woman, go into a woman's prison, as well as change your passport. So we have to fight against it.
yeah, that's a problem. I agree.
Tooth and nail hard. Like there's no like medium line in that, right? Like we
Like
either
fist
allow
to
that.
fist.
Did I say I was going to start fighting people with my fist? Would I win? Probably not.
God,
I mean,
why is everything so violent? Like,
I mean, I don't
honestly.
know. It's what it seems like they want. Either they want to like lift up people's skirts and like check their genitalia, or
No, we just want people to be respectful.
I've never needed to do that to
Hey,
correctly sex
who's
anybody.
they?
I can look out right now. I'm in a coffee shop, right, and I'm looking around me. Every single person that I see, I can correctly sex without looking at their genitals. It's so easy.
I'm coming to you, Marty. Hold on. And then I'm going to get to you, Sam. But I want to give Marco an opportunity to speak because I do got to drop some people to cycle some people in. Marco,
That's all right,
thanks
mate.
for...
thanks. So
That's
you
all
can
right.
drop me.
I've been listening in. I've been listening in the entire
How do I drop?
conversation. I mean, my question. Can you
I'll
guys hear
drop.
me at all?
We're just
No,
saying.
no,
I
no,
was just
no.
saying I'll drop.
How do
I'll
I
drop you
drop?
once
Can
I've.
somebody drop me, please? For some reason, it's not letting me do it.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to stay. I just want to cycle a few people in. That's all. So go ahead, Marco.
All right. So I've been listening to the entire conversation. I do have two questions for Coco. First question. Why do you believe it's okay? Why do you believe that we should need to have a panic button in the toilet?
I
I
never said
mean,
that.
unless,
I never said that.
well, you were okay when someone asked, "Should we have this?" and you said, "Sure, why not?"
I never
So,
said that. I was never even asked
yes,
that.
you
Oh,
I
I
was
did.
said
never asked
that.
that.
Yes, you
I
did.
said that. I was like, sure, why not? I don't care. Whatever.
Okay,
I never said
it
that.
sounded like
I
you,
didn't care at
Coco.
all.
Oh Lord, here we go.
Okay, Mike. And the second question is, if there is such a push, if there is such a push for inclusivity, why are we not being inclusive of females as well? Why are we disregarding a female's voice? You know, when I say female, I mean biologically a female. Why are we disregarding their opinion and their feelings and putting their stance second to those who are saying that they are a woman, but they're actually a biological male?
Well, to correct that, I've never claimed to be a female. That's a conversation for females to have. I'm a transsexual. I'm pretty based in understanding that I'm not a woman or a female. So I don't know where we're getting at.
I just see
You go to a restaurant and you misgender somebody, you could be fired if you misgender somebody on purpose.
Even though you're correctly gendering them, which is like we're literally living
Yeah, but
in
that's called
1984.
being disrespectful, and that's called being
Again, that's the kind of rhetoric that's
discriminating.
causing the most harm.
It's discriminating.
No, we're being forced, Pink, to capitulate to an ideology that is nothing but harm. We don't have to play pretend for people. You are saying that under law, we should be made to play pretend for people. That is so totalitarian and fucked up. You have no idea where that will take us.
Hey,
do not support
sorry,
that.
Martha. I just need to interject really quickly. RawReal, I'll follow you, mate. That's not a drama, but I'm gonna lose reception shortly as I'm Ubering up to a mine site. So I will talk to you guys later.
Appreciate it. Gave you a follow back. Thank you very much for joining. Sorry, go ahead,
No
Martha.
worries.
Cheers.
Can I just chop it? Sorry, Martha, but seeing biological sex is something that we have all been taught from tiny. We've all been taught to do that. So ignoring that completely to see an invisible sense of self that nobody can actually identify or pinpoint scientifically is complete madness. And I would argue that in court.
And refusing to play pretend for people, like refusing to immerse ourselves in a fiction for other people, is not discrimination. It is not a phobia. It is not us doing something illegal or wrong. It is staying rooted in reality and refusing to use wrong language that is for other people's pleasure, basically, or whatever their issues are. It's not our job to suspend reality so that other people can feel more comfortable.
The fact that you say pretend sounds so childish. Like the last time I pretend to play Barbies, like a pretend scenario, it
Okay,
just
but
doesn't make
Razor.
sense. Yep.
Okay, but Razor, it's not possible to change sex, right? So all we can do is
It
pretend.
is. Have
All
you
that's
not
it.
heard of a sex change? There's a thing called a sex change.
No, they're not. They're not change. Oh my god! See, this is the thing. Like
Right. So
people,
Pink, like I've addressed this. Like,
You guys are making it sound like the world is under a
literally
microscope.
okay,
nobody
You're
has
acting
changed
as
their
if the world is
sex.
under a microscope, and it's not under a microscope. If we actually
Nobody
looked
has
in a
changed their
microscope
sex.
and looked at every little aspect of our lives and at every aspect of somebody, you know what I mean, their house and how clean it is. Like if we look and we took like a microscope to all of that, like it would blow our minds of what we
What are
could
you
see.
talking about?
but
Like, what
we
does
we
this have
live
to
in
do
a
with anything?
reality. We live in a reality where we understand that there has never been a successful Schmeck's reassignment surgery. It has never
What?
been accomplished. It is
My girlfriend's, what are you talking about? Her surgery was successful. She doesn't have to dilate.
That doesn't change
That
her
is just
sex.
She have a
yeah,
womb.
exactly. It
That
doesn't
just
change her
changes
sex.
Does
Sex
she
is
have a
defined
working
by the
womb
gametes that your body
biologically makes
produces.
right.
and
That's
female DNA?
right. Like that.
No, it's not even DNA. It's literally the gametes that you produce. Either you produce large gametes, which are eggs, which make you female. You produce small gametes, which are sperm, which make you male. It doesn't even come down to your chromosomes. It literally comes down to the gametes. You cannot physically change your sex whatsoever. You can modify your body, you can
Yeah,
invert
exactly.
heel. It's still not a vaginal canal. It still has no vaginal wall. It still has no muscular structure. It doesn't self clean.
Exactly.
It doesn't self lubricate. It doesn't do anything that a vaginal canal does.
It's
So
all synthetic.
it's literally, it doesn't even, wouldn't even have the same sensation as a vaginal canal would, whether you're giving birth or you're in an intimate setting. So to think that it is the same is taking away from what women need with regards to women's health care, which is very important. And this is why the language is so important. And when I say trans-identified man,
Oh, here we go.
it has nothing to do with getting at people because of the term cis or anything like that. And I've explained this in Raw's Live before, is legally in Canada, because of the legislation changes and taking away of our single sex based rights in this country, any man can go into any woman's space. We don't have the right to tell them to get out. If we see a man and we correctly gender them and they turn around and they tell us, oh no, I'm not, they can legally have us charged with a human rights violation under the Criminal Code of Canada, which is absolutely ridiculous. They're in our prisons, they are in our DV shelters, they're in our grape shelters, they're in every single space. So when people say, oh, the bathroom is no big deal, that's where it all started. It started
And
with the
that's the most
bathroom, and then
commonly
it
used
just,
space too.
right, exactly, and it just snowballed from there, and now it's completely out of control, and women have no single sex based rights in this country. No little girls have single sex based rights in this country. So for you to turn around and say that because your boyfriend turned around and inverted his Pishka deal and it makes him a woman and it should give him the rights that women have and the dignity and everything that comes with that is absolutely mind-blowing, that you're a woman sitting up here advocating for men to go in our spaces no matter what they've done to their bodies.
And I
I
just wanted
agree.
to add that there's thousands and thousands and thousands of differences between the sexes. So to reduce us to our whole and breasts is a little bit misogynistic and sexist.
rar for my tiny tinies.
Do you guys mind if I just ask Pink a question? I just have one question I want to ask, and then I can jump down for other people. I don't want to hold the space for people who want to engage
Rar
more.
for my tiny tinies. Yeah, go right ahead, Sam. And then I want to get to Christy because she's got to prep for her live at 8
Wait for,
o'clock.
I'll let Shanta go and then I'll jump in. I just wanted to say one thing to Pink, but I'll wait till after Shanta goes. Go ahead.
You bet. Sam, go right ahead.
Okay. So Pink, I just wanted, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Shoot it.
Okay. I'm just gonna premise this with, so I'm a lesbian, right? And to me, that means same-sex attraction, right? So I'm a female who's attracted to other females. Doesn't matter how they dress, how they act, I'm attracted to other females, right? And if one day I became attracted to a trans person who is male, I would have no problem calling myself bi or pan at that point, because then I would be by definition attracted to a male. I would have no issue with that. Today, I'm not attracted to males of any variety, but if one day I was, I would have no issue calling myself bi or pan at that point, because that would be what I am, right? So I was just curious if why you have a problem saying you're bi or pan when you are attracted to a male. Like, what is the big issue with being bi or pan to you?
I don't think it's really an issue at all. Nobody's actually even mentioned that. Nobody's ever said, well, that makes you bisexual or
We
that
do all
makes
the
you
time.
pansexual. That's always the heterosexual. It's always the heterosexual.
Well, because
Oh,
you're
no,
in a
that's true.
heterosexual
I've said to you
relationship.
on a
But
different
no,
line. I've said
that
to you
makes
that
you
you were
bi, not that.
bisexual. So I've never actually, you actually have been told that by myself on another
Yeah.
live.
And I've
So
heard it as well.
And I agree with that too.
Yeah, like, so what I've heard other panels or other people tell you is that your current relationship is heterosexual, which it is. If you are a female and they are a male, regardless of how they dress or what surgeries they've had, you're a female, they're a male. That is a heterosexual relationship, because the word heterosexual is talking about the sex, not the gender, not the appearance, the sex. Just like homosexual is talking about the sex, not the gender, not how they appear, right? Sex, period. So if you are in a heterosexual relationship, but you are also attracted to other people of the same sex, that would make you bi or pan. So it is a problem with you wanting to say, I'm in a heterosexual relationship, but I'm also attracted to women, which makes me bi or pan. And you refute that all the time. And I don't understand. As a lesbian, I would have no problem.
Actually, I would have no problem with pansexual.
Then quit saying you're a lesbian.
I'm sorry. Grandma. Um, I don't know if anybody's ever pansexual or bisexual, and if I was to actually think about it, maybe it is more pansexual. But I don't know. I just feel, because I mean, even lesbians are now telling me that I'm not a lesbian, which is news for me. I mean, this is very, like, I've never had lesbians before. I mean, only on here ever say to me in person, like, oh, if you like trans women, that means you're not a lesbian. Like, nobody's ever mentioned that.
I've had that conversation with other
Because
lesbians. Like, if I had a friend who was a lesbian and she was dating a male, I would tell her she's not a lesbian. I don't understand how that surprises you, because the definition of lesbian is
Cross my mind that
same-sex
she's
attraction.
male. It literally does not cross my mind
But it
at
doesn't
all.
change the reality, right?
But like,
She
when
is
do we think
male.
about it? Do we think about it when we're in in intimate relations? Do we think about it on a date when we go out to a
Well, no,
restaurant and eat?
but we've had
Like,
this
when do we think about
conversation.
it? We never think about it. The only time I've ever had to think about it is on here, because I'm trying to defend like
yeah,
other
and
trans people.
you're impacting other lesbians. You're impacting lesbian spaces. You're impacting what it means to be a lesbian by claiming that you're a lesbian in a relationship with a man. That's hurtful. It actually, there's a lot of these men who are targeting lesbians, who are vulnerable, who are just getting to know their sexuality and understand it, and they're just kind of up and coming, and then they've got this strong push to accept men as an option, for their lesbian dating, and it's manipulative and it's harmful, and especially to younger lesbians. So like, if you're going to come onto an app where activism is being done and cultures are being shifted, and we're actually trying to impact problematic things, like go ahead and you guys can play pretend all you want in your life. Like you can pretend that man is a woman, and you're not going to like acknowledge his hips and the way his body is, and you're going to pretend that, oh, you're going to see like whatever characteristics are there and ignore the rest. That's your prerogative. But when you come onto this app and you start impacting how many people? 258 people. Who knows how many of these are young up and coming lesbians? You're making an impact with your statements and with your with what you're calling lesbian. So it's important.
Yeah, and to Martha's point, right? That is kind of my point here, is that, you know, if I started dating a male, I would have no problem calling myself bi. But as a lesbian living in the world we're in today, if I go into a lesbian dating app, I expect, because the term lesbian is same-sex attraction, I expect to be able to go into a lesbian app and there to only be females on there, right? I expect that if I go to a lesbian meetup and they tell me it's only lesbians, that it's only going to be lesbians there, right? It's only going to be females there. And because if there are males in a situation, I might be more cautious about, you know, what I do, where I do it, right? Because that's just the reality that we live in. And it's harmful that now we have lesbians being told they have to sleep with men because those men are calling themselves women. So that's telling me as a lesbian that I'm not valid, that I can't have a preference because I'm then transphobic, therefore, because I don't like to sleep with men. When lesbians fought to be recognized, to be able to say, hey, it's okay that you're a female who only likes females. And now, once again in society, I'm being told you have to date males, otherwise you're homophobic or you're wrong.
Oh, they call you a sexual racist.
Can I ask?
They say you have genital preference. There's so much disrespect and homophobia towards the lesbian and gay community because of this ideology.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys have seen some of these shows that are on like these reality shows. Like one is where they date behind a wall or something, and they don't even know each other. They date for like a week or something, and then they get to see people like in person after a week, and then they can marry them or go on a honeymoon with them or something. Anyway, long story short, because
Even grandma's fed up.
my girl does not talk about any of this. She's got so many viewpoints. I couldn't even tell her I was a lesbian for like literally decades because she didn't know what a lesbian actually was and thought that me saying I was a lesbian meant that I was telling her I was having sex with women. Like, that just shows you that she very old school.
Pink, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Why is it that you feel the need to force your lifestyle practices upon everybody else? Right? You chose to be with a man who's mentally unwell, and then you spend your time online trying to force everybody else to believe that you licking an open wound makes you a lesbian.
Oh, thanks for the tiny dunnies.
I don't understand. What do you think homosexuality is?
I believe homosexuality is being attracted to the same sex. And I do believe that you can change your sex. I don't believe that.
We're going to expound on that. So what is the sex of your boyfriend?
Female.
How is he a female?
She is a female.
How is he a female? How is your partner a female?
She's got boobs and a vagina. So yeah, that's a woman. That's a female.
So you're saying that if a woman has a double mastectomy because of cancers, erratic cells growing, that she's no longer a woman? And if you're speaking of a vagina,
she would still be a woman. She would still be a woman. Wonderful. Even if she can't reproduce, she would still be a woman.
And why is that?
Because she's a woman. Like, I don't get it. A woman is a woman. Like, just because she can't reproduce doesn't mean she's not a woman.
Pink, what makes a female?
Okay, I don't really know what you mean by that. Like, what do you
Maybe
mean
you
by the way
can
they dress, the way that they present themselves, the way that they treat people?
Being a female, Pink, is a biological state. And what makes a person, a human being, a female is the capacity to give birth. Since your boyfriend, your partner,
okay,
right,
wait, maybe that's what you believe. Maybe that's what you believe.
It's not what I believe. It's not what I believe, Pink. That is what the definition of a female is.
But not all
having
females
the
can reproduce.
Exactly, but all females have the capacity to reproduce. So even if she has underdeveloped ovaries, right? She doesn't produce eggs. She doesn't have a vaginal channel, right? She has the pelvic lining that is able to carry a child. This is what you people don't understand. You have reduced female to the capacity to give birth. You have reduced woman to a social construct that you've conjured up in your
That's what
mind
you just
based on
did. No, but
sexist
that's what you
stereotypes.
just did that. You
No,
literally just did
sweetheart.
that.
She
No,
said,
I didn't.
She said that females are for reproduction. That's literally what she said. She
No,
said
sweetheart.
capacity.
Females have the capacity to reproduce.
Females have the
Maybe it's my
capacity to
accent.
reproduce.
Yes, your boyfriend doesn't have any capacity to reproduce.
Okay, but we're
He
talking about
isn't
other
infertile.
transsexuals. We're talking about other
There is
transsexuals that
no
are
such
born with
thing.
both. You could be born with a
Nobody is
vagina
born
and
with
have male
both.
organs.
No, listen, sweetheart. You can't be born with a vagina and have male organs. You can have
Yeah,
underdeveloped
you can, and
cells.
actually, it happens all
No.
the time.
Can you name me one case and what the syndrome is called?
A syndrome? It's not a syndrome.
Oh
It's
my God.
some type of hermaphrodism. It's part of that. Yes.
Hermaphroditism doesn't exist in human beings.
What?
Hermaphrodites do not exist in humans.
Hermaphroditism does not exist in human beings. It
Okay,
does
but
not.
coming from a medical person who's had to use that term medically in medical
When did you
fields,
use that? When did you use that?
in a
And who did you
hospital,
use it to
actually,
describe?
in a
Who did
hospital
you use
because
it
the
to
person
describe?
had both genitals,
We don't
and
use that in hospitals to
they did up
identify
until a
human
few years
beings.
ago. They did up until a few years
Sweetheart,
ago.
sweetheart, that term has been abolished for several years in the medical field because we've
Okay,
came to the
so
under
I just said that. I
we've
agree with you. Yes,
we've
it has been. They don't use it
we've
anymore, but
we've came to the understanding that
it
no
was used.
human being possesses that has been outdated since like the 70s, if not longer. We've came to the understanding that human beings do not possess the capability to have both reproductive organs and or genitals. There are cases where incongruencies happen during utero, with hormonal distribution or whatever else, right? It could be chromosomal abnormalities, whatever it is. We've come to the understanding that there can be underdeveloped cells, right, that happen that morph the outside or the inside body of the person in question. So it could
And
be
hormones
that they
have
have
another thing to do with it. Hormones are
yeah,
also
true,
necessity, and
true,
if we don't have it, if it's out of whack or there's a deficiency, then there's also problems.
yeah, they can pose problems, but even with hormonal imbalances, you are still medically male or female. You people are under the concept that you can use intersexism to justify delusions and make believe. The facts are, sweetheart, that there is no human being that has ever lived that will ever be born with both reproductive organs or possess the capability of having both genitals. It has never happened. There can be females with elongated clitora that are born that poses some kind of ambiguity, right? Or there can be males that are born with the gonads not descending. So it can be ambiguous and they can be classed or marked as female, right? I think that's called Guavedo syndrome. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a minute since I've done this. Years of going school. I think it's called Guavedo syndrome, where the male testes have not dropped because of imbalances in testosterone distribution in
Yes.
utero. But
Yes.
up until
I think that's
puberty,
Gueva-Dose.
But they could still get periods, though.
yes,
Gueva-Dose, I think.
no, they don't get periods because in order to have a period, you would have to have the female
Okay.
reproductive
Okay.
organs. So you see with this, so since that you can't change your sex and there's no blurred line when it comes between sex, and it's literally binary in medicine, it's binary. Okay, your boyfriend is a male and he will always be a male, and you having schmex with him makes you indulgent in heterosexuality. It doesn't matter if his male genitals are mutilated, dwarfed, right? It doesn't matter if it's festered and scabbed. right? You're still having heterosexual relations. So that would make you at least bi.
Can I also mention that when you say that, like maybe you haven't said it in like a way of basically like offending me, like saying like, well, then you're heterosexual, like it's a problem or like it's an insult, because it's actually not an insult. There's nothing wrong with being heterosexual. So like I just don't think that like, you know, when you I don't know. Like, I'm just
I
not
never
going to
use it as
identify
an
as it.
insult,
I'm just not going to tell people that I'm in a heterosexual relationship
but
because
you are.
I don't want to attract men. Like, I don't
But you
want to
already
attract men.
attracted a man and you're
Yeah,
with
but
him
if I
right
say
now.
that I'm heterosexual, that's going to give them like the doorway and be like, oh,
Then
well,
maybe
oh
you
my
should
God,
leave
she
your
likes men
boyfriend.
now. Like, no.
But then maybe you should leave your boyfriend if you don't want to give out the impression that you like men, because obviously you do. You are with one licking his open wound that you pretend is the female genitals. And I don't mean to be rude when I say, you know, you're heterosexual. I could never shame normalcy, which is what God gave us, normalcy. So I would literally commend you if you just admitted that, you know, you're tired of being with females and you wanted something different. It's okay to admit
No,
that.
because like when I
You know,
first
it's
started
okay.
dating her, she didn't originally tell me that she was trans originally. She didn't tell me that she was trans originally, and when she did tell me after like 5 dates, I had no problem. I was like, "Oh, well, that's interesting. I've actually never dated a trans woman before, but I mean, I'm used to dating women, and I treat her just like a woman. Like I'm actually like the dude in the relationship because I'm the one that wears like the pants. Like I'm not a girly girl like she is."
Yeah, but so
Oh,
your
I saw
entire
you on camera.
relationship. So your
I saw
entire
you on camera. I
Yeah.
believe you. You're very masculine looking. No wonder you wanted to compensate with a, you know, feminized man. But separate and apart from that, you can't change the reality. And I'm sorry, Marty J. You can't change the reality. You are in a heterosexual relationship. Your boyfriend is, in fact, your boyfriend, and he will never be your girlfriend. And I'm not being any kind of phobic because I've never been afraid of a man in women's apparel in my life. It has
So
never
when I
scared me.
introduce her, right, to people and she's wearing a dress and high heels and nylons and makeup and her nails are done and her hair is done, you want me to tell people to call her a man?
Oh, they know it's a man. They just, you know, call
What?
him
I don't think so. You
to
would
be
never
nice to
be able.
you.
You would think I was a man before you think she was a man, and I
Do you mind
have
putting
the
him up?
biggest.
Can you put him up for us to judge since
Yeah, let
you're
me get a
sure?
photo. Let me get a photo. How do I do the back screen on here?
Oh, you can just press green screen.
Green screen.
it's
I'm
just
sure
gonna
when
be
they
real
see
tricky.
him in those cocktail dresses with that big broad back and size 13 heels and those big robust biceps and that collarbone and that neck, I don't think anybody's questioning, especially with the sharp jawline. I don't think anybody's questioning. What people afford you is niceties. People feel as if, okay, I'm going to treat you the same way I would want to be treated. And that's why nobody says to you, you know, your boyfriend is in drag. That's why nobody says it to you, because of basic human decency. But I'm not here to play along. As you know, I was labeled the most transphobic person on this app for 3 years in a row. And it's something that I'm very, very proud of, even though I don't tolerate transphobia because it doesn't exist. But your boyfriend is in fact your boyfriend. Sorry, but that's just the truth. And he will never have a vagina because a vagina is something that brings men to their knees. It self lubricates, it smells, it self cleans, and it doesn't have intestinal juices flowing betwixt it. Sorry, but it's the truth.
Yeah, I just
Somebody
want
needs
to
to tell
really
you.
quickly point out, Shanta, she said she went on 5 dates with this man before he told her that he was trans-identified man. So basically, the entire relationship is based and started with lies and deceit.
And that's why she's keeping up with the lies and deceit, because she doesn't want to admit that she was bamboozled into liking a man. And she doesn't want to admit that she may now have a preference for adult males. She just doesn't want to admit it. I think that when this relationship is over, she's going to find a man who pretends to be a woman, a trans identified man, with a phallus to be with, because that's what she wants. A phallus, she misses it.
Yeah, but it's very dangerous to start a relationship with
Yeah,
a
that's
woman.
I can't show a photo of her. I'm sorry. I've seen too many of Christie's videos where she shows people's faces and then takes mutilated genitalia and posting it all over the internet. So I'm
I don't
not
know what
gonna
you're talking
expose
about. I've
her.
never done that.
Christie's done that numerous times.
I've never posted mutilated gen on the internet. That's blatantly
You
untrue.
have your own server.
That's correct. It goes in the server, not on the internet.
Whatever. It's sketchy and it literally is like black market kind of stuff.
It's not black
So
market. It's photos from Reddit of people that
dark
went through
web, I
bottom
meant,
search.
sorry.
Yeah, it's
Dark web.
people's photos from Reddit that went and got their gens mutilated.
It's
They already
literally
posted it
public
asking
And
for a
so
photos.
link.
I'm sorry. On what planet is it okay for you to plaster people's genitalia without their consent?
Well, when you
They gave
plaster it
their
on
consent.
Reddit, yeah, when you plaster it on Reddit for in a group of 40,000 people, I could screenshot it and talk about it.
People steal those photos and post it on there. Like those people aren't posting photos of themselves. People have posted that.
And the good thing is that it's anonymous, so they won't even know their name because it's on a Reddit name, and they don't show pictures of their face. Usually, it's just their mutilated vag, or whatever you want to call it.
Actually, people who have had bad surgeries do post it on Reddit. I'm in contact with several people who have now since detransitioned who have had bottom surgery. One of them attempted to unalive himself several months ago. His mother found him unresponsive in her room. She called me frantically screaming that he's destroying her restroom. So because he was asking for his phallus. The trans ideology needs to be abolished. There are no trans people, they don't exist. I don't care who wants to call me extreme. I've been doing this for 3 years on this app. I couldn't care less. The whole ideology is a farce, hell-bent on destroying men and to give children bodily autonomy, which is what they're advocating for through the rhetoric that children need affirming care gender. We can look at the Cass records that showed that this ideology is not fully, I have an accent. I don't need anybody to correct me. That show that this ideology isn't thoroughly thought through, and that there is nothing in science that collaborates this ideology. It's all just being made up as they go along. The hormonal replacement therapy that these children, the cross-sex hormones that these children are getting, destroys their body. It dwarfs their bodies,
I will
like
say I
the
agree
bone
with you. I
structure
agree with
and the
this whole point.
genitals. And not only that, it destroys their brain. There are a lot of cognitive disabilities that come with cross-sex hormones that have never been expounded upon, right? And it's literal. It's even been linked. It's even been linked to early stages of Alzheimer's. And that coupled with the fact that there are more little girls. And if you guys remember when they first started calling me transphobic on this app, I've been saying that this ideology is a farce. A lot of people, even people who agreed against the trans ideology, said that I was an extremist. But everything is now coming to the light. And I'm glad that more health professionals are speaking out against this, because it is literally built on children having bodily autonomy. When that man, John Money, Alfred Kinsey, Valtmar Sigouche, they started this and facilitated this ideology. They also believed that children are inherently smexual, right? And if you notice that with this ideology, it removes parental
I'm
rights,
sorry, did
as
you
I
say
said it would.
inherently?
Yes, that's what they said. They are
Oh,
born smexual, and that when you touch them and they cry, it's because they're having reached their peaks. They're having reached their peaks. You can look this up. That's what they believe in. They believe that when children cry, when being sexually touched, is because they enjoyed it. This has always been what is behind this ideology. If you
What?
remember
I
correctly,
have never in my life heard that before.
Oh, if you want, follow me on Instagram. I will send you numerous articles of these people who founded the trans ideology, sexologists, therapists, psychologists, and even some social workers that believe that children were inherently sexual and that they should be given bodily autonomy. This is why now with this ideology, parental rights are being removed to give children the right to consent to these hormone replacements or cross-sex hormones. Literally, that's why this is happening. It's a whole agenda.
It should be 18 and plus. I don't think that it should be under 18.
I just wanted to say one thing to Pink Razor for something that she said earlier. You said something about if you put everything under a microscope, right?
Yes, if that's.
Can you just can you restate what you said? You said something about putting everything under a microscope and you'll be able to see.
Yes.
Right. So I just wanted to respond to that. You know that every single cell in your body has a sex, correct? Every cell in your body is sexed, okay? The X chromosome consists of 160 million base pairs of DNA, okay? So when you put your man's body and you check him thoroughly, every single cell in his body, in his breasts, in his peach, everything is going to have a sex. There's no successful sex changes ever. So just because your man didn't have complications doesn't mean that he changed his sex. The success rate of sex changes is 0%. Zero. Nobody has ever changed their sex. So while your man didn't get complications from his surgery, he's still a man. And you could check it on every single cell of his body.
Can we admit that, like, when you get when you have breast cancer and you get like a breast reduction or something like that, like, they're not always going to be like, there's going to be some that have scarring and then there's going to be some that don't.
That's not what yeah, that's absolutely not what I said. What I said was every single cell in your man's body is male. Every one. It doesn't matter how he chooses to present himself. Every cell is male. So it doesn't matter if his boobs are removed, if they're there, if it's inside, if it's outside, if he cut it, whatever he did, everything in his body is male. There's nothing.
Okay, but why do they give estrogen pills to trans women and they give testosterone to trans men?
Because they want to present female and male. They want to take on the male and female characteristics, physical characteristics.
So
It doesn't
growing
make
a
them
pair
male.
of boobs would be cells then.
It's male. Yeah, male cells. Those are male breasts. Your man has gynecomastia.
Gynecomastia is what he has. He doesn't have breast disease.
Yeah, your man has a male breast from an increase of estrogen. Those are not female. If you take those breasts off and somebody checks his cells, those are not female breasts. Like, I'm not sure what you're not understanding. Those are male breasts. Those are gynecomastia.
They are fatty tissue distribution in his pectorals, underneath the pectoral muscle. They're not breasts.
Well, compared to the women breasts that I've seen,
it doesn't matter what you see.
Hers are perfect.
I think the fact that you went on dates with your man and he didn't tell you he was a man for 5 dates is an automatic problem in itself. Automatic problem. He deceived you, and now you're continuously going along with the deception. If somebody deceived me on their sex from day one, I would never speak to them again. That's the ultimate deceit. Because it should be your choice whether or not.
I can understand why you would say that, and I can understand that's what you would do, but
I'm just giving you my
didn't find
perception.
offense of it. I didn't find an offense of it. I mean, we talked for months before meeting, and we both knew that it wasn't going to be sexual right off the.
But the point is, Pink, it's simple. You spoke to him for months. You went on 5 dates. He knew you were a lesbian and chose to withhold information from you. Okay,
I mean, kind of.
That's emotional.
Not
that's
kind of,
emotional.
the definition.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
That's emotional.
Yeah, she did.
Listen, it's
She
emotional
did.
grape. No, you can't say she. The language is important. It's emotional grape what he did to you. He lied to you and deceived you, and now he has you believing that his gynecomastia is actual female breasts. I mean, that's how warped.
I touch him and play with him all the time, so
doesn't matter what you do.
The difference. I know, but you're trying to act as if there's a difference because I've been with women with small breasts, no breasts. Like,
you're not getting it. You're so you're so caught up and tangled into this.
Because it's like somebody who has breast implants compared to somebody who has natural.
No,
breasts.
it doesn't. It's somebody who's a man that's
difference?
lying. It's somebody who is a male that lied to you, knowing that you are a lesbian, now calling himself a lesbian.
I'm saying, like, how would it be any different than being with somebody who has breast implants than being with somebody who has
because it's a male. Like, what are you not getting? A woman with breast implants is not the same as a man that lied to you that has breast implants.
But they're both valid.
It doesn't. I don't think you're getting it. He's a man that lied to you about his sex, and you knew that you were a lesbian, and then disguised himself as a lesbian to date you.
I know. I mean, I actually never even thought about it. Like, it wasn't even a problem for me. I don't know.
I understand, but you know what? A lot of people, it would be a problem.
Now I
Because
can see
if
why
I'm a
everybody's like,
heterosexual person, right? I like just plain boring old men. And if I found out the man that I thought was a man that I was dating was born female, it would instantaneously be ended. Instant. Because it's
Razor
deception.
knew. Razor knew. She knew. We are acting as if we can't tell that these men are men. Razor has been a lesbian for so many years. You mean to tell me that she went on 5 dates with a grown ass man and didn't have any kind of inclination that this is a man cosplaying womanhood? She knew. She
no, I
just
did
thought that
not
he
know.
may
I
have had
honestly did
his
not know.
pianist and she
No,
could
she
get
doesn't
some
look
diop
fake.
because that's what she's been missing.
She
Let's
doesn't
keep it
look
real.
fake. Like,
Any
it's
lesbian that dates a man cosplaying women literally misses the D and they want it. That's what it is. She
I
knew.
knew you
She
were
knew.
gonna say that. I effing knew you were gonna say that, because that's what it comes down to, and why I don't want to identify as a heterosexual, because you literally just said that means that I want the D. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
And here's the thing, Pink. I don't.
Yeah, you wanted it.
Yeah, I
I'm not
really
telling
wanted
you.
it. Yes, that's why I avoided it my entire life, because I
Pink.
find it gross and disgusting. Yeah, okay.
Pink, let me clarify my stance, because it's a little bit different, right? So when I came up here and asked you that, I'm not saying that you miss guys or anything like that, right? So my issue with you continuing to call yourself a lesbian is because it's hurtful to lesbians. Because if I go on a dating app and I say I'm a lesbian, I don't want, that's me being clear about my boundary, right? That I don't want men to attempt to date me, no matter what form they're in, no matter what subcategory.
Sorry, can I ask a quick question? You said lesbian, right? You're a lesbian, so you're attracted to trans men.
No.
What? But they're female.
Because I'm not talking about my preference. I'm talking about my sexuality. My sexuality is what sex am I attracted to, right?
I'm sorry. Okay, so then how is that any different from my situation?
Because your situation is a different sex by definition, right? I'm not saying so me being a lesbian, let me finish. Me being a lesbian means I'm attracted to women.
Females.
I'm a female who's attracted to females, right?
Biological females, right? So trans men with a penis, that is considered a biological female. So you're attracted to that.
No,
you're attracted to a penis.
Listen. That would come down to a preference. My preference does not include.
That would come down to a preference. My preference.
There's Echo. Sorry. Oh. Well, while she's getting back on, I'll just clarify her question. So I'm not talking about preference, because if I'm a lesbian, which means I'm a female attracted to other females, right? I'm a homosexual, which means same-sex attraction. So everybody has their own preferences, right? Like, I'm not attracted to every female I meet. It just means, in general, my sexual preference is females. That may mean maybe I only like femmes, maybe I only like mass, maybe I only like any spectrum of females, right? Everybody has a preference. But it means that I exclusively only like females, and then whatever variant of that female, right? So
I'm sorry. So then how am I not in the same situation then, is what I'm not understanding.
You are dating a male. You are dating somebody who is of the sex male. That's when you fall into pan or bi, because that only sexuality has the term sex in it. Homosexuality, which means gay or lesbian, depending on your sex.
But so you have to admit that you are attracted to trans men.
No, I don't.
But you're a lesbian.
And I am attracted to females. I still have
And a trans man is a female.
Listen to me for a second. I'll get to that. That means I could be attracted to a trans, I'll use your terminology, a trans man. I'm not personally, because I have preferences. But if I was a female dating a trans man, I could still call myself a lesbian, because they are still the sex female.
Well, aren't you lucky?
I am the sex female. Now, if I am a female and I date a man, that is a heterosexual relationship. That doesn't mean I only am attracted to men. I could be bi or I could be pan. Do you understand the difference? Sexuality, if you say you're a lesbian, that means you are only attracted to the sex of female.
How are you telling me what I am and not attracted to?
Because that is the global definition.
So I'm not allowed to have a preference? You're allowed to have a preference, but I'm not allowed to have a preference?
We just want you to be honest when you
Yeah,
state
you're
your
allowed to have
preference
any
and
preference you
accurate.
want.
Okay.
But we're saying is the global definition of homosexuality is same-sex attraction. So anywhere I go in the world, if I say I'm a lesbian, that means I am a female attracted to females. If I say I'm bi, that means I'm a female attracted to males and females, or I'm a male attracted to females and males. I don't care.
So then, if a trans man has a penis and you're a lesbian, but you are willing to be with all females,
If they are of the sex female, they fit into the category. Like, what are you conflating here? This is
Like
not complicated.
a lot of women, a lot of lesbians, I should say, use fake penises. So getting with a trans man wouldn't be any different, really. It's the same thing.
that is true.
You know what I'm
Actually,
saying?
that is true. You know
Yeah,
what? That
it
is
has to
actually
do
very
with
true.
sex, not gender or
Right.
preference. We're just
Exactly.
asking you to be honest.
We all have
Right?
one, and everybody knows it.
Would think Reza, would you still date a trans woman if they had their manhood intact?
To be honest, my preference would be no.
Right. So imagine the same person that you're with now didn't get the surgery and they did all the things like the 5 dates, still had a penis, and you guys slept together. At that point, would you have been like, oh,
Can I
wait a
be
minute, this
honest? That's
person is
actually
actually predatory behavior and it's actually grape?
Can I say honestly, actually, that has happened to me. That's actually happened to me like a dozen times in both senses, and I was in shock. Like I literally, like I don't even know what to say. Like I literally was in shock. I don't know. I mean, it, and obviously, like, I feel so bad to like end like just to end it like right then and there. But like, I'm sorry, like,
Wow.
I am not attracted to a penis, and
So
I don't
you
want.
felt guilty. Yeah, so you felt
I
guilty
did feel
about just
guilty.
saying no at that point, even though you've been tricked 12 times. A dozen times, you
Yeah,
said. You've been
yeah.
tricked 12 times by men posing to be women, and you felt like guilty about saying no to them. Is that what you just said?
I did though. I mean, I really did
That's
because,
wild.
I
Yeah, that's
mean,
really wild.
isn't that kind of
12 dudes
stupid? I
have
mean, that
tricked
doesn't
you.
make sense. I
It
just
doesn't
don't
make
understand.
sense because
It's,
you're
I
basically
guess,
being
because when you're not like when
you're
you're
feeling so
asexual,
pressured to be raped, to be graped, I should say,
but
to be
when you're
graped by men.
asexual, it's just
And you
it's
keep
not about
letting it
sex.
happen
We
to
don't talk about
yourself.
sex. I know, but we
That's
don't even
not
talk about
lesbian.
sex.
I think like if it's happened to you 12 times, it's just safe to say you are not a lesbian. You're bisexual at best. I'm just saying like it
Okay,
cannot
well, I'll take it.
this cannot happen to you a dozen times where a man has tricked you into thinking he's a woman and then you've just been like, well, I don't want to tell him no because that would be offensive and you're going to
No,
allow
but
him
like
to
the
keep
ones that
continue on
I
with it.
have, the ones that
That's
I've talked to
wild.
look like women. Like I would have actually never known that they were. I didn't know. Like
We don't
that's my
believe
bad.
you.
I honestly didn't know, and actually, I could not tell through the photos and through everything. Like I
And you
actually
had
couldn't
intercourse
tell.
with them anyways. Is that what
No,
you're
no,
saying?
no, hell no. Are you kidding me? As soon as they told me that they're like, yes, I'm like a trans, I'm trans, and then when I'm like, oh, but so what do you mean by trans? And she's like, well, I'm gonna get like bottom surgery, and I'm like, so does that mean that you have a penis or no? Like, what do you mean? And then they explained it to me, and I'm like, okay, like I don't know, like I didn't even experiment or anything because I just didn't. I wasn't attracted to it. Like it was a huge turnoff for some reason. I don't know.
Right, because you aren't attracted to men, right?
It's
So
a
it's just
preference.
like, well, I mean, it's right. It's your sexuality. So as
Like
soon
I
as
was
you find out,
scared of
as
it. You know
soon
what I
as you,
mean? Like I would be
yeah,
so scared if we were to like, like
right.
start making out or something, and then I go down, and then it's like, oh my god, there's a penis. I'm like, what the fuck? Like who the?
Right. So this is the scenario that we're trying to get you to engage with here. Okay. So in that scenario, would you feel like you've been violated? Like all of a sudden you've been making out, it's date 5 or whatever, and you're making out, and then you realize, whoa, this person is a male, and they have been a male this entire time. Would that
I mean,
would that be offensive, or would you
until
feel
this
like
point.
guilty, or like you should just go through it anyway because you don't want to hurt their feelings?
I mean, I had like my friend call me on like emergency dial saying that like her mom died or something, and then I just like left the situation, so she kind of got me out of it. But no, like now that I see you guys talking about it and how like Christy is so offended by it, I can understand other people's points of view. I could totally understand it. And to be honest, if I did go down sexual with them and then they didn't tell me at all, and then we got sexual and then I found out that way, I would have felt more violated. Like at least they kind of told me before we started getting sexual. So
Right. Imagine if you had gotten pregnant at that point as well. Wouldn't
Oh
you
my God.
feel like, wow, you've been great.
No, I
You're a
think that's
lesbian and now you've been
Can I?
coerced
I
into
just want to
a,
say.
That's
you know what I'm saying?
crazy.
I just want to
That's
quickly say something. I'm actually starting to question whether the situation you're telling us about you having a trans woman as a girlfriend or whatever, I actually am questioning if that's even true. I almost am thinking that you come up here to talk with us, and I think you're making up stories, if you want my honest opinion.
No, I'm not. She is totally valid. And like, it's a total different situation now because she told me after a certain about before we got sexual. So there was respect there. And I thought, I'm a lesbian. I like women. So I just, we hooked up and it ended up
I don't believe it anymore. I'm just saying. I've been in
reoccurring.
lives with you before. I
And let
And
me
now
really
we're
did.
in a relationship and I may even propose soon. So
Well, and here's my thing, right? So if I went on a date, like talked for months to somebody, and then went on 5 dates, and then found out they were a man, male, whatever you want to say, right? Found out they were male, I don't want to date a male. And me saying I'm lesbian makes that very clear to every male that asks me my sexuality or that I attempt to go on a date with, right? I tell them I'm a lesbian, right? So if I was to then spend months talking to somebody, assuming that they're female, then go on 5 dates and find out that they just lied to me and led me on, do you realize time is something you can never get back in your life? So they just wasted months of my time and 5 dates. That's a huge violation of boundaries.
I mean,
I would be
honestly
so.
happened to me 12 times, so I was used to it at that point.
Yeah, but you don't see
And
that as
it
a
never got
problem.
to the point where we got sexual, so there was no like taking advantage anybody in like a sexual
But you don't
aspect.
see that as a problem, right? That people are
See it
just
as a
lying.
problem. I absolutely do see it as a problem, and I'm so glad that she told me after 5 dates and didn't wait until we got sexual and then be like, oh, by the way, I'm a trans woman. Like, I'm so
Well,
glad she
do
told
you
me.
understand that, like, just by your own admission, that you've had 12 other dudes do the same thing to you? And so, if they're doing it to you, they're doing it to every other woman that they're meeting as well. So, like, this is a bigger problem than just
That's not
the
right.
ones you've
The
experienced. These
violation.
their men are all over the place. They're on all these apps, right? And they're trying to, get close as they can to women claiming to be lesbians. And you've exposed them right now. You've
And I just
exposed that
don't
this has
believe
happened to
that
you
there's.
many times.
I don't believe 12 different men tricked you to pass, and because they passed that well. I'm going to tell you, like I, I can pretty much call it out right from the
I've been a
minute.
lesbian for 20 years and it's happened to me like at least once a
So what
year.
I'm saying is, this is why this
That
whole
means it's a
story,
huge problem.
it doesn't seem right, and I feel like it's made
Year
up.
out of dating like 30 people, I feel like that's not a very high statistic.
I say
But
that
that's what
is
I'm
because
saying.
Wait, are you
considering it's
dating
only
30
apparently
people at a
1%
time?
of the
Is that what you said?
population.
Oh my God.
I did 30 people out those
How can
12
she
years.
be a lesbian for 20 years? 20 years and she doesn't know what a woman is. She doesn't understand the soft facial features of a woman, the femininity, right? The structure of a woman. And she was tricked 12 times. And this is why people say that I'm mean. Because she's lying. She is
Times
blatantly
in 20 years.
lying.
12 times in 20 years.
She's been eating punani for 20 years. And she doesn't know what a woman is. She doesn't know. She's been coughing up fur balls for 20
I've been
years
in and
and
out
she
of a
doesn't know
woman
what a
many
woman is.
times. What do I
Listen,
not know?
listen, listen. It's okay if you want to live your life because that's not my business. Because I have much more respect for LGB. Yeah, because yeah, I love the boys in particular. I love the boys, yeah, because they understand. But this whole transgender ideology is just madness, and it's unattractive women who can't get anybody who facilitates this ideology. It's women who are not very good looking, not very well built, who want to just who basically advocates for this because they want to say, see, there are more attractive women than me. There are less attractive women than me. Look over there. There's a woman that is less attractive than me. There goes a woman that is less pretty than me. No actual
Wait a
semi-attractive
second. Do
woman
you do
supports
that? Do
this
you literally
ideology.
watch people as they walk by and be like, I'm prettier than her, I'm uglier than her,
I don't need
like,
to
is
look
that
at
how you
people to know that I'm
I'd
pretty.
say most people
I
do
don't need
that.
to do that. I have a mirror. I have a
Okay,
mirror.
but
I don't
like,
need
I
to
don't
I
judge
don't
people.
need Everybody judges because you said that I was homophobic and transphobic and all other sort of stuff. Remember the last time you came on my life? You do judge people. We all judge people. Get over it.
Okay,
Life is
that's fair.
hard.
Yeah,
It is
judge
what
and
it
be
is.
judged. Fair enough. Judge and be
Exactly. I
judged.
have no problem with anybody judging me, but you need to stop being such a mendacious person on the internet because it's blatantly obvious that you are being disingenuous. No lesbian that has been a lesbian for 20 years who have spread open many punanis and
Yes.
licked on it can
Yes.
ever say that you were
Absolutely.
tricked 12 times. You were tricked 12 times by
Before it
men
got
Thank you. I'm glad
appropriating
it,
sexual.
womanhood. Oh my
I'm glad
God.
I wasn't alone in this belief. I just couldn't sit here anymore and listen to it.
I
I
said it
really.
before. You didn't hear
Oh, did
me,
you?
Beauty?
No, I didn't. I
Of
didn't
course
hear
I
you.
did. I said she was lying.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, like, and listen,
Called a
if you're
liar. Like,
lying,
this is my life. You either accept it or move on. Like, that's all I'm gonna
I
say.
but to
Nobody
say that it's
accepts you but you.
yeah.
Razor, is your boyfriend, whatever the case may be, got bottom surgery?
Yes.
And I'm gonna be wild here. What does it taste like?
Do you actually want to know?
Yeah, I'm
Like,
intrigued.
how to? Okay, yeah, no. I mean, it tastes the exact same as like actual pussy.
Okay, she's capping. She's lying.
You're definitely capping.
Yeah, you're
All right,
definitely lying.
you're
That's a
Hundred
definitely
100%
percent.
capping.
possibility.
You're
So you're
definitely
lying.
capping. I mean,
But
pum
So
pum,
you've
pum
been
pum.
with a trans woman before? You know what it tastes like?
it's not
You
Listen,
can compare the
possible.
listen.
taste.
Pum pum have a scent, yeah, right? Like you know, you just go, yeah, it has a scent, yeah, and it's a nice scent, yeah, if
It
it's
is.
clean
Oh,
and
for sure.
right, it's a
Yeah.
nice scent, okay, yeah, but it's a natural scent. It's a natural juices, like it just flows.
Okay,
It
so first of
flakes
all,
out. It
she's
does all sorts
healthy.
of
Like
stuff.
she eats really healthy. She eats a lot of fruit, like
That
pineapples,
doesn't go
etc.
to her
Not to
heart.
mention the hygiene
Listen,
products that she uses taste like desserts. So like I
None of
don't
Yeah,
that.
Kay
Okay,
won't
that's
tell
not
you
because
that.
it
naturally
does
tasting
affect
then.
it.
It's
are you
fine
just
for you
getting?
to say it tastes okay. I'm sorry, Blood. I didn't mean to. It's
Are
fine
you
for you to
just?
say it tastes okay. But
Yeah.
you cannot say it tastes the same. It's biologically impossible. This is why we're saying we want you to tell the
Okay, I've
truth.
been with chicks that have had like an off taste, okay, and I'm telling you, it's nothing even close to that. So like, I
Yeah,
would
but
You
it
choose
know
still,
that
what's
over
funny?
but it still
actual.
tastes like pum pum, though.
Medically, do you know the surgeries that they perform?
I don't know. Maybe you should
I'm going to
try
try
it,
not to get
dude.
into depth.
Literally.
I'm not going to try to get into depth, but I'm going to tell you what happens. For this channel to be created and for it to be lubricated, they use, okay, your urinary tract, okay, and they use some of your lower intestines. That is how it's lubricated. Okay, aka your colon. So the lubrication
Okay,
that
that is
goes
not
into that
true.
channel,
That is
that
not
is true.
true.
I'm not asking you. I'm not
Well, they
asking you.
don't has
So
nothing
the
to do with the
allow me to
intestines. What are
finish,
you
please.
talking
Allow me
about?
to finish. Allow me to finish. I know
Intestines
exactly what
literally
I'm
have
talking
nothing to
about.
do with it.
So the lubrication that goes into that channel either comes from your urinary tract, one, or your lower intestine, colon, okay, or both. It depends on the type of surgery that you've had. Okay, this is why they don't remove the prostate because the prostate helps to generate certain type of slick. If you know what I'm talking about, that typically comes from the man. They leave the prostate there for that reason. Okay, so there is no way that you can tell me that they taste the same. You cannot tell me that. Stop lying. Plus, it has this scent. It has a very distinctive scent because it doesn't self clean. That coupled with the fact that it's prone to infection because it doesn't self clean. You
So, like,
can't
are
tell
you
me
trying to
that.
say
Stop
that all
lying.
guys taste the same?
I've
No,
never tasted a guy.
We're saying
I
that they
don't
don't
do that.
taste like women. They don't taste like women. That's what we're
they don't
saying.
taste like
Especially when
woman.
they're an inverted
Yeah, but
penis is
like,
not going
what
to
does
taste
dick
like a
actually
vagina.
taste like? Like, is everybody dick taste different, or is it like all the same? Like, I don't get it. I've never, I don't know. Like, I
Oh,
actually
Most
don't
dick
know.
tastes like
I
skin.
don't think any of us have experience with inverted
I
penises.
haven't done
So,
this.
Same.
Pink, how often does your boyfriend dilate? How often?
She doesn't have to, actually.
Okay, now we know you're capping.
No, she have had to years ago when she had surgery for like maybe the first year, but It
They have to dilate for the rest of their lives.
no, they
Actually,
don't.
otherwise
Actually, no, they don't. Actually, no,
it
they
will
don't.
heal and close up on itself. Yes, it will.
No, it won't. Like my ears are stretched to 1 inch, and once I got to 1 inch, they have not stretched back, and I have not had tunnels in them for like 2 years.
Your ears aren't between your legs.
No, but I'm saying it's the same kind of tissue, so it's the same.
No, it
It's
isn't.
it's
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 actually
not an
not.
open wound. That's like it's not an open wound like you guys keep calling it. It's not. It actually does
But it is
heal,
an open wound.
They
and it
have
does
The,
to
the
function
line
like a
dilate.
regular
They
constantly,
vagina.
have to dilate for the rest of their
So I
lives.
just looked it
yep,
up and it definitely says they have to dilate for the rest of their life.
because guess what? The signals,
I don't
remember
think Pink
this
knows anything
opening,
about her partner.
yeah, the channel isn't
But
supposed
she
to
doesn't
be
have that
there.
partner.
So the signals to the brain is constantly sending signals to the body, right? Activating the healing cells to close it. So this is why with age, when the immune system deteriorates, it literally, and this has unalived a lot of men and women who've had the below surgery because of the septic cyst that grows inside of the channel. This big bubble, right, filled with unpleasant things that makes the body septic, and they become septic and they get unalived. You can look this up. I don't need to Google. I went to school for 4 years. Thank you
Oh
very
no,
much.
I think we're saying
Right?
I think she does.
Pink is
I think
googling.
she's saying
Yeah,
about Pink googling.
yeah,
And
Oh,
Pink is
Pink is
googling.
actually
Googling. Let
just
her
looked
know.
it
Yeah,
up, and it literally says that they only have to dilate 3 times a day for 2 to 3 weeks.
That's not true.
what?
Well, that's exactly what it said. I'm like, how long do trans women have to dilate? And it literally said 3 times a day for 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, you might
And
be
then what
thinking about the
happens?
Pink,
therapy post the
Pink for
surgery,
some.
that they absolutely have to dilate for the rest of their lives.
That's
So
They
not what it
so
says.
for the first year they have to do it multiple times a day, and then after that they still have to do it for the rest of their life.
3 times a day when the surgery is
That's
just
not what it
performed.
says. Once it heals, and
Okay.
it's normal. It's not
It,
it.
it doesn't it never heals and is open for business. And I'm trying to
The
be
tip of
discreet.
they take the tip of the penis that is the most
They use that to duplicate the clitora. They use the
yeah,
tip to
because it's a
duplicate the
stimulation
clitora.
thing. It's a stimulation. They get more
Yes,
stimulation at the
there
tip.
is
So they
very
take
little
that
to
and they
no
put it where the clit
stimulation.
was. I'm sorry, they put it where the clit is.
There
And
is little to no stimulation. You know what happens to people who've had that surgery during schmech? They literally feel as if they're reaching their peak. And then they
most
reach
people
for that
people
object.
dilate for the rest
I'm
of their life.
speaking.
Not all
I'm
people though.
speaking. Every one of them, unless they just stop and then they become septic. But what happens when you have this surgery is that especially with men, there is the feeling of reaching your peak that doesn't never come, and they reach for that equipment because, as you know, male and male schmech usually requires one to help themselves. So when they feel like that peak is being reached, they reach for that thing to help themselves, and it's not there. So they never have that euphoria ever again, ever. That coupled with the cross-sex hormones that literally demolishes, right, their sex drive.
So
And
you're
this goes for
saying
both
that
men and
they don't
women.
orgasm is what you're trying to say.
They never have one ever after.
Excuse me? You're trying to tell me that I don't make her orgasm or that she doesn't orgasm? Like that's wild, man. That's
Ma'am,
Yeah,
your
really
it's
boyfriend
wild.
is pretending.
yeah. He doesn't have the means to orgasm. Sorry, unless he's like,
Well,
doing it
again,
through
like we've said, we're pretty sure it's fake anyway. So
right. Yeah, he already
Amanda,
lied to you
Be
about
a blow up,
on
y'all.
his
That
first
I
5 dates.
have. Just
Why do you think
kidding.
he would be honest with you about orgasming?
hold on,
Pink.
Amanda.
He's
I'm
already
gonna drop
proven
you
himself
down
to
for
be
a
a
second.
liar.
Amanda, I'm going to drop you down for a moment. All right, thank you.
You can. I'm gonna jump down too. I gotta get some stuff done. But thanks for having me up.
No worries. Miss Piggy, if you want to request,
I'm also gonna go finish some tacos.
yeah, I'll be
I
wrapping
guess
up.
I guess Piggy is in the request. I'm not sure. Um,
I'm not seeing them in the
Can
request.
we can we speak on the phantom movements that these people go through and the phantom pains? Once they've had this surgery, they get the feeling that the appendage is still there, right? And it comes sometimes with pains. The muscles twitch and contract. That can be very, very painful for them. This is why the unaliving rate after transitioning is so high. They like to say, oh, it helps these people because it alleviates the dysphoria, but that is not true. Once they start cross-dressing, right? They become more dysphoric. That's why they start taking the cross-sex hormones to be more possible. Once they take the cross-sex hormones, they realize that this isn't really changing them the way that they were promised. Their gynecomastia isn't developing at the rate that they would want it to. So they get implants. Then they look at the phallus. Typically, not all of them, a lot of them are perfectly okay with having their phallus. But for the most part, a lot of them look at the phallus and they become more dysphoric because they know that women do not come with this appendage. And then they have the bottom surgery. And then they get even more dysphoric because guess what? They keep on having to dilate, which is extremely painful and oftentimes results in ripping. Okay? A lot of them too, the cells after this procedure is performed becomes necrotic because it's so hard to clean, right? And then they get gravely ill. No trans person has ever had one procedure that is indeed correct. They always have to have follow-up procedures. No trans person ever had one when it comes to bottom surgery. There's typically 2, 3, or 4.
Pink, if you're still in your comments, yeah, I just want to say earlier on, what you might think is pom-pom juice, yeah, it's probably just, fluid from the, the prostate. In other words, you're tasting sperm, not sperm, but sperm fluid. Spunk. How about that? So I just want to throw my 2 pence in there.
Well, I don't know if they still produce it actually, because right, if someone who's been through the surgery, then they've got their testicles removed, right? So I don't think that
Nah, so
still
what happens?
is.
What happens, Manimal? You got this. So the sperm's in the testicles, okay, but this fluid comes from the prostate, yeah, and then they meet together. So that's how vasectomy works. So
Oh, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know what that's called. Yeah, the
yeah,
fluid that mixes with it. I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know if that's even still intact with it. Maybe they do their best to keep it intact. At any rate, yeah, it's not going to be the
Boat
same
and
as
river.
female
That's
anatomy.
someone said boat and river.
Yeah,
That's the best way of explaining it. Yeah.
yeah.
Raw, thank you for having me. I'm going to drop. I'm just going to say one thing before I drop. For everybody supporting this ideology, you have to ask yourself, what is the end result of this ideology? Where are they going? Where is it taking us? And it's taking us to the erasure of women so that there is nothing called women, so that men can be in spaces designated for women. So our children can be exposed to these types of people. We take our children to the spas, we take them to female restrooms, we take them to female locker rooms. And coupled with that, they are hell bent on using this ideology to give children bodily autonomy and in turn remove parental rights, which will give children the right to consent, because that is what every legislation that is being pushed that contains the trans ideology is asking for. The right for children to transition without parental authority. So this ideology is leading to the legalization of MAPS, aka minor attracted persons, pedos. That is what this ideology is pushing for. End of story. And I know a lot of people don't like me, and I'm not here for likes because this isn't Facebook. I'm not here for likes. But at the end of the day, you have to take a stand. Any woman that supports this, you are a failure and a traitor to your own schmicks that have fought for years to just be considered humans rather than breeding machines. This ideology needs to be abolished. We should not allow adults to mutilate their bodies. We should not allow children to be mutilated by their deranged parents who literally have What's that syndrome? My brain can't even think right now. Shit, where the mothers get gratification from exploiting their kids, whether medically or otherwise. I can't remember, right? But yes, this is what it is. This is what it is. It needs to be banned. I don't want none of you in my restrooms. All of you are men. None of you pass. The only thing you pass is gas. And I don't care if you want to placate my feelings by telling me I fought for women. You can't fight for women when you're invading and erasing or identity by identifying as a subcategory of us to make woman an umbrella term because you as a man seek validation. You are not valid. You are a man. You are a man. All of you are men. That's it. Thank you for having me. I'm going to drop.
Thank you,
Shanta,
Shanta. Have a wonderful
Shanta,
evening.
I like you. I like you. You don't have to worry about that. I like you.
I think a lot of us do.
Me too.
I'm going to be wrapping it up because we're all going to jump over into Christie's live, taking place in half an hour. So I'm going to get myself something to eat and get ready for that show. And I want to thank each and every one of you that joined, that participated in the panel. Guys, give it up for the people in the panel. Give them some gifts too, please. And everyone who gifted, who followed, and who liked the live, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for showing up and being part of the discussion. Y'all have a wonderful evening. Hit the grass and spend some time with your loved ones, please. God bless.
Latest, Raw. I'll catch you up.
Take care, man.